Let's do it. And we are live, baby. What's going on, everybody? It's Sankey Media back in the house, man, for another night of content. You got Key in here, your favorite big four-headed YouTuber, and we have another night queued up for you guys, man. We're going to get right into the show, man, but before we do, man, y'all know the vibes. Help the channel out. Double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get right into this content.
President-elect Donald Trump is speaking now publicly for the first time since election night, delivering a speech at the America First Policy Institute's gala at Mar-a-Lago, doing his famous dance there to "I'm proud to be an American." He was just introduced by Sylvester Stallone a moment ago, and we are just awaiting for him to address the room there. Black tie affair, as we have heard a number of his selections at this point, as he's starting to fill up his administration and cabinet. And some of those have been some controversial picks, among them Matt Gaetz for Attorney General, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., but we will see. Vivek Ramaswamy also has a role to play here. He was one of the speakers earlier this evening. But Elon Musk also in the building there at Mar-a-Lago. A number of the Trump potential members of the Trump administration present.
You got Caroline Leavitt, youngest House press secretary in the history of the White House. So, some good picks, some good calls on Trump's side. He's forming a squad. He said, I'm making a team, and it's looking like the Avengers. It's looking like an addition to the Ocean series or something like that, man. He's forming a formidable squad here. All good A+ picks, I would say.
At Mar-a-Lago tonight, as we prepare to listen to hear from President-elect Donald Trump for the first time since the election. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, thank you, Sly. You know, Sly does not do that. He doesn't do that stuff. And he did a beautiful job, and I want to thank you and John Voight for being here. John, the great fight movies, I think Sly has a lot of them, and John has The Champ. What a movie that was, right? But I want to thank everybody for being here. You know, when Mrs. Post and E.F. Hutton, her husband at the time, when they built Mar-a-Lago many years ago, the Roaring 20s, it was the Roaring 20s, and we're hotter right now than they ever were in the Roaring 20s, I believe. And we're going to be a lot hotter, but we're going to keep it going. We're not going to have 1929 happen. Although, if it would have continued the way it was, it might not have been too good. But when they built it, nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew opulence. Nobody knew real luxury. Nobody knew poverty. They didn't know anything. And they learned a hard lesson. In 1929, they learned a very, very hard lesson. And we're going to turn our country around. We're going to make it so great, so strong, so powerful. We're going to bring it all back. I want to thank some people that have been so instrumental in doing such a great job in terms of not only policy, but people, and people love them. Brooke Rollins, who put this on with Linda McMahon. Linda has been a great friend of mine for a long time, right, Linda? I want to thank you very much. And the America First Policy Institute, what a job they've done. But I said, the policy is much more important if we do it for 8 years than it is if we do it for 4 years. So I said, let's do this. Don't worry about your policy. Let's get out and let's win the election. But nobody knew we were going to win it the way we wanted. That was our big one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is his first major speaking event since winning the presidential election last week. So shout out Trump. Much needed break, well-deserved rest, and he's back at it. And, he's speaking at his own event. He's speaking at his own forum, at his own property, so you can best believe this is going to be more of a candid freestyle, a little bit of a more personality injected by Donald Trump here. He doesn't have to, keep up with the formalities as much as he has been in the last few months. So he's probably going to be a little bit funnier. Expect to see him cut up a little bit more here in this little speaking excerpt.
So that was really great. And Javier, I'd like to congratulate you on the job you've done
Like the video,
for
guys.
Argentina. Your speech was beautiful, but the job you've done is incredible. Make Argentina.
I know everybody's watching the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight, but hey, we're going to get in this content, man. Y'all know the vibes, man. We got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. And yeah, it's going to be a good stream regardless. So double tap that screen if you're in here, man. We appreciate the support. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Shameless plug, man. Shout out Dovely AI. Go ahead and get your credit fixed with Dovely. Take charge of your credit. Sign up is seamless. You can do so in as little as 60 seconds. Boost your score by up to 80 points, man. They also offer credit monitoring. So take advantage of that service, and it's free. So do yourself a favor and shout out Dovely. Back to the show.
Great again. You know, MAGA. He's a MAGA person. And you know, he's doing that. He's actually doing that. Just happens to work with EA. That one we don't have to worry about. It doesn't work so well with other countries, but you know what? I think your numbers are working also. You've done a fantastic job in a very short period of time. It's an honor to have you here. That's really great. Thank you. Also, Speaker Mike Johnson, wherever you may be, Mike, in this very big and crowded room. Thank you, Mike. I went yesterday, just in case, I said, look, I want to tell you I'm behind this man 100%, and he got 100% of the vote from Republicans. Are you sure? You sure, huh? No, he's doing a great job. Nothing easy. We actually had one little period, about 4 weeks, where we had a majority of 1. That was not pretty, right? And you handled it beautifully. He just kept that stiff upper lip. But he's doing a really good job, and that was a great vote you got yesterday. Totally unanimous vote. Congratulations, Mike. That's beautiful. Members of Congress, all of whom voted for Mike, and they've been my friends. It's just a small group, but we have a lot of them outside, and we have a lot of them coming over the weekend. Byron Donalds, the star. Where's Byron? Byron, what a star. What a star. Thank you, Byron. Ronnie Jackson, Doc Ronnie, He's been a lot of things. He was my doctor. He was a great admiral, you know, highly respected admiral, great doctor at the White House, and now he's a very popular congressman. He won by 48 points. That's pretty good. Of course, it was a very, very Trumpy district, but he won by 48 points. But when he was a doctor, they asked him the question, the fake news, which is here. Look, wow, that's a lot.
All right, and shout out Donald Trump. Like I said, good to see the man back in action. Well-deserved rest. You know, after campaigning for several months, assassination attempts, you know, media attacks, kangaroo court. He went through a lot. So good to see him get some much needed rest. But we got a lot of videos we want to get in tonight, man. We're going to swing right into this right here. Shout out to Caro TV. You know, some more of these liberal tears, man. You'd think a week later I'd be tired of playing these, you know, these videos, these TikToks, these Instagram reels of these liberals crying, shaving their heads, and, you know, having these meltdowns in front of their selfie cameras. But I don't know, like I said, it's just something so satisfying about it. And, you know, maybe it's I don't know, maybe it's the juvenile behavior that still sits inside of me that just gets some type of sick enjoyment. Like, it's just so funny, so entertaining for me to see. So a week later, you know, 8-9 days later, yes, I'm still playing these clips, y'all. So excuse me. I guess maybe one day I'll grow up. Maybe one day. But today, join me for a laugh.
Is the first female 4-star officer and the first openly transgender 4-star officer to serve
Dave
across any of the 8 uniformed services.
Just because you won doesn't mean we don't remember who the you voted for. And just please don't test your gangster on me, because you will end on a stretcher. So serious. Nobody talk to me unless you want to swing. If you want to fight, text me, call me, whatever.
This was a crazy clip because I think we covered this maybe yesterday or a day or two ago. Watch what old girl does for a living. Talking all that tough talk. You see, she was just talking with her chest out, like couldn't nobody touch her, like she was the big bad wolf. Now look and see what this girl does for a living.
Timbers, shut up, man. So this terrifying, tough woman who seems to be completely mentally stable as a teacher around kids, and she's had to resign because of this unhinged video. And now she's going on TV, turning on the waterworks and playing the victim.
This is not who I am as a professional or who I am as a teacher. I've devoted my whole life to this, preparing my whole life. I always wanted to be a teacher from the time I was a young child. I finally worked my way up to that. And I am well respected, which I appreciate. I love my students. I love their.
You did all that. You probably were before you did all that. And sometimes y'all got to realize social media is nothing more than a lure. It's nothing more than a trap, a honey trap. It looks good. A lot of times people think they can blow up, get clout, get clicks, get some fame. I don't know, maybe get a paid endorsement, a paid post or two. But is it worth your career that you said you worked so hard for? That you're well respected in, for some internet clout from the liberals? They don't care. They started this cancel culture stuff. So that's why I say it is kind of funny. Like the left ends up eating itself a lot of times. Like clearly a liberal, clearly got hard standing opinion, and due to liberal ideology, woke culture, cancel culture, she ends up kind of shooting herself in the foot. Like, you were a teacher, you should have never posted that. But hey, I guess, for the sake of some likes, anything's worth it nowadays.
Their families. I love the people I work with. And, I'm just trying to do what's right now to get my life back on track and get back to what I love. And it's my biggest passion in the world.
What's your message to those parents?
Those parents, I am so sorry that you had to see that side of me, because the only side of me I ever wanted you to see was what you saw.
Yeah, you're sorry it's out there and you got caught in your true lunatic form, and now everyone knows who you are.
What kind of rights do you feel like women don't have in America?
Oh, wow. What
do you think?
Gosh, that's such a good question. I guess it's not necessarily right, but there's not enough female representation in politics.
Yeah, that is a good question. I think women should have the right to feel safe. We deserve a government that supports us.
Yeah, they can't think of anything because they know it's bullshit. Most of these Muppets have safe, comfortable lives. They just like to virtue signal, play the victim, and repeat bullshit they've heard on social media.
Literally couldn't say an exact answer or an exact right that women don't have in our society, so they had to give these abstract ass concepts like, oh, we're underrepresented in Congress, we're underrepresented in government. Like, okay, well women deserve the right to feel safe. Like, oh, okay, well back to the original question. Let's go back and steel man the original question. Like, what right don't you have? Well, that's actually a good question. When I think about it, it is kind of hard for me to, come on now. There's nothing women, there's no actual right. We can talk about feelings. We can talk about how it looks. We can talk about the patriarchy, excuse me. We can analyze that all day. We can go back and forth on that all day. But as far as rights that you guys don't have, that you don't command, like, we're not equal as American citizens. Like, come on, it's 2024.
I hear a lot. We're not going back. What are we not going back to? The kitchen.
Let's not take this out on kitchens. And also, most of them can't cook, so don't worry about the kitchen.
I think one of the lamest things you can do as
this is the same party or the same radicals that hate men, that hate the patriarchy, want to dismantle the patriarchy, hate white heterosexual men, and then want to talk about they don't feel safe. It's kind of funny. The same men that y'all really want to silence and censor, the same men that y'all want to push to the side like they don't matter, disregard them, their voices, their experience, those same men are the men that are 9 out of 10 times, or I'd even say 10 out of 10, providing said security. So it's kind of funny how you hate them, you want to push them to the side, but at the same time you say women deserve the right to feel safe. I'm not sure if you can have both. Like, I think the two are mutually exclusive. Like, men provide the safety, men provide the security, but y'all hate men.
Woman is have a husband. I think it's really lame whenever I'm talking to somebody who I think is like somewhat cool and suddenly they're like, oh, my husband. I'm instantly like, oh, you're what? Gross.
Getting ready for that cat lady life, the poor cats.
Leave your husband. Leave your husband.
So a lot of these woke women are blaming men for the election and they're breaking up with their boyfriends, lucky boyfriends.
I was really upset because he told me his family voted for Trump, so I asked for a few days of space to think about, do I even want to be in a relationship with someone whose family is like that? Because I've cut my own family off for that shit. I'm not going to be associated with that. I'm not. And so I needed some time to think about it because he really was good to me and I liked him a lot.
Wow.
And then...
No shit, he was good to you. He was conservative. He probably believed in securing or providing security, I should say, providing sustenance, looking after you. Probably was a gentleman. Didn't burden you with his stresses and, his life experience. Somebody who could probably keep up with not only their emotional tolls, but yours. Yeah, conservative men, probably better, not even probably, guaranteed to be better than any liberal replacement that you're trying to switch his spot out with. You're gonna go and just because he was a Trump supporter, you're gonna go get somebody who was a Democrat, or you're gonna go get somebody who was a Kamala supporter and realize, baby, this ain't the same experience.
And after a couple days of thinking about it, I reached out to him saying, what time do you want to get together to talk about it? And at this point, he said, I'm so confused. I'm so sad. I'm so scared. I don't know. I haven't known what to say because I voted for Trump, too, over the weekend with my family. And he just spilled it, just word vomited, because he was just getting so nervous about it. He couldn't keep it in anymore. So that's how I found out. And then, I kid you not, it was a 2-minute breakup. I said word for word after he sent me that, oh boy, yeah, that about does it. And then continued to tell him how disappointed I was in him. And then I unadded him off of everything. And that's how it
I like to say this is a definitely misinformed take, because she's over here to her self-detriment, cutting off people who are probably inherently good for her just because of their political views that don't match hers. Like, talk about being on the wrong side of history, the wrong side of the facts. Like, she's been victim to media brainwashing. She's cut her own family off, so she stands on business, so to speak. But it is kind of funny to think that the man who she admitted was good for her, was good to her, she was so quick to cut off just because he supported Trump. That might not even have been an issue, hadn't proved to be an issue in y'all's relationship until this election had came up. That's why I always say the divisiveness of politics is kind of funny, because think about it. There's only like 3 months where this is really highlighted in, America like that, from, I would say, September to November is the only time we really hear about it. And that's on an election year. So we got 3.5 plus other years of every campaign or every election, 4 years, that we don't really, politics isn't a part of our conversation like that. So my point is that they could have had a long-lasting, beautiful relationship outside of those 3 months that politics is really highlighted like that. But because the divisiveness of politics, it's Trump versus Kamala, it's red versus blue, elephant versus donkey, that right there was going to determine whether or not she stayed with that man. Like, you guys probably had a good relationship up until that point. Why let it really deter you from talking to a man who you admitted was good for you?
went. So, yeah, easiest, quickest breakup of my life.
A lot of these men dodge bullets, but when I see this, I just think that these people have no idea who they're in a relationship with. Did they not talk about their values or political views? Then I remember they're all donuts. Of course they fucking didn't.
Those chicks are so pissed that Trump would, shaving their heads, screaming that they're going to go on a strike. You can't threaten people by taking something away that no one wanted in the first place.
Celibacy the wave, you know what I mean? Anything to reduce the thoughtfulness, you know what I mean? The thoughtfulness, you know what I mean?
Brainwashed, bitchy, bitter, and now bald.
Liberal women losing their ever-loving minds because Trump got elected again. We need to have a little chat, you and I, okay? Stop it. There is no war on women. You can still walk around Target with your $12 Starbucks latte. You can vote, you can drive, you can start a business. Please get some help. You are spoiled compared to many women in other countries around the world. Your party has manipulated you into thinking that your rights would be stripped. So let me give you a perspective shift. Women in Afghanistan have actually had their rights stripped. They can't work, they can't get an education, they can't speak without permission, they are covered from head to toe, they can't drive, they can't pray out loud. Do you know how absolutely ridiculous it looks to be crying about rights while living in the land of the free?
You know how fucking embarrassing it is to women overseas that actually don't have fucking rights? Do you know how embarrassing it is to people who can't grow hair? Do you realize how fucking...
And it is the privilege, the hubris that allows these women in a first world country, the number one first world country like America, to complain about how their rights are about to get stripped. Like, bro, there's women on the other side of the world who would kill for y'all's position. So it is kind of crazy. Like, y'all sound ridiculous when y'all get on here crying, shaving y'all heads, talking about, oh, y'all just voted in a fascist. Y'all just voted in a racist. He's a sexist. He's an inherent misogynist. Like, bro, arbitrary misogynist. I've just, all the claims are just so funny to me because I'm just like, bro, Trump is not taking any of y'all rights. I have nothing to worry about. Like that young woman just admitted, there's countries where literally women cannot leave the house without male presence, cannot drive, cannot vote. So I don't even understand the comparison. If y'all want to talk about how bad it is over there, I encourage y'all, go over there. Go over there. Go over there. There's literal countries that still exist that still operate in this manner where women are second-class citizens. So y'all want to talk about how bad it is in America? I encourage you to go find somewhere else and like it over there more than you like it over here.
Stupid you look shaving your head because you're throwing a temper tantrum. I don't feel sorry for you in the least. You can buy a car. You can buy a house. You have a job. You have the freedom of speech. You have the freedom of wearing whatever clothes you want to wear. It all comes down to the same cry of help. Men don't fucking care about us. That's because...
And shout out Big Wave Dave, first super chat of the stream, man. We appreciate the continued support, Dave. My guy, he said, yo, I sent you a short. All right, I got you.
You're fucking terrible at picking men.
If these Muppets had no rights, we wouldn't be able to enjoy all their meltdowns on social media. They wouldn't be able to criticise the president. They wouldn't be able to go mental the way they're going mental. Or even colour their hair blue. Or put them stupid things in their noses.
Women who voted for Trump! Because of this, I'm cutting my hair.
No.
I'm telling you right now! Oh, I'm so scared if Trump wins. I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, my God.
What are you so scared of? Cheap gas and world peace, you dumb
right.
motherfucker? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Oh, you're going to have more money in your bank account. Oh, my God.
Oh, no tax on overtime. Oh, no tax on tips. Oh, you're able to itemize your car loan. Oh, he's going to cap the rate that credit cards companies can charge us for interest. Oh, my God. He's such a bad guy.
What are we going to do?
We won't go back! We won't go back! We won't go back! We won't go back!
Oh, yeah, he said he wants to end federal income tax. Oh, my God. He said he wants to tariff products on companies that double dip and leave America and take jobs while also still sending their product back over here for crazy returns. Oh, my gosh. He wants to hold those companies accountable and get them back over here and add to our local job markets. He's such a bad guy. He doesn't know economics. Oh, my gosh.
We won't go back! We won't go back! Shame!
Shame!
Shame! Don't tell me they're talking about the kitchen again.
We won't go back!
As college students at Oklahoma State University, I was really looking forward to having a female leader who truly understands just how stupid college-age voters are. I mean, it's not like we mean anything or add anything to the society anyways. I love fake people. I thought it was so cool in Kamala Harris.
Now, the clown makeup is hilarious, but that is exactly what Kamala said. She was in a press conference and was literally recorded saying, what do we know about the demographic of 18 to 24-year-olds? They're stupid. Laughed about it, cackled about it, you know, Kamala's, signature cackle. And, said it candidly, had no issue saying it. That was her true feeling. So it is kind of funny, like 18 through 24-year-olds, I'm assuming they either seen that clip or just was able to read through the duplicitous front of Kamala and see that there was nothing really there. Like she was a mascot, for lack of a better term. Kamala really had no original or original policy or original. There was nothing really original about Kamala, and I think a lot of people were able to sift through that front as I said, it was exposed. It was more egregious, towards the end of the campaign, just because. I mean, I'm not sure how she wasn't called out earlier in the campaign, but towards the end of the campaign, I think a lot of people started to wake up that there was really not too much behind Kamala besides word salad and, whatever the teleprompter told her or whatever they were feeding her through her earpiece.
Pledged to prosecute oil companies, and then she switched up and started praising them as well. We don't need blue-collar workers, but I love a fake person, so it's nice to have someone who understands what it's like to be two-faced.
I was really excited to have a president who grew up in the middle class and would remind us that she grew up in the middle class each and every day.
Seeing Megan Thee Stallion shake her butt on stage at a Kamala Harris rally gave me so much hope for our future.
Maybe sure it gave a lot of guys hope too.
Oh yeah.
A little extra excitement.
I was hoping maybe they'd offer free dance lessons or something. I would love to learn how to twerk. Especially at a presidential rally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently Kamala Harris paid $5 million for that.
And shout out Big Wave Dave for the video suggestion. He said he wants the chat to see this. I'm going to pull it up for you. And a quick pause for the cause, man. Go ahead and like the video, man. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Let's get the likes up, man. Double tap that screen or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. It's free. Just like fixing your credit is with Dovely, man. Shout out our sponsor, Dovely. Go ahead and take charge of your credit. Sign up for the service. We've pinned the link in the chat. Again, it's free. Sign up can be done in as little as 60 seconds, guys. 60 seconds. You're already on your phone. Quick detour, man. Do yourself a favor. Boost your credit by up to 80 points, man. Take charge of your credit. Shout out Dovely. And again, shout out Big Wave Dave for the video suggestion. What we got here?
I don't know if the college student was ready for the truth.
There are not late-stage abortions.
Yes, actually there are. Here, I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to call an abortionist for you, ma'am.
Call an abortionist? What does that mean? William Hearn, Boulder Abortion Clinic.
Dr. Hearn's answering service. How may I help you?
I just figured out I was pregnant today, and I'm like really far along. Like I'm like 30 weeks. Can I schedule?
No way she did this in front of students. She did this in front of an audience. Now, we've all seen these clips of people calling the abortion clinic or calling the abortionist and, role playing like they were, in late term pregnancy just to kind of see some of the answers, gauging some of the responses. And, a lot of times they're alarming. We had one girl on here. I think we've showed it to you guys a few times on X where they literally detailed the abortion process, how they inject lidocaine into the fetal heart, even more medications. To slow the heart rate. They inject medications into the mother to induce the labor. Crazy stuff. It'll turn your stomach if you watch the whole video. But this lady, she did it live in front of an audience. Oh, no, that's crazy.
Abortion with you all.
Let me see if I can help with this. One moment here. Can do is route this, put in the request and just have the office call you back.
Sure, that's fine. On the website here, it says it's 3rd trimester abortion. So I guess that would be, yep. Mm-hmm.
Accurate, yeah.
It is accurate. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, accurate. It's on the website.
This is why you need to vote no on all the amendments that want to allow abortion until birth. I don't know if the college student was ready for the truth.
There are not late-stage abortions.
Yes, actually there are. Here, I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to call an abortionist for you, ma'am.
Call an abortionist? What does that mean? William Hearn, Boulder Abortion Clinic.
Dr. Hearn's answering service. How may I help you?
I just figured out I was pregnant today, and I'm like really far along. Like I'm like 30 weeks. Can I schedule an abortion with you all?
Let me see if I can help with this. One moment here. Can do is route this, put in the request and just have the office.
That man Book, he got an answering service. Business is booming.
Call you back.
Sure, that's fine. On the website here, it says it's 3rd trimester abortion. So I guess that would be, yep. Mm-hmm.
Accurate, yeah.
It is accurate. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
God damn, it's accurate. 3rd trimester abortions. God damn. So that's 6 to 9 months right there where you can still fetus deletus. And people try and say that's not happened, that's not going on. But this young lady just did it live in front of an audience. So when somebody tries to tell you that, I ain't gonna lie, pull up this clip. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Shut their ass up right on the spot because it is happening. They are allowing it. That's crazy though, honestly. Honestly crazy.
Bullshit.
Turn that shit off.
And apparently she paid Beyonce 10 million, Lizzo 2.3, and Eminem 1.8. Eminem, I'm disappointed. And also, if you believe
Eminem did it for 1.8? What is he, going broke? How did Lizzo get more than Eminem? Hold on, let's go back on those. How did Meg Thee Stallion get twice as much as Eminem? Lizzo got 500K more. Well, that's Beyonce. I mean, come on. That's Beyonce. She literally got like 5 times as much as Eminem, but that's Beyonce. We come on. We all know Beyonce's up there. Tier 1 of the celebrities, upper echelon. It doesn't get any bigger than that. Her celebrity status is unrivaled. But Eminem going for 1.8 and Lizzo going for 2. That's egregious. I ain't gonna lie. Eminem, the same Eminem that ruled the early 2000s, the same Eminem that dominated the music industry, you know, for the better part of my childhood. I refuse to believe it. He did this for 1.8. What dirt do they have on Eminem? Like, I gotta know. At this point, I'm questioning the whole thing.
And Eminem 1.8. Eminem, I'm disappointed. And also, if you believe in something and truly stand for something, why do you need to pay for it? Obviously, they never believed in it, or they wouldn't have taken the money.
Guys. Listen to
That's what I was saying about the Republican endorsements for Trump. Like Dana White, a personal friend. Hulk Hogan, a personal friend. Kid Rock, a personal friend. Even if you go down the list, like, and I'm not saying that they didn't have some paid endorsements, because they may very well have. But even if you go down the list like Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell, these guys have been Trump supporters for the better part of the last 3-4 years when he wasn't campaigning. And, you know, it's like I said, this is the side of the rebel. So if you've been ostracized, or if you're trying to rebel against mainstream culture, you don't even need to necessarily be paid. You just it's just one of those things you want to do for your own brand, for your own characters. Come out and support Trump. It's a middle finger to the establishment, a middle finger to the party of censorship and the other side. So a lot of these folks a lot of these celebrities that did come out and publicly endorse Trump, like Joe Rogan, you think he was paid? He did that in the last 2 weeks of the campaign. Like, these guys have already come out and said they weren't paid as well. So, I mean, not saying people don't lie, but if we go off of their word, they weren't paid. There's no money trail. The celebrities on Kamala's side, they've already released the numbers and ain't nobody trying to refute it. So I think it's safe to say those guys were paid. And I'm not going to say everybody on Trump's side wasn't paid, but most people just wanted to support Trump because they felt like his message was just. But shout out Vladstein, $5 because Eminem was promised to get pegged by Oprah like the little he is. Damn. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Eminem, when I was a kid, top tier, bro. Arguably the greatest rapper. Eminem in 2024, man, he's a liberal, cucked out version of his former self. Sad to see. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
I can't get over these numbers. $10 million for Beyonce.
What?
To step up and back Kamala Harris publicly. $5 million for Megan Thee Stallion. $3 million for Lizzo. $1.8 million for Eminem. I mean, is that normally how it goes? You spend 20.
Hold on a second. So, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. How much do you think Donald Trump paid him? Do you think Donald Trump can afford Elon Musk? I don't think so. So you're telling me these fake relationships is what you guys wanted in the government? People paying people to act like they like each other. Y'all playing too much.
We wanted someone as funny as Kamala to be our president, so we could have a good laugh every single day.
The clown maker.
Oh, Dean, I'm so surprised and shocked that Kamala lost the election. I know, Harry. I guess America's more racist, sexist, xenophobic, homophobic, and transphobic than I thought. Oh my God, you took the words right out of my mouth, Dean.
This is actually spot on. He's talking about these Muppets, aka the Beta Boys.
Beta! Because his economic policies assisted the Midwest in a huge way due to his corporate tax cuts. And what it allowed, because there was such a huge stranglehold by Democrats, especially in this state, with localization of taxes, especially in industry, it allowed them to get what they needed the most, which was access to capital, and assisted them in expanding. It was extremely helpful, and I'm hoping that he'll start making moves back to similar economic policies, which would help the local trade.
Yeah, okay, so I have a question. In terms of the corporate tax rate that's at, can you name me one point in American history that you'd point to where the corporate tax rate was that low, where we saw, like, good effects on the economy?
Yeah, during the Trump administration.
Okay, I'm referencing other than the Trump administration.
Yeah, but why would that, I don't understand why that's a non sequitur. During the Trump administration, well, hang on, during the Trump administration, I just gave you my argument. My argument was that businesses in the Midwest needed to have access to
TikTok debate.
capital.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so listen, if you actually, I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that actually indicates there's only 0.04% annual GDP growth, specifically from the tax cuts.
Yeah, but you recognize
$1.9 trillion of debt-related spending.
Well, I'm happy to respond to this.
$28 billion to the economy.
Let's say it only, well, I'm going to explain. So,
middle of my sentence?
Well, okay, so the thing is that you're throwing out more red herrings, but I'm willing to respond directly to this.
What's a red herring?
Well, so you're trying to get me to look at something that's beside my point.
It's not beside your point. I was currently making a point and you cut me off.
Well, can you respond to my point? The GDP would have nothing to do with what I said, zero.
So, okay, so if the corporate tax cut was beneficial, it would have caused an increase in the GDP, right? Increase in...
Well, it did. By your own admission, it did. You just don't like how much it did.
By 0.04%.
Yeah, so why would that matter for the localization in the Midwest?
It added 0.04% to the annual GDP.
So it added to the GDP?
Which is about $28 billion per year.
Yeah.
So it nowhere near paid for itself.
How does that address my point, Parker?
To justify the spending.
How does that address my point? Can you steel man my argument for me so I know you understand it?
Yeah, so you think that it builds up American manufacturing?
That's not what I said, Parker. What did I say? I said in the Midwest, specifically inside of the Midwest, which is where all the automotive plants.
Midwest.
Yes. So can you address what the Midwest growth looked like, Parker?
Well, I was referencing the...
Yeah, I know what you're referencing. You're referencing red herring. Can you reference what the Midwest growth was? Yes, it would. The overarching GDP would be a reference from all 50 states. Many of them have Democrat controllers. They have their own tax brackets. They have all of this. What I'm asking, I'm asking specifically if you can address my point for the Midwest specifically.
The effect on the GDP, according to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Which has what to do with my point, Parker?
$1.9 trillion is not justified, given that it only added...
I don't know. Something about this type of debating... regardless of how strong either side's argument might be, something about it just is rather pointless to me. Like, when you can't concede a point when faced with clear logic and you're just kind of trying to debate your point, which is proven to be weak, regardless of how eloquent or articulate you might want to come across, it's fruitless, honestly. This type of debating is senseless to me. At a certain point, neither one of them are going to concede a point, so you're just going to hear a whole bunch of back and forth and both parties talking past each other. It's not the type of debates I like. Either roast, completely eviscerate, to where the other party just has to fully concede and can't refute any point, or if you're going to have a debate back and forth on two sides who are diametrically opposed, at least have it in good faith. This is not a debate had in good faith. Neither side was either going to come in here and be like, you know what, you make a good point with that one. And I don't like those type of debates where that's not the case. Like, both of these sides are, I guess, too strong-willed, or we're never going to see or have any common ground in this debate. It was just more going to be a back and forth, like, oh, who can make each other look silly? Like, who can come on here and make the other one look silly? This is that type of debate. And I don't like those type of debates.
Has nothing to do with my point.
$1.9 trillion in spending is the overall country spending this, and then it only added $28 billion.
Jordan Lee Peterson, beta. Shout out Vlastine, $2
per year.
Okay, Parker, first of all,
okay, that's very low. Very low ROI, right? Very low. So why would we use the money to do this rather to invest in
pot smoking slut?
Other things in the economy?
Okay, so Parker, you still aren't actually addressing my point.
See, this Parker kid, he's a TikTok debater that speaks quickly and in circles to try and confuse people and throw them off. And it works on the TikTok donuts, but it's not going to work on Andrew Wilson.
Hope your day gets better.
Shut the fuck up!
Positive energy.
I reckon MJ...
Hold on a second. I was about to say, like, is that the king of pop live in the flesh? Like, MJ, when you come back, I got so much to tell you. Bro, you done missed so much. Like, man, where do I start? Oh, my God, bro. Good to see you, bro. Music has been trash. The culture is in the shitter. Like, bro, we need you now more than ever. I ain't gonna lie. You got to make a call to Donald Trump, man. He probably would be elated to hear from you.
Jay would have voted for Trump after looking at this picture. He might have even done a little moonwalk at a Trump rally.
You ever seen Magic? Well, pick a number between 1 and 100. No. I'm not asking you.
37.
37? Just open that up, please. everything come up to us.
All right, big
I know
boy.
I'm a man. Did you get that? Did you get her misgendering me?
What a hypocrite.
Boom, it's over. Oh, 37! There you go, thank you. Thanks, guys. You're just mad because we got it right, and it actually was 37. Okay, have a good day. Thank you.
Say you were president tomorrow. Where would you send taxpayer money?
Everybody can keep their own money.
No taxation?
No taxes, because this is America. We got a money printing machine.
Yeah.
Why are we paying taxes? Everybody keep their money.
Okay.
I like that. I agree.
Keep it all?
Keep it all.
Someone show this donut a YouTube video on economics or something. Actually, don't even bother because she still won't get it.
I knew her opinion should have been invalidated when I seen her with the whole Ed Hardy fit. Like, bitch, this ain't 2010. God damn it. She dressed like it's a night out and we finna hit the skating rink. Like, man, fuck out of here.
You do not want to get in trouble out here. This is Trump, everything, and the sheriff lives next door.
Yeah, meanwhile, in a new Beyonce studies class.
I'm going to be leaving the U.S. and I'm going to be moving to Hawaii.
God damn, there's a lot of stupid bastards walking around.
What kind of Native Americans did they even survey? What Native American did they survey that told them they were going to vote for Donald Trump?
Because we believe that life is sacred at all stages. We know firsthand what those socialist programs that you guys want to instill, we know what they do. We have free healthcare, we have free education, and they're both bad. We have to travel farther, so gas costs more. The majority of our people are blue-collar workers. So when they shut down refineries and decided to go clean energy, a lot of us lost our jobs. And we serve in the United States military at a higher percentage rate than anybody else.
I swear to fucking God, if a man talks to me, the next time a fucking man yells at me when I'm walking down the street, I'm gonna lose my shit on them. Men are going to live in fear.
Send them up here to Michael.
Stop it. Yeah, I was just about to say, like, baby girl, check yourself into an asylum or to a psychiatric evaluation because men are gonna live in fear. Yeah, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Who are they supposed to fear? You and your crazy ass? Nah, if anything, I'm going to keep laughing at you, keep playing these clips, and keep getting this enjoyment out of y'all liberal tears, man. So satisfying. So satisfying. There's something about it, man. Seeing these people cry for nothing. When this man is going to turn the country in the right direction. Seeing these people cry off of lies, misinformation. Ah, man. Only thing I can do is continue to play the clips. It just, I could ignore it. I could just look past it and not play their tears, not play their mental health crisis out on my stream, you know, just for some engagement and for some laughs. But something about it, man. Like I said, maybe one day I'll be the bigger person. But today, not yet. Not yet.
So you thought Kamala would have brought change?
I would have hoped so, yes.
Okay. What kind of change were you hoping that you could have seen her implement?
I was hoping she was going to be able to take kind of what Joe Biden was planning on doing more for the LGBT community and bring that a little bit more.
Can you tell me what exactly that is? Because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Does he have a plan for the LGBTQ community?
I don't honestly know. So, you're adorable. You caught me.
It has finally happened. Donald Trump is headed right back to the White House.
Shout out Liberty Hangout, a little conservative channel. She's done some street interviews. I thought these were pretty funny too. Not as comedic, but it's still in the same light that it just kind of exposes people's mentality, exposes how little people know. They were ready to vote on Kamala off of, you know, their one issue of abortion and female rights, but when pressed on the issue of like, okay, well, what rights does Donald Trump challenge? They couldn't answer. So it's always funny to see them get exposed in real time.
Where he belongs. There was a massive red wave that went across the country that we were told was not going to happen, but they lied. We're here in Lakeland, Florida, asking people just out on the streets what they feel after learning about this accomplishment of Donald Trump's. Let's go see if anybody's a little upset. right, I don't have to ask you who you voted for.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so did you stay up the entire time?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, what did you think when you just saw everything rolling in and it's like swing states to Trump and everything, and then they called it?
You know, I guessed at the beginning that it would be a landslide, and I was right.
Did you guys stay up the whole night?
I tried to.
I stayed up till 2. Till 2? Okay. What was your reaction when you saw the results roll in and that was for Trump?
Well, we were actually at an election party prior to this, so we were all there for Trump. Pretty much. We were all, around like 10 o'clock, we all said that he's gonna win. Yeah. I was so nervous, but I know, I was scared to check my phone in the morning. It's either gonna be like really good or nobody's gonna say anything.
Did you stay up the whole time, or did you find out the next morning who won?
I went to bed around 11 o'clock.
Okay, yeah.
And it was already looking a little red, so I was already disappointed, so I just let it go.
Yeah, okay. So what was your reaction when you saw the results?
I was a little disappointed, but, you know, America decided, and that's what they wanted, was somebody who'd already done it. Change would have been great, but...
So you thought Kamala would have brought change?
I would have hoped so, yes.
Okay. What kind of change were you hoping that you could have seen her implement?
I was hoping she was going to be able to take kind of what Joe Biden was planning on doing more for the LGBT community and bring that a little bit more.
Can you tell me what exactly that is? Because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Does he have a plan for the LGBTQ community?
I don't honestly know. So, you're adorable. You caught me.
Or do you work for CNN?
I sure don't. Sure don't. And I sure don't work for Fox News either, so.
When they announced Trump was the winner at 1:30 a.m., what was your guys' reactions?
Well, I saw it the next morning, and I do have to say that I was relieved, if anything.
Relieved? Okay.
Yeah, I saw it the next morning too. We both worked, and I was definitely relieved. I'm ready for our prices to go down.
So Trump won?
Yep.
Were you expecting?
Based street interviews, man. And shout out, quick pause for the cause, man. We got over 500 of y'all in here, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in to tonight's stream. Let's go, man. You could be on Netflix watching Jake Paul get his ass beat by Mike Tyson, but you tuned in to my stream tonight, man. I appreciate y'all. So go ahead and double tap this screen if you're in here. Let's get the likes up. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. It's free. Just as free as fixing your credit with Dovely AI is, man. Shout out Dovely. I've pinned the link in the chat, man. Go ahead and click that. Take charge of your credit. Seamless sign up. Get it done in as little as 60 seconds, man. You're already on your phone. Don't waste any time. Hit that quick detour, man. Help yourself out. Boost your credit by up to 80 points, man. Shout out, Dovely. Back to the show.
Expecting that?
Yes, hoping for it.
Hoping for
Yes.
it. Okay, so when you saw the election results rolling in, at what point were you very confident that he was going to win?
I stayed up the whole time because I wanted to make sure. I was like, I'm not going to bed until I know exactly what it was. But, you know, I think the American people spoke, and, you know, I'm happy that Trump won. I agree with his policies. I think he is going to, you know, hoping that he's going to turn, you know, America around and the hardships that we've had the last 4 years. So, yeah, I'm happy with it.
Were you surprised of all the swing states went to him? Like, wow, this was not a close margin like they said. He won the popular vote. What does that tell you about our country?
We were talking about this a little bit today. The country just wasn't ready for a woman to be president, which was also a little bit disappointing. They wanted to go with somebody who they had before, something that they were more comfortable with. Regardless of some of the comments he makes, right, that offend some people, they were just comfortable with, you know, what he was going to do.
Yeah, do you think he did a good job the first time? You think that's what people were looking at, that maybe they were better off under him than under Biden and Kamala?
I think they were looking at how the economy was when he was...
All right, and shout out again, Liberty Hangout. Like I said, she does some interesting street interviews over there. I think she has a podcast as well. Conservative YouTube channel, man. We always going to show support to those folks over there. Spreading the message of truth, man. Appreciate her. All right, we're going to swing to this Piers Morgan. He had a nice little panel he put together today, man, kind of coming at some of these Hollywood celebs that just were so cocky in the fact that Kamala was going to win, man. I'm wondering, like I say, like how much did they get paid? What dirt do they got on them? Were they on the Epstein flights? Were at the Diddy parties? Like, what is it, man? Because no way y'all thought Kamala was just that good of a candidate. Like, come on. Some of these people I know are pretty intelligent. Some of these celebrities, they're not necessarily dumb. So to think that they supported Kamala because she was just the perfect candidate, the perfect politician, man, I'm trying to figure out what dirt they got on these people.
A catchphrase.
Kamala forever.
That's better. Okay, how about I'm down with democracy? It's just clean.
Unite for America! As if it matters what any of these, like, Hollywood actors think about politics. They are professional pretenders.
America rejected the political state and rejected Hollywood.
There's an important conversation we need to have about the toxicity amongst white dudes in this country.
The whiny liberal woman turned away so many would-be Democrat voters.
On the right, quote unquote, you don't really have these sort of saggy, very effeminate, whingy, cryy men. They seem pretty masculine. They seem like people that can actually do stuff.
There was an issue that was racial. I think it was gender, but I also think class played a major role in it.
Yes. I could take this claptrap before the election. President Trump's resounding victory was a stinging rebuke for many supporters of the star-studded Harris campaign, and the Democrat blame game has now begun in earnest. At the top of the hit list are the stars themselves, a cavalcade of Hollywood celebrities who warned that Trump, the sequel, would be a real-life disaster movie.
If you ask me if America is ready for its first woman president, I only got one thing to say. It's about damn time!
So I'm encouraging everybody to get out and vote, please.
First of all, I can't take advice from anybody who can't control their own personal weight. Sorry, Lizzo, I can't hear you on that. It's about damn time you start working out. Well, I guess you did, so I give you credit for the weight you did lose, but I'm gonna hold you accountable for the weight you still need to lose.
We are so happy to be standing here on this stage.
Yeah, hold on.
Now,
I got more.
Man, the ignorance speaks for itself on this one. Patience, I'm ready for patience. I'm waiting for patience. Teleprompter broke and it had her looking as goofy as she could have looked in that moment, honestly. I felt bad for her. It was pretty cringe. Not gonna lie. If I was the Harris campaign, I would ask for half of the money back. Like, baby girl, we asked you to come out there and read a speech, not come out there and look dumb. You just made us look bad. Like, come on. Like, we didn't expect much, but this, come on now. We asked you to smile and nod, and you couldn't even do that. You couldn't remember your speech? Your 60-second speech, you couldn't remember it? Yeah, give us half of that wire back.
Kamala Harris needs a catchphrase.
Kamala forever.
That's better. Okay, how about I'm down with democracy? It's just clean.
Pa que tú lo sepas, yo soy boricua.
Unite for America!
It ain't over till it's over.
Unfortunately, it is Mr. De Niro, but we all know now how the story ended. Instead of catapulting Harris to the White House, the parade of millionaire mouthpieces appears to have turned off voters who are more concerned about the lack of money in their own pockets and the state of the southern border. Now, the Washington Examiner reports that celebrities may have been paid small fortunes by the billion-dollar campaign, including a cool $1 million to Oprah Winfrey's production company. She denies any personal payment, but not the fact that $1 million went to her company. Tinseltown is not taking the feedback very well. A column in Variety this week said, stop blaming celebrity endorsements for Kamala's loss. We need to hear from artists now more than ever.
And shout out Vlastine, $2. Bro, WWE is coming to Netflix on January 6th. I think I've seen that on there. They're starting to do live events. I think they got some NFL games coming up. They got some other live events that I've seen them advertising on there. I think the fight, I think they're on either the co-main or the fight before the co-main right now. So, yeah, shout out everybody who's in here right now, man. You could be watching the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, but you're in here with S.E.T and Key Media. So that means you're one of the real ones, man. Like the video if you haven't already, man. We appreciate y'all's support. And shout out Vlastine, man.
Do we? Or is the message from this result that maybe we need to hear a lot less from them? But there are some green shoots. Mastermind George Clooney, who led the Biden ruthless coup, says he's taking a step back from politics. The question is whether his peers will follow him and whether Hollywood will now learn that maybe woke really is broke. Well, here to debate is YouTube's premier pop cultural commentator, Gary Beekler from the Rhetoric channel, author and critic Will Jordan, aka The Critical Drinker, whose own movie Rogue Elements, a Ryan Drake story, hits YouTube on November 25th. And joining the boys, Uncensored's own Esther Crack.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie, man. Quite the weekend for fight fans. Combat sports fans, man. Shoot, we really got reason to rejoice for real. We got the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson tonight. Got the John Jones, Stipich, I forgot to say his name. John Bones Jones fight tonight, UFC tomorrow night. I mean, good weekend for combat sports fans.
Plus, Ernest Owens, author of The Case for Cancel Culture. Ernest, let me start with you. Isn't there a better case, given that a lot of celebrities have led the charge for cancel culture over the years? Is it not time to cancel a lot of them when it comes to politics and just to keep their big unwanted noses out of it? Because nobody seemed to listen to any of them at this election. In fact, they actively went and voted for the big bad guy.
I think it's funny how every election cycle people begin to backtrack and be hypocritical about where their stances are. Look, both candidates had celebrity endorsements. Amber Rose, Kid Rock, they were pushing for Trump, some NFL players as well. So I don't really think to try to make this a celebrity focal point is necessarily what really happened here in the United States. I think what really happened here was that people had an issue with wealth in general. And the Republicans did a good job of hiding their wealth, right? They had a billionaire running for re-election, yet they were trying to act like only the Democrats and the Hollywood elite and the wealthy were on the side of the Harris campaign. I think that there was an issue that was racial. I think it was gender, but I also think class played a major role in it.
Oh, there wasn't, honestly, Ernest. Yeah. I could take this claptrap before the election, but the idea that Kamala Harris lost because of her skin color or her gender or any of the rest of it is total bullshit. She lost because she was a terrible candidate who had no real policies, and her only playbook was to go right back to Hillary Clinton, who also lost, and say, here are my famous mates, and by the way, Trump's a Nazi and the new Hitler. That's all she had.
Another woman. You notice the pattern you just mentioned, that Trump loses to men. He loses to men, but he beats women. So no pun intended.
I'm sorry, Ernest. You sound desperate. Let me bring in Nadrotic.
Sure. You can't even vote.
Sorry, but
you didn't even vote in this election. You couldn't.
He loses to men, but he beats women. That was a very, very poor attempt at a joke, and it didn't land. And shout out Pierce for calling him out, because, bro, like, what the hell? There's gays for Trump, so your whole argument is just a silly one.
Couldn't even vote if you wanted
Ernest, you're talking nonsense.
So,
let me bring it. Ernest.
He's going off of this whole trope of like, oh, well, Trump hates gays and he doesn't do anything for the gays and no gays should vote for him. But like I said, there's a whole gays for Trump movement, so I'm not sure if he's aware of that, but it just kind of makes him look silly. Like I said, some of these tired-ass narratives really got to get put to bed now that Trump has won. But you still got people like him coming on national platforms, Piers Morgan Uncensored, really still just spewing out this ignorance. It's kind of funny to see. A week later, and people are still just, like I said, stewing in their ignorance.
Are you want to
Ernest,
calm
down. That's enough claptrap for this part of the segment. Hang on. Let me bring in Nadrotic. Nadrotic, the thing is, when the Democrats are trying to explain why they lost literally everything to Trump in this election, it kind of sounds very hollow, because the truth is, it was pretty much everything. It was economy, it was immigration, it was wokeism, and I genuinely do think it was Kamala Harris just producing endless celebrities, multimillionaires, coming out of their mansions to tell the people to vote for it. I just think it backfired. People don't want to hear it.
America absolutely rejected that entire apparatus, which is the woke mind virus and all the issues that have faced us over the past 4 years. And we had a very unique election. We had a choice between a president we've already lived under for 4 years and the previous administration. So that's very unique in my lifetime, probably never see it again. And the choice was clear. I did vote, by the way, for President Trump happily, because I'm tired of this crap. And you know, I'm not the kind of guy who says, I told you so, but a lot of us in my sphere have been telling you this for years. They have been fighting against the grain, peers. And it finally, the American public had enough.
Yeah. I mean, Esther, these are two celebrity messages post the election. John Cusack, who drank so much woke Kool-Aid, I'm surprised he can get out of his bedroom in the morning. He said the fact that the country would choose to destroy itself by voting in a convicted felon, rapist, and Nazi is a sign of deep nihilism. To put it mildly, wouldn't like to see him putting it non-mildly, but it's that kind of hysteria, which is just so self-defeating for the Democrats, isn't it?
I think people rejected these Hollywood stars, which mainly because of what Hollywood is, right? Hollywood as an industry has produced its fair share of predators and sexual deviants and addicts. I mean, the idea that people like J.Lo, whose super predator ex, now she runs away from mention of like her hair is on fire, is laughable, right? Why would anyone vote for someone's tax policy based on what Taylor Swift?
That is kind of, honestly, is just glaringly obvious how all these celebrities who had really close personal ties with Diddy are all but silent in the media now. Like, ain't nobody said nothing. Nobody wants to address it. Nobody has even said, man, yeah, I just hope he gets a fair shake. You know, I hope our judicial system does right by him and, you know, guilty if guilty, innocent if innocent. Nobody's even touched the topic or the subject. It's kind of funny to see. And like I say, a lot of times where there's smoke, there's fire. So I think every celebrity who knows they're wrapped up with Diddy is just kind of hoping their card doesn't get pulled once some of these names start to get released. But hey, who knows? We're still waiting on these Epstein flight logs and, you know, who was on that island with them. Trump said there's reports that say Trump said he might release that. But hey, I'm still waiting. I still want to see. I still need to know. I feel like it's definitely pertinent to a lot of the things going on right now. And I feel like that's something that should be released. And we should be able to access that, you know, as the public. Inquiring minds want to know. But the same with the Diddy list, man. It is kind of funny because there's some names on that list. A lot of our favorite celebrities are on those lists. So we'll see as, you know, time unfolds, you know, who is culpable and who's not.
Says it's like asking a badger for medical advice. It doesn't make sense. It wasn't just a rejection. It wasn't just a rejection of Hollywood and the industry and the debauchery and all the things that are wrong with them that they should probably take a look in the mirror and sort themselves out. It was the fact that these people are uniquely narcissistic. How dare you think that because you can sing and dance and act and play pretend, you somehow get to tell us who to vote for based on the Ukraine war? They can't even find Ukraine on a map. It's ludicrous. So I'm happy that they've now been soundly rejected, and hopefully this is some time for some reflection and to actually realize that they're not as important as they think they are.
Yeah, there are two things I just don't want to hear much from Hollywood again. One is political advice about how I should vote, and secondly, it's moral guidance. I mean, this is the town that let Harvey Weinstein do his stuff for God knows how long, and then they all pretended they knew nothing about any of it. It's like, do me a favour. And I think it's a pretty morally bankrupt place. Critical drinker, I mean, Ariana Grande, another message the next day after the election, holding the hand of every person who is feeling the immeasurable heaviness of this outcome today. The reality is, I was in New York, and I was there in 2016, and I was there again this time. The difference was unbelievable. And I would chart it back to when I went to the Madison Square Garden rally, just out of curiosity. And the Secret Service guy there, who was one of Trump's guys, said they were expecting thousands of protesters, as they would have had in 2016. 150 people turned up to watch Trump do a rally in the middle of Manhattan. And I remember saying to friends then, Trump's won this by a landslide. If even Manhattan's New York wokies can't get out of bed to come and shout at him when he's in the heart of their city, then I just think they've given up. And then you saw the reaction after the election. I was walking the streets of Manhattan, New York. There was nothing. There wasn't a single protest march. There was nothing. So they can all claim that they think he's the new Hitler. But I kind of think if the new Hitler had just been elected president of the United States, some of them might have joined a little march somewhere, but there weren't any anywhere. So where are we with all this, do you think, critical drinker?
Well, I think for a start, if he was going to destroy America and put people in prison camps and stuff, he probably would have done it in his first administration. He had 4 years to do all that stuff, and he never did any of it. So I don't know where they get that idea from. And second, I love the idea that someone like Ariana Grande is going to have a political opinion about this. Like, people are actually going to go to.
And that's why I say it is kind of sad that a lot of people get their political reference from some of these celebrities who just aren't politically engaged. Like I said, these people could care less about the outcome of an election. They're rich. They're absorbently rich, bro. They're going to hop on a PJ. They're going to be in the Maldives. They're going to be living an luxurious, opulent lifestyle, regardless of who gets in there. So for them to get up there and say, like, oh, they're challenging women's rights, or for LeBron to say, oh, I just want a future for my daughter. Like, bro, you guys are multi-millionaires, billionaires. Like, the pandering needs to stop at a certain point in time. And honestly, they're not going to stop doing this. So I turn the responsibility back on us, the people, to be able to sift through that and realize what they're doing. Like, trust me, like, they don't care. They don't care. They'll go and support whatever candidate pays them enough. And this is the reason why they always side with the leftists, because that's just a popular party. Like, yes, Donald Trump won the popular vote. Yes, he's surging with popularity right now. But in general, I'll be honest, just the left, the Democratic Party, they're their most popular. They're the popular side. It's a nonstop party over there. All the celebrities, as I'm detailing right now, all the entertainers, athletes, anybody of notoriety is over on that side, or most people are. And then if you identify with the GOP or the Republican side, you're scared to say so. You're not really as public about it. It's something that you might address, but 9 out of 10 times as a celebrity, it's dangerous for you to do that. You know, danger to your career, your popularity, your brand, all that good stuff. Like, think about it. This election right here alone showed, even celebrity or not, you can support Trump all you want, but it might not be something you necessarily want to say in public, you know, for good reason. I can understand why a lot of people wouldn't want to say it, but the point remains true. These celebrities over on the side, they don't really care about politics. They'll tell us whatever they're told us. They'll tell us whatever they're told to tell us in exchange for a bag. And it is what it is. That's just what politics have turned into now. Celebrity endorsements. And that's all the left really runs on. I mean, at least for Kamala, that was the case.
To her and say, what is her take on this? I wonder, who cares? You're a fucking singer. As if it matters what you think about politics. As if it matters what any of these like Hollywood actors think about politics. As Gary quite rightly called them once, they are professional pretenders. Their one and only skill is their ability to say lines written by someone else in a fairly convincing manner. That's it. I don't care what you guys think about the war in Ukraine or the economy or the current political climate in America. Who cares?
You know, I had talking of immeasurable heaviness and hands and so on. I actually met Ariana Grande randomly in a restaurant in Beverly Hills a few years ago, and I'd been criticizing her on Twitter.
I'm weak as hell. Y'all got to look up this video of Ariana Grande when she was younger, licking donuts and putting them back. That right there alone shows the privilege of these people. I know, kind of unrelated, but it's related to me because I'm just like, bro, these celebrities, they don't care. They'll do whatever. There's no backlash for anything they do. They just live in a different type of bubble, operate on a different type of time than your average person. Bitch was licking donuts and putting them back for the regular people to buy. Disgusting, bro. Disgusting. Now I'm supposed to take a political opinion from her 10 years later. Yeah, miss me with that shit. And shout out Maya, $2. Good to see you in here, girl. What's up? Ricky Gervais called it out so good at the Oscars. Shit, I might have to pull that clip up. Maya, send me that clip in the email if you don't mind. I might pull it up, or I might just want to watch it. But if you can find it, yeah, send it to me, and I'll pull it up, actually.
Twitter, and her mum had joined in. And anyway, long story short, she came and joined me in this booth.
Yeah, right.
And I felt the immeasurable heaviness of her hands around my neck, trying to throttle me in a friendly way, as she pointed out the errors of my ways. Anyway, we resolved things over a couple of bottles of extremely expensive red wine that she bought. And she was there with all her team, her production team, and they were celebrating having 3 #1 hits off the bounce in the Billboard Hot 100. And I was so happy for her because she's a very talented singer. But I don't care. that she wants me to vote for Kamala Harris. I want to know what Kamala Harris, if I'm an American, is going to do to improve my life. And there was way too much of, look at my famous friends, they all like me. And by the way, he's the bad devil and you can't vote for him. And there was nothing on the what I'm going to do to make your country better bone. Let me come back to you, Ernest, because you're obviously in your defending the indefensible mode. Do you accept that one of the reasons, outside of the cost of living crisis stroke inflation, which was clearly a big issue for people, and the chaos of the southern border, up to 10 million people coming in illegally was just ridiculous, whoever's president. Putting those two big issues aside, the third thing that really hit home with people was the wokeism issue. And I read a column for the New York Post saying, I really do think this is a tipping point. I think it's the moment woke began to die. I think just when you see so many Latinos and Black Americans voting for the guy that they've been told was a racist, so many Jews voting for the new Hitler, et cetera, they're basically doing a big two fingers up to the whole thing and saying, we just don't believe any of it's crap anymore. You've out-woked yourselves. And by the way, if you want to keep telling me that biological men should be allowed to beat up women in boxing rings in the Olympics, I'm never going to vote for you again. Ernest, your thoughts?
Yeah.
Are you going?
Argument could be made for that. I really, you get trans people have came on Piers Morgan's panels and said like, yeah, that's not what we advocate for. That's not what we're trying to push. Like that challenges the integrity of our movement, and anybody who's saying that is really not an ally of what we have going on. So that's why I say, who really is supporting or a proponent of men and women sports? Like, if you are, man, in front of the chat right now, I got some questions I want to ask you. Me and the rest of the chat need to know some things. But that's just kind of one of those things where I'm just wondering, like, yeah, where are these people? We need to, yeah, raise your hand right now if you're a proponent of men and women's sports. Okay, okay, cool, yeah. Everybody else to the side, yeah. Everybody else but these weirdos over here. Now we got to question you three weirdos because what the fuck y'all got going on?
Actually, let me have them.
Yes, if you have anything that could actually respond to that.
Sure. Yeah, actually. So for starters, I would just say that a lot of these issues and the narratives of them and the misinformation about a lot of those issues, people are going to have to just F around and find out, to be honest.
What's the misinformation? What misinformation?
A lot of, I would
That's what
say
the Democrats did.
A lot of the promises, sure. Here's the thing. People's lives are going to be impacted regardless.
What misinformation, Ernest?
I'm going to get there. So the tariffs, right? About what he's going to do economically with tariffs. What is he going to do about immigration issues? His policies, the people he's going to put in his cabinet. Look, we can be here and we can go.
Appreciate y'all support to tonight's stream, man. Quick pause for the cause. Let's get the likes up, y'all. We got over 300 of y'all in here, man. It's been a good stream thus far, man. We're going to keep it going. Really just getting started. I got some more videos I want to pull up for y'all. Of course, we like to keep it interactive and engaging, so super chat in $1 or more. Y'all got any thoughts, questions, comments, video suggestions, poll suggestions y'all want me to get going, kickstart? Of course, man, I got y'all. I'll read it aloud or engage with you. $1 or more super chat is all I ask, man. Support the stream, support the channel. Support your content creators, man, Set and Key Media. But again, all we ask for is a like. So go ahead and double tap that screen. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. It is free, just as free as WAI is, man. Go ahead and sign up for the service, man. Take charge of your credit. Boost your score by up to 80 points. They also offer credit monitoring as well. Man, close out the year on a good note, man. Take charge of your credit with Dovely. Free service again. Shout out Dovely, man. And let AI do all the work, man. Like I said, sign up, seamless, 60 seconds. Hands off. AI does it for you, man. You can't beat it. Shout out Dovely.
Misinformation. Talk about who's better. Can I finish?
What's the misinformation?
Okay, tariffs, the economic plan that he has.
What about
There's some misinformation there. Project 2025, which he denied he was going to do. And now his people have said that was a part of the plan. So which one is it, right?
No, you see, Ernest, the trouble is, the disinformation, Ernest, is actually now coming from your mouth. That's the problem.
He literally said, so let me correct you again, Pierce. He literally said that he was not affiliated with Project 2025. Now his biggest advisors are saying that that was a part of the plan, including Steve Bannon.
They're trolling.
Okay,
They're trolling.
on
familiar with the
something.
concept
Okay.
of a joke, right?
We'll see.
Yes.
So we'll see. We'll see if they're trolling. We'll see. We'll find out. But people are going to be impacted whether or not he is or isn't. But for a presidential candidate and his advisor,
this guy is the type of take anything literally. It's like Matt Walsh came out the other day on Twitter and said, oh, now that we've won, we could tell them about how real Project 2025 is. He's the type to see that and be like, oh, see, I told you they were going to do it. Like, bro, come on, bro. Come on, bro. It was satire, bro. It was sarcasm. But these people, bro, they can't take a joke. They cannot take a joke. These are the same people that have killed comedy. The same people that have killed comedy. I swear, you have to be literal around these people. And even when you are, you can low-key still get shot in the foot. You can low-key still get it twisted against you. Like, gotta watch your words around people like that. It's crazy. Worst type of people to be around, I swear. And I know some good liberals. I know some good gays, but people like that, bro, they kill me. I'm just like, okay, like, if it ain't what you want to hear, you're just going to twist it. Like I said, you can't tell jokes around these people. You have to be literal. You can't speak facetiously. Sarcasm isn't appreciated. Bro, it's just not fun times. Not fun times.
They'll be trolling after an important election. Shows you how immature and unserious they are.
I find it incredible
Dude,
that the party that decided to call.
Yeah, hang on one sec, critical trigger. Let Esther finish, then I'll bring you back in.
I find it incredible that the party that decided to call tens of millions of Hispanics Latinx didn't see a beat down on the horizon. What Hispanic person do you know that you can go up and say, "Oh, you're Latinx"? That wouldn't punch you across the face. I mean, it's ludicrous.
Yes, ridiculous.
That's like calling me Africanix.
Why don't you ask the Latinos? Do you want to be called Latinx? No, none of them did.
It's
it
weird.
turned out. By the way, none of them seemed remotely offended by the comedians joke about Puerto Rico. None of them. Didn't make any difference. No sign that any Puerto Ricans gave a damn. They saw that this guy's a roaster who roasted everybody, including his own mother, in the same speech, and just thought, you know what, he's quite funny. That's what roasters do.
Listen, we'll find out.
Meanwhile, Ernest is throwing his toys out of a stroller for 5 days about it, thinking the whole election just swung because the comedian offended Puerto Rico. It's like, they didn't, buddy. They had a sense of humor.
The fact that advisors are trolling and we are getting comedy back and more Puerto Ricans voted in this election than ever, that Tony Hinchcliffe, by the way, from Kill Tony pointed out, he's an international treasure. Is the world healing? And we can laugh at ourselves again.
No, the point is, Ernest, Puerto Ricans didn't think it impacted them. They saw it as a joke. And he didn't mean it to be offensive. He was just rinsing everybody. Let me ask you, Ernest, at some point, you deluded Democrats are going to have to face the music in your mirrors and realize that every single thing you stood for in this election got destroyed by the opposition. They vote, the American people, black, white, Jewish, Muslim, everybody gravitated to the bad guy. Because they're sick of this crap. Let me bring in
Project 2025 happens, all of you all, if Project 2025 happens,
bro, and we're saying the same thing. You're saying if Project 2025 happens, oh, y'all are going to look up in 6 months to a year and be crying and y'all voted for this, so y'all are going to have nobody to blame. We're saying the same thing over on this side. I've literally been calling out for the past week and I'm extending it. In 6 to 18 months, y'all are all going to look up and be like, well, damn, I was talking big shit about Donald Trump, his supporters. I cut off my family. I done broke up with my girlfriend, my boyfriend. My coworkers don't talk to me. I block people on Facebook. I made a TikTok over here calling internet strangers crazy for voting for him. In 6 to 18 months, man, I want y'all to look up and when the economy is moving a little bit better, when you got a raise at your job, when, prices at the grocery store, prices for goods and services, energy prices are kind of subsiding and, things are looking affordable. Things are looking a little bit more manageable than they have been in the last 4 years. I want y'all to really be honest with yourselves. Y'all will have to be honest and please show a bit of transparency and admit like, well, damn, like I said, I was hating on him, but damn, I can't lie. I am in a better spot. So you're saying Project 2025. I'm saying give it some time into 2025. We're both on the same side, really. Give it some time. You're saying he's going to enact Project 2025. I say give it some time into year 2025, and you're going to be loving the man. So two sides of the same fence.
It's not going to happen.
What if it doesn't? Are you going to apologize?
Then we get the shake machine.
Oh, and shout out guest dude, $2. He would shit his eyebrows if he saw my plans. Nah, facts, bro. Hey, do not expose them to this, man, bro. You'd probably do a backflip and, bro, you had this man going full fetus, full infant. Like, he'd go full baby mode, cry baby mode activated. This man can't even handle the stuff that Donald Trump has said, let alone if you get to talking, bro.
2025 doesn't happen. Will you apologize?
What am I apologizing for? I hope that we have a smart Congress that blocks this nonsense. I hope that there will be checks and balances in place that it does not happen.
All right, let me bring the trolley back in. Let me bring the trolley back in. All right, the trolley, on a wider point about culture, celebrity power and everything else, what do you think happens going forward now? Because we've been, saying how ridiculous these big stars were, but there's got to be a moment of reckoning for them too, where it almost becomes brand damaging now to get involved in this stuff. You look ridiculous. I mean, George Clooney, the way he behaved all summer looked ridiculous.
Yeah, let's not forget that the adult pretender still has a lot of sway with the political ruling class. It was George Clooney who penned the letter that got the big guy to step down.
Yeah.
And the article you referred to from Variety that I'm doing a video on right now, sorry to plug, but that they are trying to deny the fact that they said, basically adult pretenders and celebrities don't really move the needle, but it doesn't have an adverse effect. And that's what you said earlier is complete bullshit.
Yeah.
The celebrity endorsement is dead. We'll still get it all day long. We'll get it. But what they're going to have to deal with is the overall brand damage to their.
I don't think it's necessary. And like I said, I think I don't know how they'd implement it. I'd have to do some research and maybe conceptualize an idea how to go about it my damn self. But I really think they should bar celebrity endorsements. Like, people are willfully misled, misinformed, and undereducated, I'll say. Information is out there, but people refuse to do the legwork to access it for themselves. So naturally, inherently, especially with the value we place on these idols, these celebrity Hollywood idols that we appoint, I'll say we're just taking their opinions without really doing too much background research or challenging on our own. So we just take their opinions, we take what they tell us, and we accept it as truth without really, doing any pushback or research on our own. As I said, it just fits our self-confirming bias. It's almost like a large-scale echo chamber. So to that point, I really just think it's unhealthy for us to continue to allow celebrities to endorse candidates, on both sides, honestly. I think that if we stick to a strictly policy format where both candidates debate and politic and campaign off of policy alone and not TV celebrity endorsements, then I think you will have a much more authentic, a much more genuine campaign and election process. That's just me, though. That's just me. But again, I'm not the type of guy who's going to vote for whatever candidate just because my favorite athlete or singer said to. But I know a lot of people are. So I don't know, something about how it's done. I feel like we could have a better electoral process if we just kind of remove that portion of it.
Industry that they've had over the last decade. And this is just the culmination. The election is exactly the same thing. America rejected the political state and rejected Hollywood and everything Hollywood was about.
And the other thing, women didn't buy in to this narrative from the Democrats that on the one hand, critical drinker, we're the party for women's rights. So you got to vote for us because of, say, abortion, okay, and abortion rights. Okay, it's a big issue, but America's pretty split on that. But at the same time, the same party that's all for women's rights, and he's the bad guy who doesn't want women to have any rights, they also were supporting things like transgender athletes being allowed to compete in women's sport, right? And that was just for most women, just like, what? Why would you do that? That's obviously damaging to women's rights. And there was that double standard and hypocrisy that I think drove a lot of women to go and vote for Trump, who just said quite simply, sorry, but if you're born biological male, you will not be competing against women in my administration. Well, good.
And shout out guest dude, $5. Make Canada a national park. Oh boy, here we go. Not as catchy as MAGA, I'll admit, but it would make a hell of a hat. Same as in the cocaine hippo apocalypse. That's a dub. Oh boy, man, we got a guest dude in here, bro. It's about to get hairy, man. Shout out guest dude. Shout out guest dude.
Sorry, and I just want kids being mutilated before they've gone through puberty. Good. This is all stuff that, as a liberal guy, which I am, I'm completely in favour of. So if I am, so I can tell you, are the majority of Americans.
You're not liberal.
Guarantee it. Critical drinking.
I think at a certain point, common sense takes priority over partisan politics, and I think this election is probably a good example of that, where the average person just sees things that don't make any sense to them anymore and say, "No, I'm not doing this. I'm not voting for this. This is nonsense. I have to go for the other guy, even if I don't like him." And perhaps that's what happened in this case.
Yeah, I agree.
I think.
Hang on, I want to bring in just as part of our debate here, a notorious part of the star-studded Kamala campaign was the White Dudes for Harris movement, which looked and sounded like this.
I'm white, I'm a dude, and I'm for Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration was the most successful legislative administration.
The idea that men can gather to talk about how we feel. Interesting, powerful concept. Which is why right now I am begging all of you to smash that donate button, because we owe it to the next generation of girls to not go through that hellscape times 2025 all over again.
Well, joining me now is the founder of that movement, the archetypal white dude for Harris, and a senior advisor of the Harris campaign, Mike Nellis. Well, Mike, thank you for coming on to Face the Music. I can't imagine it's been a comfortable week for you, because it turned out the white dudes all went and voted for the bad guy, Donald Trump.
Well, I wouldn't frame it like that, Piers, but obviously it was a tough week for Democrats. I mean, there is evidence in the exit polls that white men, both college-educated and uncollege-educated, voted for Kamala Harris more than they did for Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton in the previous two presidential elections. But I think there's an important conversation we need to have about the toxicity that exists in amongst white dudes in this country. I think we need to have a conversation about identity politics.
White dudes for Harris. Oh boy, the movement is real.
I think we need to have a conversation about how we're going to move this country forward and get past the divisiveness. And what we did a few months ago was start a conversation inside the Democratic Party about how we're engaging with white men, how we're engaging with rural voters and other communities that Democrats don't do a very good job talking with.
Yeah, but you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when Gillette did that ridiculous new ad campaign several years ago, when they went away from sort of the chest-beating alpha male clutching a baby to sell their products and so on,
and they attacked the demographic, the very demographic who they sell to, men. Oh man, let me see if I can actually bring that ad up. Oh man, I don't know if y'all missed this, but this was crazy. This was crazy. I wondered what their goal was, like who in marketing came up with this, like. Must have been one of those DEI hires. Had to be some an affirmative action hire, because I couldn't understand it. Just a second, because I'd love to add context right here with this.
I don't know if the college.
Y'all tell me, man. Maybe I'm not as smart as I think I am, but I really couldn't have told you where they were going with this one. Oh, yes. It was an ad attacking toxic masculinity. That's what I was just like, oh, man. What the hell? Let me see if I can find the actual ad. Let me see. Is this the ad? Is it going to show it? All right, I think this is the ad. I think this is it.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement against sexual harassment.
Masculinity.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it? We can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy?
What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and
sexual harassment.
But she says
And there will be no going back. Because we believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold my words, but man, Terry Crews, you got me tight with that one, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Ain't you the same one who let a man grope you? You allowed an executive to grope you at a party because you said there was a power imbalance and you felt uncomfortable to retaliate? Bro, look up the Terry Crews stories. He literally let a man fondle him in front of other people. Again, because he decided he was scared to speak up out of the power imbalance. Some squid pro quo sexual harassment type shit.
Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool.
Bro, that was the crazy. This is the most egregious part of the ad for me. I ain't gonna lie, bro. If one of my homies do this, we not homies no more. We are not cool, bro. What are you trying to tell me right now? Huh? I'm hitting with the soldier boy like, huh? Like, y'all watch this part of the ad. I'm sorry. Watch this part of the ad again, too. The Terry Crews part and the last part. This is the craziest part of the ad. It starts off crazy, but it gets crazier.
We believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool.
Some already are.
Not cool, bro. You telling me I'm on the street, popular city, metropolitan area, New York, Chicago, D.C., L.A., Boston, Miami, Columbus, what have you. It doesn't matter. I'm chilling. I'm on the side, posted up, boulevarding, toothpick in my mouth. I see something nice, something of quality. Walk down the street, yammed up. I can't say what's up. I can't respectfully greet. Oh, yeah. I don't know how far we done went with this counter movement, this counter male movement. I don't know how far we went, but we've clearly lost the plot. Like, I can't respectfully approach now. Me respectfully approaching off of what I've seen and deemed attractive is now toxically masculine. Oh, yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie. Take me out the game, coach. Take me out the game, coach. I do not want to play anymore.
In ways big.
Yo, men.
Yo, not cool. Like,
And
right.
small.
Like, what the hell?
But some.
Stopping my son. Now we done gone too far. The boys are horse playing and they can't even horse play anymore. Like, bro, this is toxically masculine. Our son's horse playing. Our son's wrestling around. That's toxically masculine.
But some is not enough.
Right. Yo, I'm seeing it in the chat. Yo, y'all are hilarious. Imagine a lion stopping another lion like, nah, let that gazelle go, bro. You'd already done had enough food, bro. You didn't ate up enough for the week, bro. Let that one go. You're being toxically lion. You're being toxically predator. You're being toxically predatory, bro. Like, nah, bro. Just let that gazelle go, bro. You already had enough gazelle for the week. Like, bro, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, where are we at? Like, that's why some of this stuff you just gotta ask. You really just gotta question. It's healthy to question things, man. Where are we at? Like, come on, man. Come on now, dog. It's like the Boosie. Now, come on, dog. Come on now, dog.
And small.
I am strong.
But some is not enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay?
And I can understand that. Listen, I see some females' perspective in the chat, and with all due respect, I can appreciate the input. Trust me, I can. And there is such a thing as, knowing when to approach. There's such a thing, if you really want to get into some of the details, some of the analysis, code approaching, choosing signals to know when to approach, when not to approach. that might be time for a different, that might be appropriate for a different conversation. But to put it succinctly, I'll say this: before social media, before cell phones, how else were we supposed to interact with the other species, the other side of the sex? Like, how else did we interact with each other? Like, interpersonal communication, how else was that done? Like, I'm gonna have to say something to gauge the temperature, to see if you feeling me, to see if you're not feeling me. You know, now there's an appropriate way to do so in all settings and circumstance. Like, it might not be catcalling. It might not be, you know, giving an objective comment like, oh, I like that ass. Like, trust me, I get it. Respectful way to do it. But before social media, before phones, mainstream adaption, like, how were we interacting with each other? I'm going to have to say something to you if I see you outside. I'm working my job, or I'm commuting to my job, and I see you doing the same thing. Hey, how you doing? I like how you did your hair. You normally do it like that. Something simple, right? It doesn't always have to be like I say. So what am I trying to say? What's the phrase I'm trying to say? Something so forward as like I say, damn, baby, I like that shape. You know, listen, that might be some people's game, and it might not be appropriate for some. It might not be appropriate for most, but it's as simple as before social media, cell phones, dating apps, all that good stuff. I'm going to have to say something to approach you in person. There's no other way, and that's just how it was done. So I can understand your take. I get it. It might not always be appropriate. It might not always be warranted, and I can understand it. There's been times I low-key been going about my day, and somebody try to say something to me, and I'm just like I ain't gonna lie, not right now. Like, I'm low-key busy. I'm not in the mood. I got this and that going on. Like, I appreciate you. You look nice yourself, but yeah, thank you, but no thanks. So I get it. It's not always. Sometimes we don't even feel like engaging. Just in general, you might be completely absorbed in whatever task or whatever errand you're on. So it's not even necessarily like somebody approaching you that's the opposite sex. It's just like, okay, I'm busy right now. I think we all can admit that there's sometimes we get annoyed even when you're focusing in on a task and somebody's distracting you from it. I think it's more so that. Now again, with respect to your opinion and your perspective, I just don't understand before social media how else you could have went about that. I'm gonna have to say something to you in person.
Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Nah, facts though. But yeah, that was weird. Like, how you gonna attack dudes for being dudes? And dudes buy y'all product. Like, what the fuck was we thinking with this? I don't know. And Gillette, they literally lost stock after this. They stock plummeted after that. With good reason. Because I'm just like, what the hell? Like, who is this for? And who told y'all to put this out? Like, the goofiest shit I had seen, honestly. I didn't understand it. But yeah, just wanted to pull that up for y'all because I didn't know if I was the only one who had seen that or if everybody else in the chat is familiar with that too. Like, Gillette, goofy as hell.
Masculine ad to basically starting with a roll call video of horrible Me Too stories and demanding that men prove they're better than this. In other words, we think you're all...
Oh, shit, my bad, Vlad. $2. Sorry, off topic. How chewy are Jake Paul's ears? Oh, probably more chewy than Evander Holyfield's. But shit. I made a joke about... I made a joke about this. I was low-key just joking to myself earlier. Like, I don't know if y'all seen that presser where Jake Paul kind of like he bear crawled or monkey crawled up to Mike Tyson. I guess he accidentally stepped on his toe and Mike slapped him. He bitch slapped him, really. I was like, well, he could have did worse. He could have chewed that ear off. He could have been gnawing on that ear. So he getting a nice version of Mike Tyson. He's getting the chilled out, mushroomed version of Mike Tyson. Like, play with that boy 30 years ago, boy, he would have been chewing your ear like it was a piece of bubble gum.
Horrible men. But if you buy Gillette, we might help you become better people. And $9 billion off the bottom line later, Gillette did a screeching reverse and went back to the chest-beating alpha male stuff. And as a Gillette consumer for many years myself, hallelujah, because I don't want to be lectured by a shaving company about what a bad guy I am unless I can prove otherwise. I just want them to sell me razor blades, and I want to feel good about being a man when they do it. And my problem with your campaign was you had all these guys. I mean, I have to be honest, it took a while to recognize some of them. But when I did recognize, there's like a bunch of slightly old white guys trying to virtue signal their way into saying we're all here for better people, better men. You know, there's always toxicity. It just didn't wash. You know, young men were like, why are you treating me like this? That's honestly my view of it.
Well, Piers, I can tell that you actually didn't watch the call because it doesn't seem like you have a real sense of the conversation that we were trying to have. What we were trying to talk about.
It sounds like nobody else understood
it either.
Attempt.
Well, hang on. Hold on. I let you talk, Piers. Let me get into it for you because I'll give you a sense of what it was like because I don't think you watched it. But at the end of the day, we were trying to have a conversation about what it's like to be a man in America. And I think what I get frustrated with, you talk about manliness, you talk about the Gillette campaign. I don't know anything about that. I'm a Dollar Shave Club guy myself, frankly, if I shave at all, as you can tell. But here's the bottom line. I think from the right, you have a lot of people like Donald Trump. You have a lot of people like J.D. Vance and Andrew Tate and a whole.
Yeah, man. Quick pause for the cause, man. Appreciate everybody's support to tonight's stream, man. Having a good time over here. Hopefully y'all enjoying it as well. Let's get the likes up though, man. 51 likes, man. We got over 300 of y'all in here, man. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson about to fight, but you in here rocking with our stream, man. So we appreciate the support. But double tap that screen if you haven't already, man. Let's get the likes up. Get more people in on the conversation, man. You can have the stream going while you watch the fight in the background, or vice versa, man. You could do two things at once, man. Hit the three buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Leave a like I say, is free. Just as free as fixing your credit with Dovely is, man. Shout out our sponsor, Dovely. I've pinned a link in the chat for y'all. Take charge of your credit, man. Boost your score by up to 80 points. Seamless sign up, man. It can be done in as little as 60 seconds. Go ahead and end the year out on a strong note. Take charge of your credit. Boost it up. Credit monitoring is offered, man. Shout out Dovely. Free service. Super chat into the stream. $1 or more. Thoughts, questions, comments. Anything you want to get off your chest. Poll suggestions, video suggestions, man. Set and Key Media. Y'all know we like to keep it engaging, interactive, man. So go ahead and interact with the chat. Go ahead and interact with the stream, the host. Let's keep it going, man. We appreciate y'all support. Set and Key Media, baby.
A bunch of others who want to define what it means to be a man. And they want to tell everybody that if they're not the type of manliness that they like, type of manliness that you see on the right, that you're not a real man. And I'm sick of that crap. Here's the truth. The conversation that we had is that there are some really serious conversations we need to have amongst white men in this country. For example, white men in America are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than any other group of people in the United States. I didn't hear either party talk about that. What we wanted to do is have a conversation about what's going on in our community, what's going on with the toxicity of that, how we build better mental health, how we take care of each other. We weren't coming in to lecture. I actually think one of the mistakes that Democrats often make is we come in and we lecture and you hear these things from, oh, all men are bad or all white men are bad or like blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you how great we are. There was none of that on our call. What there was a group of men, both people who were celebrities and a lot of people who weren't, coming in and talking about their experience of struggling with mental health, struggling with raising a family, struggling with their politics, struggling with building community and isolation and drug abuse and things like that. That clip you played of Sean Astin, and if you don't know Sean Astin, he's Rudy from the movie Rudy. I highly recommend you check it out. Or Samwise Gamgee in Lord of the Rings if you don't know who he is. But he was talking about his brother who had struggled in his life with addiction. And one of the ways that he was able to get through the addiction that he struggled through his life was because he had this men's group that he went to, you know, something like every Tuesday. He'd go once a week and they would talk. It wasn't quite AA, but it was something where they would come together and he would have a little bit of community. Men in America are struggling with isolation and community right now. And it was nice to hear a diversity of opinion from white men on the different experiences and struggles that they're having.
I don't dispute that. But the problem is what they were getting from Trump. From the moment he got shot and stood back up and went fight, 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 to when he got in the McDonald's and served the fries and he got in the garbage truck, all this stuff. They just got a message that he's just a regular guy like them and he was going to sort their pay packets out, sort the southern border out and get rid of all the woke crap. And it was a message that resonated spectacularly well. And it made a lot of young men, because I talked to them, made a lot of young men feel good, great. I feel more confident now. This is great. It's an uplifting message. With all due respect, your message wasn't really uplifting anything. It just made people feel, oh, God, there are so many bad things I've got to worry about in the world. And, you know, it's just, to me, it's like chicken and the egg. It's going about it the wrong way. You should just tell.
Oh, so I did have one more video I wanted to pull up a little bit more on the comedic side. Shout out Piers Morgan, but you know we like to keep it a little bit fun over here, man. Infotainment, man. Can't just, keep it all serious. We gotta have some jokes inserted. So where am I at here? So let's go to the history. Shout out Poor Man's Podcast channel. Make sure to give his channel a view, a subscription. Good content over there, man. But this right here, this right here,
Yeah, call the police.
Get away! Mind you, they blurred her top section out for a reason. So it appears as if this young lady does not have any clothing on. I'm just imagining, context would tell us, right? So, and she's in public, so a clear sign of mental health issue. But let's continue because I think this is about to get good.
Don't touch police! Don't touch yeah, call the police. Call police!
You're going to jail.
You're going to jail. Get off! It's not you're certainly way too old to be here. Get off my campus.
Let go of my sign.
I have a right to be here.
You have no right to attack us.
Pink shirt. And tell them what I did. What I do, huh?
And so she's talking to the phone right
yeah,
now.
what I do?
You attacked us. She attacked us.
I attacked y'all. Really? You attacked us. On camera, so go ahead and show.
That's an assault.
Go show the police.
Calm down.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It looked like this woman is either on meds or off her meds. I can't tell. This is shit. Like she either definitely took her meds before I don't even know if they're prescribed to her, but either way, she definitely took something or she's definitely missing prescribed medication. Like one or the other here, because she's clearly not operating on the level that she needs to. And she's out in public with it. And she's on college campus. Ah, man. True national security threat. I tell you, boy, these liberals.
Where's the police at? Hi, sir. Here I am. I didn't really do nothing.
You're a demon.
Where she ripped the banner off the pole there. She spray painted several signs, destroyed them. She got some spray paint on my hand. Several other people.
Show the hand.
Yeah.
Mr. John also got hit too. Looks like she got my suit.
Well, we didn't over.
She got my hand. It's on your hand. I came over here. How you guys doing?
My hand to John. Though. You know what is funny about this, bro? I'm somebody who could call out both sides. Why are their hands shaking? Are y'all scared of this woman? Don't tell me y'all scared of old girl. This little bitty woman. Oh, man. Don't tell me y'all actually got fear just because she got some melanin in her skin. Bro, I'm telling you, this all bark, no bite. She wasn't going to do anything. The second y'all got handsy with her is the second she really wanted to back off anyway. Yeah, this little girl isn't about to do nothing to y'all. Pose no real threat. She's just louder than she could. She's more loud than of an actual threat. It's all volume and no real threat. Like, yeah. I would have just let her tire herself out.
She ripped the banner off the pole there. She spray painted several signs, destroyed them. She got some spray paint on my hand. Several other people.
Show the hand.
Hand over
Mr.
here
John also got
shaking
hit
and
too.
shit. Like, damn,
looks like
bro,
she got my
good?
suit.
Well, we didn't over.
She got my hand. It's on your
His hand is shaking.
I came over here. How you guys doing? Doing well. How are you? Okay, I'm Officer Byfield. You guys have been reported right now. So tell me what happened. What do you guys want to do?
To be restituted for the property damage, mostly.
Okay.
So
by her?
Yeah.
I doubt if she'll do that, but I'll ask. All right, she said she's not going to pay for the sign. You guys could take it to court, civil court, if you choose to. You don't have the right to spray paint. And I told her that. I said, you don't have the right to do that. That is wrong. Right?
Well, thank you for coming out and responding.
No problem. Oh, shout out Maya, $5. Looks like I missed it. Yeah, one day I'd love to have a convo about how women are the confounding variable of all humanity. Ooh. Both sexes have a job. We're doing our job for you. Hey, shout out Maya. Based Maya in the chat. Oh, shit. Shout out Maya. Yeah. Now, that sounds like a conversation for our toxic talks. You know, we like to talk relationships, interpersonal dynamics. You know, we definitely got to get your takes on some of our toxic talks when it comes to relationships, though. We'll put one together for y'all soon. Maybe not this weekend. Definitely can guarantee a call-in show either tomorrow or Sunday. Matter of fact. So go ahead and save the date. We'll post the time. But yeah. Shout out Maya. Good takes.
Brian, any questions?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
Any questions?
It's just interesting to watch the left become everything they said they were against. They're not very tolerant of other people's opinion, and ironically, they're becoming more and more violent. And the funniest part about that is if the right started to reciprocate the same level of violence, I don't think the left would stand a chance.
Chitty chitty bang bang, nigga.
Or mom and dad.
This guy has blood on his hands. He wants to kill people. Don't listen to him.
I love
He's a
people.
snitch. He's taking people's number down and trying to get them arrested for getting health care.
I deny those allegations. So I'm just here to support life. Life was hard for me, single mother, but the hard times made me a more empathetic person. And I love all these people out here. I pray to Jesus that their hearts and minds change today.
You should spray for a fucking skincare. Fucking bastard. Look at you, fucking.
I know. My dad has
put on a fucking
dermat.
shirt, you stupid fucking ginger.
Damn, whoa. Yo, these people were hateful, a spiteful bunch. I tell you, like, you want to talk about the party of inclusivity, you know, everybody's voice matters, everybody deserves a platform. Until you disagree with these people, then it's F you, spit on you, your mother should have swallowed you, your daddy should have kept you in his balls. Like, yo, I'm just like, hold on. I thought it was all fun. I thought it was all love. Oh, no, we only love ours, man. It's F you to the other side. Like, okay. Noted. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so, you're, a one-man band over here.
Can I answer part of the question?
No.
First of all,
My name is John, and I have a question for Steven. It's the really only question that should be asked at an event like this, and this is gonna seem like a troll, but it's not. I just can't believe that it's true, so correct me if it's not, that you sat in a room or a corner of a room very much like the one you're sitting in now and just watched many other men plow the ever-living fuck out of your wife. Is that true?
From the buck, little getting dug out, raw.
I'm going to tell you right now, I ain't never agreed with hitting a woman, but if any of you petty hoes ever try anything funky with my old lady, you better be expecting this right hand. Because she is mine, I am hers, and we protect one another just as long as y'all know that I'm coming. Y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want to.
Y'all heard the man. If any of these crazy people that lost the election try to attack my wife, either she winning or we winning.
Some of them going to sleep. Fuck that!
Unpopular opinion, this is the reason why women couldn't vote for so long. This is the reason why. Like right now, what are we seeing? A division between men and women where men are saying we're the leaders and we're saying this is the right way to go. And women are like, you're wrong.
Oh, yeah. Shout out Vladstein, $2. She would blame them for SA if they fought back. Nah, facts. You got to watch out for those types because, bro, even on the video, we can go back. Let's go back real quick because, bro, she even tried to turn it on them in the video as she was attacking them, destroying their property. She literally tried to flip it as, oh, let me go. Why do you have me? Unhand me. Why are you holding on to me? Like, that's the type of person that we're dealing with when, encountering some of these liberals, very nasty people, a nasty bunch. Nasty bunch.
Yeah. Mr. John, I also got hit too.
Looks
like you got my suit.
I have a right to.
You're going to jail.
Get off! You're certainly way too old to be here. Get off my campus.
Talking about some get off.
Get away!
Don't touch
Police!
me.
Talking about some don't touch me. And she's clearly aggressing them. Don't touch me when you're the aggressor? Hold on.
Call the police.
Police!
You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
Get off! You're certainly way too old to be here.
Wild as hell. And you know what's crazy about this? Not that it should be this way. Not that I'm condoning violence against women, because I don't. I disavow it. Anybody who's putting their hands on a woman, honestly, all jokes aside, bro, it's just bad business, bad play. But she just aggressed a group of 5 males. If they were to defend themselves, then they would have been wrong. I'm talking about even if they just would have pushed her, shoved her to the side, then she would have been crying. Vladstein says she would have cried SA. She would at least cry that they assaulted her, physically harmed her. So, like I say, it's funny. It's really funny that she would turn her energy, her time to address these people who have the right to assembly in public, she's wasting her time essentially because she aggressed them. But if they were to have retaliated, then she would have wanted to flip it on them, charge them, call the police on them. Baby girl, you started the whole scenario. You started the whole engagement. But okay. Like I say, these people, bro, sometimes the mental health, it's glaring. The mental health issues are glaring.
Wrong. We're going to go this way. Why? Because of emotion. There's no logic, Steve. I have not talked to one female Kamala supporter that has any logical explanation for why
they
they're
don't
voting for her.
even know her.
Completely agree.
They don't even know her. They're just all their what they do know, they know Trump.
Yeah.
And they know what they've been told, which is 90% of it's lies. So that's all they know. They don't even know her.
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say that.
You're not satisfied, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. No one wants you here.
Oh, appreciate your love, man.
Oh, I don't love you because you're spewing hate.
Okay. Are you spewing hate right now?
I absolutely am because I
There you
get
go.
what
You're
I
a hypocrite.
receive.
You're a hypocrite.
I get what I receive.
Yeah, just because I disagree with you don't mean I...
Whoa, you get what you receive, bro. I'm pretty sure you engaged him. These people, okay. And I really don't get the stance, but if somebody is sitting on the sidewalk, sitting on the corner of Main Street and in Broad, right? And they have their platform, they got their mic, they're sitting there talking about whatever they want to talk about. If it doesn't interest you, what's the saying go? If it doesn't fly, or if it doesn't fly, let it by. Or if it doesn't apply, let it fly. I'm sorry. So I just don't understand somebody really aggressing somebody who they clearly disagree with. Like, bro, get away from that man. Like, why would you engage? He has nothing, him saying and speaking on his platform, saying his belief has nothing to do with you. If you don't like what he's saying, remove yourself from the scene. But these people want to encounter and engage. And then when they get pushback, it's like, oh, well, you're sitting here hating on me. Like, dude, I'm sitting here preaching my message. You could have left. If you didn't like what I'm saying, cover your ears up. Run away from the scene. Don't come up to me looking for smoke. And then when I got it for your ass, you're kind of like, whoa, dude. Like, yeah, it's like that.
I hate you, but I understand why so many people on the left are cutting their families off because they've been conditioned to believe that if you disagree with them, you hate them.
That's weird.
President Donald Trump's coming back and he's promising to end all foreign wars. You pumped?
No.
You like wars.
I Donald Trump.
But he's going to end wars.
Hi, I'm sorry. I have to go. Goodbye.
Bye. Go home to mommy. Go home to mommy.
I think we have to consider the fetus could have bad vibes.
What? Man, hell no.
And at 9 months, if it's got bad vibes, we have to allow that.
I don't think you can murder people for bad vibes.
How do you feel overall about the presidential election?
Oh, they were serious? No way they were serious. He said, I think we have to consider the fetus could have bad vibes. Oh, my God.
Give a fuck.
Why?
Because I don't.
It don't affect you?
No. Because I'm going to get mine. Regardless of Trump, Obama, whoever. They ain't giving me nothing.
Facts, my brothers and sisters, win, lose, or draw. If you believe that the president of the United States has more of a say in the outcomes of your life than you do, then you need to go and grow the fuck up. You ain't even the main character in your own movie. Now, everybody got an opinion on who can make that job a little bit easier, but you still have the greatest impact on your outcome.
A bunch of lefty, whinging, woke whiners.
If you're unhappy with the US election outcome, you're in luck. You can now go on a cruise. You can cruise off to the sunset and return in time for the next one. The 4-year-long cruise package named Skip Forward is pitched as a solution to escape Trump's presidency.
I tell you what, if I had a choice between living in America under Donald Trump and being locked for 4 years on a cruise ship with a bunch of lefty, whinging, woke whiners who don't like the fact that Harris lost, I'll live in America every day of the week. You can go on the cruise.
Can we just be clear that the lefty, whingy, wokey whiners or whatever you said?
Yes, they're all on that boat.
They're not getting on the boat. They're all your peers, mate. They're all going to be like the... Yeah, it'll be... Have you been on a cruise ship?
I have.
Yeah.
Not with a bunch of lefty, whingy whiners who don't like Kamala Harris losing.
They're your peers. That's who we're talking about.
I won't be there.
It's very specifically targeting a certain group.
I didn't know.
Are we
The
going to have
group
another...
that I just described to you.
Exactly what I'm saying, but we're not going to have another 4 years of hyperventilating over every misstep and word and tweet that Donald Trump says, are we?
They probably don't drink.
There's no government on this earth that's worth 4 years of gastro. That's all I know, and that's what it's going to be.
Would you guys prefer free college or free abortions?
Abortion.
Free abortion?
What? Hey, nah, insert 2 Chainz meme. Oh, nah, what the hell? Ain't no way.
Worth 4 years of gastro. That's all I know, and that's what it's going to be.
Would you guys prefer free college or free abortions?
Abortion.
Free abortions?
Yeah.
You okay? You have bronchitis?
Huh? Certainly.
That's got to be racist. There's no way.
I just want to let you know that that's very fucking cringe.
That's that one guy! He's that one! No! He's live streaming this! Oh my god! No! 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 I know you! I'm so good! Oh my god!
See you on TikTok.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So you just went for all red for Donald?
Well, I mean Kamala, but...
Yeah, you're making good fun of him right now. Don't try not to.
Hey, shout out, bro. We reacted to his video. I forget the channel name, but shout out, bro.
Laugh, 'cause I get choked.
Are you Kamala or Trump, be honest?
Kamala.
See, you're laughing. I like that.
Can I get 10 on 7?
I'm going to pay for it, too.
Oh, you really are?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, I'm trying to bring us together, you know? There's too much beef in the streets, Kamala versus Trump, you know what I'm saying? What'd you say?
Get a picture.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hey!
So he's for Trump. This is, Tawana for Kamala, but we all here sharing our differences.
Yes, we are. Trump 2024, but this way, see Kamala.
Kamala.
Kamala?
I can't even say her name. Is this going to be a reality show?
Yeah, Channel 4.
Oh my, I'm going to be on Channel 4.
Yeah,
and
you
I
are.
do not have any makeup.
Hey, you look amazing.
Oh, dang.
Exactly. We don't hate each other. This is the 99%.
I did like that interaction because it kind of did prove exactly that. Like, she exemplified it. He exemplified it. Like, bro, these politics, they don't divide us as much as they want them to. They only divide us as much as we let it, if that makes sense. Like, it shouldn't be as divisive as it is. We kind of put more value on it than we need to at a certain point, because at the end of the political cycle, we all got to accept the fact that there's one leader, regardless of if you voted for him or not. So after that, we should all be able to unify under the fact that, okay, well, campaign over, shit, back to everyday life. We all got one leader, whether you voted for him or not. Let's all hold that one leader accountable. Like, shit, it's as simple as that.
Don't let the media split us up and convince us that we hate each other. And I'll say this too, not at Donald Trump.
Over here laughing, finding common ground, taking selfies. Like, bro, it doesn't matter who you voted for. At the end of the day, it really doesn't. Like, if you hate somebody, then that goes outside of politics at the end of the day. Politics, it really is just who you voted for. Yes, it's injected into other aspects of our lives, and I'm not going to say it isn't pertinent or important, but we shouldn't let it divide us on an individual level. Like, come on, we can all still laugh. We can all still, unite under the fact that we're all U.S. citizens. We're Americans at the end of the day, goddammit.
Trump is in office, don't be a Republican, be an American. Hold him to the same standard you hold Joe Biden to. Make sure he does the things that he says he's going to do. America cannot afford to have any more politicians taking advantage of the American people.
I made 2 separate videos before the election. One of the videos said I was going to vote for Kamala Harris. The other video said I was going to vote for Donald Trump. And I just wanted to see the mixed reactions from people and how people would react, because I do a lot of work from my hometown, do a lot of work from my community. I work with young boys. And I never said who I was voting for. But I made those 2 videos because I want to show people how they are in reality. I made the Donald Trump video and I made the Kamala Harris video. Under the Kamala Harris video, you definitely had some Trump supporters like, well, we understand that you may have a different opinion or whatever, but we still support what you do. Maybe you'll wake up one day, et cetera, things like that. It wasn't nothing vile, wasn't no bad comments or nothing. I made the Donald Trump video. I got people that unfollowed me. I got people saying they can't support nothing I do no more. I got folk calling me all types of names, et cetera, et cetera. But what's crazy is all of the Kamala Harris supporters have become what they accuse Trump supporters of being. When you say you support Donald Trump, y'all be ready to kill him. Y'all ready to burn them at the stake. You calling them all types of names. You unfollowing them. You don't care what they're doing for their community. Nothing. If you support Trump, F you, I hate you so much, etc., etc. But all the people under the post, all the Trump supporters, when I said I was going to vote for Kamala, it was all love anyway. They was like, well, we still support what you're doing. We still gonna donate. We still love the work, even though you don't have to support Donald Trump, etc., etc. So I've only received hate from the people that call themselves the tolerant side, the side that's supposed to be about love, the side that's not about hate. But it's crazy because anytime somebody doesn't agree with you, all you spew is hate. All you give is hate. So it's funny how everybody who call themselves Democrats, you have turned into what you accuse the Republicans of being.
The guy you just seen is named King Randall, and he has an organization where he helps young boys in the inner cities.
We have to get out and go do for self in our own communities.
So, so define do for self.
When I say do for self, you shared one of my tweets, my videos, and I was actually a big fan of yours, but you shared one of my tweets when I said black people need to stop begging the government and go and do for self out in our communities. You shared the video and called me an idiot. I didn't see anything idiotic about that statement at all.
So when you say do for self, like what? Explain that.
Okay, for example, here in Albany, Georgia, we complain about our school systems a lot. Many of our young men can't read. They have very horrible literacy rates. We don't have any rehab programs here for juvenile offenders. What I decided to do, I started a program 2 years ago, decided to do for self, and I started taking children into my home. I started taking custody of kids from juvenile court, and I started molding them and training them and teaching them skilled trades, etc. Now I'm 21 years old. I just purchased a school here in Albany, Georgia, to combat us being in the government-funded schools that are not teaching our children what they need to learn. So that's what I mean by do for self, simply getting up and going out and do it.
So
I beat the stereotype that I'm young, black, in America, and I can't do anything because somebody's holding me down. Absolutely not.
So a question.
Teenagers went and go ahead. Me and some teenagers went and bought a school, and we just bought a school bus simply from going out and doing work. We decided to go fix our own communities. I'm not expecting anything from no politician. I'm not expecting nothing from Donald Trump, Joe Biden, or nobody. We're going to go do it for ourselves, and that's what I believe we need to be doing. I can vote, sure, but nothing's going to change in our community.
So you went to...
He got his ass cooked. He teaches them how to do an oil change, how to change tires. He teaches them proper etiquette, and he makes them address him as sir.
You take this freaking pad out right here. You see it? Yes, sir. See the pad? Yes, sir. Now, like I'm telling you, these don't need change.
Oh, you know what? That's crazy that I'm seeing this clip because I've seen this gentleman on the internet before. There's a viral clip of him and the same group of boys, the same group of young gentlemen, and he's going over etiquette during a traffic stop. Very important information to teach our youth, especially in the black community, when you know the stereotype is that we're combative or we're aggressive when dealing with the police in these encounters. So teaching young men early at a influential age, like how to interact and how to engage with police officers to negate any fatal situations or just getting roughed up. Like nobody wants to get roughed up. They got to do their job. You're trying to go home, engage a certain way, and you're more than likely just going to end up with whatever ticket or a warning. There's a lot of times you can diffuse a situation just by how you handle yourself. Like he might have wanted to give you a ticket, but because you were so respectful, well-mannered, and you didn't cause him an issue, you're getting a warning, or he's just letting you go because, hey, man, you were cool. I got other shit to do. There's bigger fish to fry. Go about your day. It's happened to me before.
These are fine. See how thick that is?
Oh, yeah, and shout out Maya, $2. I'm listening. Tell me when Killer Mike wins. What? I don't think Killer Mike is fighting. What the hell? Wait, huh? Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm confusing Killer Mike. You're talking about Mike Tyson. I'm thinking you're talking about Killer Mike. His name is literally Killer Mike, the rapper. I'm like, hold on, who's she talking about? But yeah, I'm pretty sure Mike Tyson's going to win. Unless they got some shit worked out in the background, which they might. It is a pretty big goddamn fight. Then I'm pretty sure Mike wins. I'm pretty sure.
Right there.
So he does a net positive for the black community. And to me, it's just crazy that people on the left treated him this way. He's the solution to every problem that they're complaining about.
There's been so much negative and crazy commentary for me trying to teach our students how to interact with the police. And this is just a routine traffic stop. Like if you were speeding or, your tail lights out or whatever, just tell them to be polite, let the windows down, have their hands on the steering wheel, have their license ready when they get there, the basic stuff. So that way you don't have to go reaching, etc. I have been called all types of coons and sellouts and degenerates and Harriet would have left me hanging, etc., just for simply teaching the kids to be polite if the police pulled them over. The contrary suggestions from the pro-black community have been to assert their rights to the police, argue with the cops on the side of the road and tell them what you are and aren't going to do. For a routine traffic stop, I've been told that this is going to get them killed and I should tell them that they should assert their rights to the cops on the side of the road. They've also said that these cops are white supremacists and that white supremacists have infiltrated the police force. I would feel like white supremacist cops are waiting for you to escalate a situation so they could do something to you. I even had people say, well, you should teach the kids to kill the cops before the cops kill them. And hey man, I don't know what's up, what's in the juice in our community right now, but man, I even got people still mad because the students are saying yes sir or yes ma'am, as if they're like, oh, well, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, was a part of slavery. I'm like, yeah, but people who weren't slaves were saying yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, too.
I don't understand how, as a country, we've got...
What's wrong with etiquette? What's wrong with respect? What's wrong with respect for authority? That's the damn problem. We don't teach that in the black community, which is why we have so many issues when we leave our homes and start engaging with other races of people. Like, we think that there's this... systemic racism. We think that there's this inherent racism, and it's simply because we just don't know how to respect people. We don't know how to respect authority. Like, bro, it's all cool. Like, it doesn't make you a hoe. It doesn't make you any lesser of a man. Honestly, it makes you a wise man. It makes you a man of character to understand that respect is given, and once given, respect is reciprocated. Like, you can't expect respect without giving respect, and that's the damn problem. We think that everybody's supposed to cater to us, kiss our ass, but we talk crazy and blatantly disrespect people, and we have no reason to. So I mean, that could be said about the black community as well as just the youth in general. But anytime we speak on these issues, I like to magnify it and take a deeper glance in how they affect the black community, because I ain't gonna lie, stuff like this, it just some of the pitfalls of the culture and whatnot. But yeah, I think it is as simple as just respecting authority, and we'd have a better time. It wouldn't be as many issues that stem from lack of respect. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to go over that real quick. Some more liberal tears, and I think that was a good message at the end of that video. Shout out Poor Man's Podcast.
Tell people things are going to be great, and here's how we're going to make them great. And then guess what? If they turn out to be great, people feel great.
I do think there's a broader cultural issue that the Democratic Party needs to deal with. I think we often make people feel bad. I think it seems like we're lecturing people. I think we're not giving people the space to feel like they can be themselves. And I think the right has done a pretty smart job capturing on that and then trying to make it seem like we're your dad yelling at you because you're wearing a backwards baseball cap at the dinner table. And we need to do a better job of connecting with people. We need to do a better job of figuring out how we articulate our values. But one thing I'm going to push back on this entire conversation, I was listening to the panel that you had, is the idea that this election was decided on the culture, I think is wrong. And the idea that it was decided on things like, transgender kids playing sports, I think is wrong. This election was decided on the economy. Hold on.
Well, you're wrong. You're actually wrong.
I think this election was decided on the economy. Well, okay, well, that's your opinion. You're allowed to
I've already said it was decided on three things. Cost of living, stroke inflation, immigration crisis on the border, and wokeism. They're the three things that decided this election. And if you don't think the transgender thing resonated with people, the New York Times said that single ad the Republicans kept putting out of Kamala's for they, them, Trump is for you, may have swung it by 2.5 percentage points, right? One ad. The most effective 30-second ad, they called it.
Yeah, well, let me talk about that ad, though. Hold on. Let me talk about that ad, though, because I actually think it was a really smart political ad by the Trump campaign. But at the end of the day, I want to make the point that I think people were really mad at Democrats about the economy. And I think it's a mistake if Republicans are going to try to argue that it was anything other than that, because people are really frustrated.
Then I think you're living in cloud cuckoo land. Honestly, with all due respect.
Let me finish. So the ad that they put together on the transgender stuff was really smart.
I think you're completely and utterly deluded if you don't think these other issues resonate with people.
You're not letting me finish my point, Pierce. So if you want to give me a minute to finish it so you can actually hear it, that would be
good,
great.
Chat.
Because what the Trump campaign did in that ad was really smart. At the end of that ad, there's a tagline that says, Kamala Harris is for they, them, Donald Trump is for us.
Yeah.
That's a really smart
For you.
political ad. As much as I'm frustrated with the conversation about transgender rights, what they did a good job of in their advertising campaign is making people feel like Donald Trump was going to fight for them, that Donald Trump was going to help them, and then for the most part tying everything back to the economy. If you look at even the border, because they did a lot of tying the border back to like housing.
Because like, you know, wouldn't fixing the economy or boosting the economy, wouldn't that, you know, help everybody? Like all together, no matter what side you're on, it would help everybody. So moderate, liberal, Trump supporter, or, you know, Republican, it didn't really matter. Like, he spoke on things that was going to help everybody, and that's how he galvanized, well, 75 million plus votes.
A lot of talking about like the economy and grocery prices, even the transgender stuff. Everything was about framing Kamala Harris as for other people. And I think to the point that you were making about celebrities earlier, we played into that a little bit by ending our campaign with so many celebrities that were then seen as lecturing. So that's the broader cultural issue. But I don't think it's that people were sitting at home being like, you know, oh, Kamala Harris wants to let transgender kids play track. Like, she wasn't advocating for that in the campaign. It wasn't an actual platform of that. I don't want to get into that issue necessarily, but what the Trump campaign did was other Kamala Harris.
Well, back with the panel in just a moment. But first, we continue with the Democrat meltdown, Exhibit A, this report from Inside Edition, on how women are fighting back.
In the wake of Donald Trump's historic win, there's a new movement sweeping America. Disappointed women are actually swearing off men.
There's no way I am letting any man near me for the next few years.
They're saying no to dating, no to marriage, no to sex.
Celibacy, at least to me, isn't that hard.
And no to having children.
Like so many other women in America who have been considering trying to get pregnant, I woke up today and said, nope. Not anymore.
This woman is actually shaving her head in protest. It's being called the 4B movement, and women are taking to social media declaring their allegiance.
Well, to tell us if women all across America are going on relationship strike is the host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick, Tommy Lahren. Tommy, lovely to have you back on Uncensored. You've been incredibly busy for obvious reasons in recent weeks, so welcome back. These women are just all completely nuts, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And I would also say this. A lot of these women that are going on social media making this public announcement that they're no longer going to date men or they're not going to sleep with men, they're not going to have kids. They're doing it for the validation. They might say that they don't want attention from men.
Some of them are just doing it for the views, and they're seeing that it's a trend on TikTok. And, you know, some of these people make money on TikTok. So wouldn't it make sense just to go with a trend that you're not even going to abide by? That's the problem with, you know, believing some of these influencers on TikTok. Like, oh, you really think some of these women who are known, well, promiscuous women is going to stop, messing around, having sexual experiences? Like, come on now. They'll tell you that, but nah, that's not what they do.
Well, they want attention, which is why they're making these announcements. I would also say for a lot of these women, I don't think that the demand for them is as high as they think it is in their own narcissistic mind. Like a lot of these women, they would act like men are beating down their door to sleep with them. For a lot of these women, it's probably not the case. And it's not just because of the way they look. It's because of the way that they act and the way that they sound. If you're wondering why Democrats lost with men and why the Republican Party has been able to make such gains with men, including black men and Hispanic men, it's because a lot of the liberals and a lot of the Democrats campaigning not only actively turned away men, but they've got female surrogates out there saying these kind of things. Well, we don't like men. If you think differently than us, then we're not going to date you. You can't sit with us.
And how'd you guys think y'all lost the male vote? It's like y'all divisive. And here's the thing. Being divisive lost the left the election. And you know what they did? They doubled down on the divisiveness. It's like they don't learn their lesson. It's damn near like I said, it's like narcissism. It's like being a leftist damn near comes with a hint of narcissism in it. It's a bit weird because how are y'all gonna double down on what made you fail? How do you do that? It's like, dog, if I'm doing something wrong and it's causing me to not perform right, I'm going to change my ways. I'm not going to do it even harder. It's like, fuck it, I'm going to slack off even harder. I'm going to do it the wrong way even better. It's like, what are y'all thinking? And shout out Daniel Welch, man. Appreciate the support, man. He just hit us with the $4.99 super sticker. We appreciate you, big dog. And hope you're out there being safe.
The whiny liberal
appreciate you.
woman turned away so many would-be Democrat voters. And for the sake of my party, I hope Democrats keep doing it. Keep shaving your head. Keep wearing masks. Keep getting the septum piercing, the mark of the beast. Keep doing it because we love to watch it. It's entertainment.
We've also had Nedrotic, the Guardian newspaper in the UK, which also publishes in America, has been on a weird little journey since the result. First of all, the editor of The Guardian, Kath Viner, did a message to staff. A Trump win could reverberate for 1 million years, it began. The result has been very upsetting for many colleagues, and she urged the UK staff to contact your American colleagues to offer your support because they will be most directly affected by the result. She then offered them personal counselling. If you want to talk about it, your manager and members of the leadership team are all available, as is the people team. And there were virtual well-being tools also made available to the poor Guardian journalists. I mean, Nedrotic, these people, what is wrong with them?
Like, why are y'all playing into this?
Coming.
And shout out Maya. The first marriage proposal I ever got was when I shaved my head in the 90s. These girls are delusional. Not for real. Nah, for real though. It is a bit wild. It's like, so you thought shaving your look, sweetheart, if you're fine, you're fine. People are gonna spit game regardless. And then I would just say, you women who be shaving their head balls be having banger bodies. So if you're that brave, I'm thinking that you got something on you. So it's a bit, and like I said, isn't it a bit disrespectful to cancer patients, alopecia, all that good stuff? Like, so, you're pretty much saying that these women are ugly, but y'all are boasting how they were just beautiful women. And they are, but look how y'all acting now. Ain't it crazy? It's like they accidentally come off as racist and misogynist and, well, misandrous themselves. It's like all the hate comes from their side, and we're just sitting there with our hands up, just like, all right, man, I don't know what y'all on, but we just gonna separate for a little bit, let y'all have y'all temper tantrum, let y'all double down on y'all divisiveness to y'all own destruction, and hopefully y'all come around. Hopefully, because guess what? They're still doubling down. They're still making messages on Facebook, Twitter, etc., talking about how we're going to survive Trump 2024. I mean, like, you're doing just fine right now. You're doing just fine. And trust me, you'll do fine probably like 4 years from now, and you'll do even better, 8 years from now. You wanna know why? Because, man, they're tired of y'all liberals. Y'all done sold on these economic policies. Y'all doubling down the divisiveness, and you might have ruined your chances for the next Democratic candidate. You just might have done it.
Legacy media, like, it's dead. It's dying. And
shout out Maya. Appreciate the support.
Posting on his own platform. We are the media now. Anybody can fire up a camera in their spare bedroom as a hobby and start talking about things. And that's the way we're going to get information in the future. It's going to be a little more difficult, but I would rather have that than have it spoon-fed me from some corporate legacy media source. And I'm had a great week. This has been fantastic watching everybody melt down.
You don't
I've
need
had the
counseling.
best week. I've had a song in my heart. I don't need counseling, but I'll offer some. You can come over to this side.
Yeah, here's my offer of counselling for the ridiculous way they're all behaving. It's just grow a pair, which that sentence itself will send them raging away. But I don't care anymore. I don't care about offending little wokies anymore. It's over, right? We can say what we bloody well like now. Right, I'm just done with it. Let me bring in Critical Drinker. The other thing the Guardian did, I mean, they weren't content with the counselling thing. They've now come off X, and in a new letter, they've told its readers, want to let you know that we no longer will post on any official Guardian editorial accounts on X.
Bro.
Oh.
With the benefits of X now being outweighed by the negatives, blah, 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 blah. And they cite the fact
So what, y'all gonna shoot yourselves in the foot as far as reach goes? Like, as far as y'all reach goes, you're literally gonna shoot yourself in the foot because Trump won. Like, y'all literally destroying yourselves, spiting yourselves because Trump won. Like, what else is y'all about to start doing? Because women is doing it, men's doing it, just screwing them. Bro, business owners are screwing themselves over because Trump won. Like, oh Lord, man, where are we going here? Where are we going? Well, at least the business owners in mainstream media are going crazy right now.
Is the owner? He's had a bad influence on making it more toxic and blah 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 blah. What they really mean is that they lost badly. Their arguments were defeated badly. And a lot of them, like The Guardian, who have been pontificating their visceral hatred of Trump now for years, have probably been on the receiving end of a lot of people mocking them. And they just can't take it. That's the other thing about the woke brigade. They are incredibly oversensitive and offended by everything. But if you stick it back at them, this is what they do. They run away.
Well, yeah, I mean, when it comes to The Guardian leaving X, to quote Jeremy Clarkson, oh no. Anyway, that's the way it is. No one cares.
Yeah.
They are so used to X, or Twitter as it was for them back in the day, being their nice little echo chamber where everyone just agrees with them about everything. And when there's any dissenting voices, they get mysteriously banned or shadow banned or deboosted so that they never get any traction. And so when you
That's what I'm
actually have to
saying. They
compete
love
in
their
the
echo
marketplace
chamber.
of ideas and nobody's interested.
They love and defend their echo chamber. When we took when we took Twitter away from them, yeah, it was bad. A lot of liberals was like, nope, I'm no longer using it. I'm no longer using X. We're done on X. We're going to Instagram, TikTok, and the rest. And I'm just like, all right, cool, good riddance. We need something for ourselves. But it is a bit funny, though, because, well, one, X still has great reach. I mean, you'd be stupid still not to use X as a business, regardless of the rhetoric on there. It's still good reach. And, you know, there is still left-leaning people on X, you know, as far as the political pundits go. I still see them on there, and they ain't going nowhere, so why are y'all?
Interested in your bullshit arguments, well, that's what happens. And they can't take it. They couldn't take the heat, so they're getting out of the kitchen.
And Tommy, Don Lemon has joined the bandwagon. He's now sensationally quit X. Of course, he's the guy that thought he had a deal with Elon Musk. And then after one interview, which was with Elon Musk cancelled the contract. And I know Don from CNN days. I get on well with Don. I saw him in New York in a restaurant, actually. Been a perfectly nice chat. But he's I don't know why he's done it. He's made some big video announcement to the world about quitting X. Let's take a look.
I have loved connecting with all of you on Twitter and then on X for all of these years. But it's time for me to leave the platform. I once believed that it was a place for honest debate and discussion, transparency and free speech. But I now feel it does not serve that purpose.
Tommy, how distraught are you on a scale of 1 to 1,000 that Don Lemon will no longer be talking to you on X?
Oh, boy.
Well, listen, I've never seen anyone...
I ain't gonna lie. Don Lemon thought he was gonna get the Tucker Carlson, and he didn't. That's what was so satisfying about Don Lemon's departure. He literally thought he was gonna get the Tucker Carlson. He was gonna be like the liberals' Tucker Carlson, and he wasn't. That made me laugh. Even, like, think about how fair Elon was being, giving that man a contract. He goes on there and accuses man of racism and everything else. And it's just like, bro, what are you doing? How narcissistic are you to sit there, ask for all this stuff, and then think you can turn around and accuse your boss of racism and try to give him a slanderous interview in his own building? Like, how narcissistic do you got to be to think that was going to go over well for you? Like, come on now. Like, anybody truly listening to Don Lemon, you really got to work that out in your head and really think like, yo, is this man like really a logically thinking person when it comes to himself? Because he thinks pretty highly of himself. If he be coming in front of somebody he asks for money, the richest man in the world, in his building, and do that is wild.
Thirstier than Don Lemon. He has been doing this the entire election cycle, trying to go interview people on the street with his man on the street interviews. He is so thirsty. He's a camel in the desert. He wants attention. I think he'll come back to X. But once again, just like all these 4B movement liberal weirdo women, he has to announce it with a video posted on the social media platforms because he wants attention and he wants validation. But we're also seeing historic layoffs at CNN. People are just sick of it. They're sick of these people, these cultural elitists like Don Lemon, like many others. They're sick of watching them. They're sick of listening to them cry. They also feel lied to because all these people told him how great Joe Biden was, that he was so cognitively proficient. Then they told him Kamala Harris was an excellent candidate. And look what happened to both of them. So a lot of people that used to watch these networks, used to listen to people like Don Lemon, they feel lied to and they don't want to watch it anymore. So Don Lemon, go enjoy, get on whatever platform, maybe OnlyFans, maybe Dancing with the Stars. Who cares at this point? We're sick of seeing you. Just look in the mirror if you want to talk to yourself so badly.
Well, I have a personal announcement, which is I will be staying on X permanently.
Groundbreaking.
Because I love it. I love the mayhem. And I don't think it's got more toxic under Elon. I think what he's done is he's lifted the lid off everything so that it's no longer skewed one way. So you're not getting, as you were in the last election, just a constant stream of stuff that is anti-Republican and pro-Democrat. And if there's a story damaging against the Democrats, like the Hunter Biden laptop story, they simply removed it and wouldn't let anyone see it. I mean, that's the kind of censorship that was going on. And if the price for total free speech is that you get the odd person being a dickhead on X, well, trust me, they've always been there. It's just a lot of the dickheads I get are the ones on the left, who are just as vile, by the way, as the ones on the right. I want to play...
I be saying that all the time. It always is the left that is the most offensive for no reason. I just never understand it. I'd be like, why are y'all so condescending? Why are y'all so hateful towards these people, these group of voters and this man? It's like, do you not understand that that's turning people away from the party because they don't see themselves as that hateful? They don't see themselves with that much disdain in their heart. They just can't bring themselves to it. They thought it was about politics. Y'all making it about character, about personal attacks here. So that's the problem with the libs. Like, they can't talk policies, like, so they gotta go ad hominem every trip. They gotta talk down every trip. They gotta make you sound like you don't know what you're talking about every trip, or at least every conversation.
Esther, you a clip from Dr. Amanda Calhoun, a Yale-affiliated psychiatrist who was on MSNBC and was asked if family members have voted Trump, should you shun them for Thanksgiving and Christmas? Let's take a look.
When you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
I think the answer is absolutely not.
Divisive. That's what I'm saying. You're trying to separate families. You're trying to separate friends, families, people like, bro, people who work around each other, people who cooperate together. You're trying to separate people in general. And you talking about, oh, should you even go to the family dinner? Bro, it's not that serious. It is not that serious to sit there and look at your friends and family like, I don't fuck with y'all no more. I don't like y'all no more because y'all voted Trump. It's like, what are you doing? You're literally destroying relationships just because people think differently than you. That's wild. That's wild as hell. Nobody calls them out on it. Nobody ever calls them out on it. And make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner for me, man. I appreciate the support, guys.
So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who you know have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why.
Apart from the fact Joy Reid is the biggest lunatic on cable news in America and was also exposed as a horrible homophobic bigot. So when she goes on these rants about Trump, just remember that. Apart from that, the fact that a psychiatrist, Esther, affiliated with Yale, one of the great universities of the world, literally says, don't go to see your family if any of them voted for the guy who just won by a landslide.
Wild.
Who literally won it all.
Is why people are giving up on therapy. Like, bro, y'all liberals is about to destroy therapy because a whole lot of liberals in therapy, sadly, and y'all about to destroy that because there's a lot of women in therapy as well. But yeah, feel me where we're going with this. Y'all damn near about to destroy the industry of therapy. And there's people who really actually need it, who don't need your liberal indoctrination, actually needs to be actually talked to. Like, come on now. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't even trust you can't even trust therapists. You can't even trust these psychologists no more because they're too left-leaning. I mean, bro, they got dudes going into therapy with these female therapists and all of and there are a couple therapies, and all of a sudden, this woman's convincing the wife to leave their husband all of a sudden. It's like, what's going on? Like, what's the point? Dudes are turned away from therapy because they don't feel validated because they're with a female therapist. It's like, what are y'all doing? Y'all literally destroying this industry. I don't even call this industry. You're literally destroying the practice of therapy. But then again, it was always built on, well, very shady roots or a very shady foundation.
I mean, what does that say about these people?
I mean, one thing I've noticed is that the left, and I really don't like that term, but I'm going to use that, and the Democrats, because they seem to encompass that. They seem to become sort of the haven of the mentally unwell. So, I mean, and this kind of feeds into the culture war, right? Even though people are saying, you know, there's no conversation, there's no room for like white men to talk about mental health issues and all of that. Just look at who's on whose team. On the right, quote unquote, you don't really have these sort of saggy, very effeminate whingy, cryy men. They seem pretty masculine. They seem like people that can actually do stuff. They seem people that are useful, that can start families and build communities. And on the left, you have these really mentally unwell, mentally unstable people. You have women shaving their heads and not shaving other parts of their body, unfortunately.
Crying on camera, talking about how they're going to move out the country, knowing damn well they're not about to move out the country, so they're lying on camera. It's like, it's kind of crazy what these people are doing. They're crashing out, and it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, what's wrong with y'all? That's why I always did say it does seem like the left is always condescending, always spiteful, disdained, always got to come with personal attacks. It's always the left. The right comes all professional. They come like being respecting other people's ideas, but the left is just a complete disrespect of your ideas. I ain't hearing it. You a bigot, racist, misogynist, all that good stuff.
They having these cow bull things in their noses, you know, just completely being tatted up. They just look unhealthy. They don't look aspirational. And I think that's one thing that really cut through the noise. I mean, if you look at who you want to be, it's certainly not a lot of the people that you're seeing on the Democrat side, which they unfortunately got together and rallied all the troops and really had this sort of giant clown circus party that unfortunately America rejected soundly.
Let me bring in Mike. You're not looking very impressed by what you're hearing here.
Well, I just think it's a straw man argument, right? We've got to define people a certain way, and then we're going to take people on the extremes and try to drag them.
You literally have a group called White
like
Men for Kamala.
The entire left looks. Yeah. So you've got to, you know, I'm one of the founders of a group. I'm one of the founders of a group called White Dudes for Harris. I have no problem with that. And look, there are a lot of conversations that need to be happening. But when we're out there having a conversation about whether or not people should go home for Thanksgiving, I think people need to do a better job of talking to one another and engaging with people who think differently than them. Obviously, I want people to do what's best for their own mental health. But at the end of the day, there's an awful lot of drama on the left right now that you're seeing, and you've seen some of these clips here. But we're grabbing small amount of things and trying to define that it's the entirety of the left. And I don't think that it is. And I think that's a mistake. I
don't know, good man, because what did I always say about the left? They're always fat, overly fat or overly scrawny. And you're on the left, you're overly fat. This guy, I don't know what he's on, but who knows? I think he's on the left too. He just looks like it. Maybe, possibly.
Do need to do is do a better job of talking to one another. And what we do need to do a better job of is there's a real culture problem in the Democratic Party. There's a culture problem. And I agree with some of the more conservative commentators here where we've talked about how, you know, Twitter's become a much more fun place for conservatives. You can say whatever you want. I have no problem with that. I think ultimately at the end of the day, I want it to be a place where people can talk. I think to a certain degree, Elon has taken it a little bit too far to the right. For example, my personal home address was doxxed on Twitter by a right-wing activist, and I reported it to Twitter, and they told me there was nothing wrong with posting my personal address. That's probably going a little bit too far. I think Democrats have a tendency to try to create their own little safe spaces. There's a lot of people who are moving over to Blue Sky right now instead of Twitter. I have accounts on both. I'm going to be staying on both. I'm going to be going home for Thanksgiving because I have two Republican parents. Okay. I want to talk to them. I want to engage with them.
Okay. Let me ask you, Ernest. I mean, you were looking enraged through some of what you were hearing, but why really? I mean, is anything that anyone's saying actually wrong? I mean, isn't the key message of this election that you guys just blew it?
I'm not enraged more than I'm bored. You all are, I mean, you're the cat with the cream and y'all licking yourselves for the rest of this show. So great. Dunk on libs like that's going to.
I knew it. I just knew it. Somehow I knew it. Somehow I knew he was a lib. Somehow I knew it, man. I just be knowing this stuff. I tell you, here at SNK Media, we know it. They have a uniform.
Sales for the rest of this show. So great. Dunk on libs like that's going to be what's wonderful. You all going to have the House, the Supreme Court, the public. You got it. Okay.
Ernest, if you'd won a landslide, you would be like 50 cats with 50 pots of
This wasn't a landslide. I'm so tired of hearing that. My God.
So you're not even letting me talk.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't a landslide. Sorry, wait a minute.
It's not a
let me just
landslide.
Hang on.
Hold on, bro. What do you consider a landslide victory? Because that's a landslide. Anytime it's close, like it's like a 300 plus, like, bro, when a president gets 300 electoral votes, that's a landslide, G. You got blown out. I'm sorry. It's a landslide.
Hang on. Let me just go over the check.
Bro, there's more red cities than there's blue cities. Bro, the whole damn map looks red when you talk about the cities. Bro, the only thing that held it together for y'all was these inner cities. If y'all didn't have that, bro, the whole map would have been red. I mean, go to the electoral map and look at New York and look how red New York was.
Last time I checked, Trump won the White House.
Yeah. Is actually. Look how red New York is.
He won the Senate.
Yes.
He won the House of Representatives. Yeah. He won the electoral college, and he won the popular vote. I'm not sure what your definition of a landslide is.
Hang on.
That looks pretty landslidey to me.
That was an ass kicking. Let me ask you a question.
Because he didn't even do Hillary like that. He beat Hillary in the electoral vote, but he lost to Hillary in the popular vote. Here's the funny thing: the liberals were actually saying, "Well, we should get rid of the electoral college because that's what they lost last time, so they want to get rid of it because they won the popular vote." And here's the thing: now if they'd have done that, Trump would have still won. Still.
Hang on. Did Joe Biden win in a landslide 4 years ago? Did Barack Obama win in a landslide in 2008?
I certainly believe he won the election. He didn't have the clean sweep that Trump did.
Any president ever. The most
Donald Trump won the election. I'm not taking anything away from him, but it was a close win. 225,000 votes in 3 swing states go differently, and Kamala Harris is the president.
A close win,
That's not that many people.
A close win is crazy to say, my friend. I mean, bro, y'all could have got Wisconsin and still lost this. Remember, he got 312. Remember that. 312. He could have lost Wisconsin. Y'all could have got Wisconsin. Y'all have still lost. Remember, 312 to 226. What are you talking about? It's a blowout. It's a blowout, my friend.
People, and I think acting like it's some big mandate or some big electoral landslide when in the last 20 years we've seen bigger wins on both sides doesn't make any sense.
If this was on the other side, you would be. This is a mandate against Trumpism.
Maybe, but I mean it's not. So
you're going to be saying it's the end of Trump.
Come on.
The white dudes came out for Harris, but the trouble is, Mike, the white dudes came out for Trump.
Of course they did.
Yeah, because
what did you know for them? And Ernest,
what did you offer them with abandoning the working class?
What are we doing here? This is a lot of yelling.
You get your guy in. Your guy is in.
Welcome to America, dude.
Good luck for 4 years trying to get some real stuff done. Get it done. Shut up. Who cares?
Oh, wow. That's what y'all getting on now? Okay, so this is going to be the liberal. Shut up already. Let's get some stuff done already. When's Trump going to start? Come on now. It's like, so now y'all trying to knock us off our high horse when y'all was talking all that shit during the election, though. Y'all was riding y'all high horse and y'all thought Kamala was just going to blow Trump out. Okay. Y'all can't take this twist the knife season. Don't worry. We still got 2 more months of twist the knife season, man. Look, we twisting the knife until Trump's in office. So yes, we're going to sit here like dancing while y'all cry and celebrating. Why not? That's what y'all was doing when the election was going on. We was over here biting our nails, and then all of a sudden we seen Trump blow y'all out, and now we're just like, hey, hold on, bro. It's time for us to really start turning up on them. So yes, it's twist the knife season all the way until at least January 6th. Maybe the 20th if I really want to be that childish.
Right? Okay. About the liberals in Hollywood. You're so obsessed about people who clearly don't make a difference. So why waste your breath in your platform Ernest? People that you don't care about.
The trouble, Ernest, is that it may not just be 4 years.
Now, hang on.
Ernest, it may be. It may be.
He's melting down. He is really sick. Like, bro, just say that you're Saudi, bro. Just say, look, I'm Saudi. I want to get past this. I just want to get to the get it done. Already said, no tax on overtime. He's going to get it done. Get it done. Go ahead. He says he's going to do all this stuff. Get it done. And I'm just like, I don't know about that, G. And Maya says, sound. Oh, something wrong with the sound? Let's see here. Is there something wrong with the sound, guys?
Maybe if Democrats remain as this deluded and this putting their fingers in their ears and pretending you didn't get beaten for the reasons you got beaten, you could be out of the White House for another 12 years.
Hang on. Let me give you some credit here because I think you're right.
I honestly think that if the Democrats don't have a radical rethink,
4 years denying an election. 4 years and then I get over that defeat.
If a Democrat did an insurrection January 6th. If a Democrat, shut up, Ernest, I won't shut up. It's my show for one.
Bro, why are you? See, it's the liberals. Bro, just tell this man to shut up on his own show because he can't sit there and take the fact that yes, y'all was bragging, pretty much telling, everybody knows the right decision. Trump's gonna get blown out. He's not gonna be in office, and y'all got proven wrong. Yeah, nobody fell for it but y'all. All 75 million. I mean, well, not 75 million. That's for Trump. About 70 million of y'all voted for Kamala. And it's okay. It's okay. You will be okay. Don't worry. Just give it a year. Fuck it. Actually, no. Give it about 6 months. Give it 6 months. You will be okay.
Right.
You are an
But you get to be
invited
a
guest.
bigot.
And secondly,
Guess what? You don't even
there we go.
you don't even
secondly,
interview
Ernest,
your guest.
secondly,
No.
Ernest, a
Right.
little
Because you get to be-
a
you get
little
to be
bit of
rude
advice from
to
your
host
British
the
mate.
entire time.
Ernest,
Right.
Ernest, a little bit of
Right.
advice from your British mate. If you guys
I
don't
like Tommy
dramatically
Anderson. I like
change your radical positions on stuff, you will not be back in the White House for 12 years. Tommy, let me come to you.
Sure.
Tommy?
Oh, do it.
Yeah, I'm just politely raising my hand. Ernest, I believe that's your name. I'm going to tell you why we're doing this. It's to help you out, first and foremost. We want the Democrat Party to be sane again. We would love that just for the sake of this country, for the sake of the world. We'd like some sanity on your side. But also, selfishly, it's really fun for us, okay?
It really
you
is.
guys have spent the last 10 plus years calling us racist.
Bro, racist. Hold on. What was it? Racist, sexist, and anti-gay, and then misogynist. Y'all spent the whole season, election season, calling us these wild things. Y'all called us maggots, bro. Y'all called us crazy, like election deniers, bro. We've been everything in the book but a child of God. And guess what? Now we're the winners. And it's official. We are the winners. You know, make America great again. We're the winners. And now you guys want to say, oh, you're being sore winners now. Oh, no. Y'all just being sore losers. And like I said, it's twist the knife season. Oh, yeah, it cuts deep. Well, trust me, we twisting that mug. We twisting it now.
And Nazis and deplorables and garbage.
Nazis.
And now you lost so badly. So yes, we're going to take a couple of victory laps because it's fun for us. This is going to be fun for the next 4 years. Get ready for it. We're going to enjoy it. Okay.
Right. And you're not going to get anything done outside of dunking, and you all will lose again because politics
gonna get
is
stuff
done.
Lose to who? You will lose again. It's like, to who? Like, bro, going crazy right now, bro. See, it's like a liberal meltdown. These liberal meltdowns, you gotta love them, man. They just expose themselves and how, well, honestly, how soft they are. Because I'm like, bro, you're not really crashing out over this right now. You're on a really popular channel, and you're crashing out over Kamala, over a loss, and y'all just tell me you just can't handle it. It just irks you that much. There's just no way. I just can't believe it. But it is what it is, I guess.
So
much done over the last couple of years. Do both. Watch us.
There's going to be lots of backstabbing over there in the Trump camp.
Okay.
He's going to lose the appointees. I promise you that these people he's appointing right now will not make it in 2 years, most of them. There's going to be a lot of backbiting, arguing within Republicans, establishment ones, rhinos, and everybody else. You all will spend time obsessing over trans people and celebrities, and you're not going to get most of your agenda done because...
Yeah, no, that's y'all. Sorry. Actually, no, hold on. I take that back. Y'all did get y'all agenda done. It just failed. Yeah, it failed. So it's not like Biden came in and he said, all right, I'm trying to reduce inflation. It failed. He's like, but he never really said anything about the border, but he did make it worse. I mean, he did appoint Kamala Harris to it, aka we called her the border czar. Y'all didn't want to accept that she was the border czar, but let's be real then. Cool. Let's be real. She was in Biden's administration, so at least we can say that, okay, well, it's Biden's fault, and y'all was still going to vote for Biden. It is a bit crazy that he's just not trying to accept it. Like, what is his problem? Because he's accepted the laws, but now he's just angry, lashing out on them because what? He wants them to get off their high horse. He wants us to be like, all right, we're not going to get anything done. So whatever. I'm like, bro, he got everything he said done last time. That's why we voted him in. That's how delusional y'all are. Y'all really forget why we voted him in. Everybody was against him in 2016. Somehow he made it in. I guess not everybody. And he made it in. He actually did what he said he was going to do. Now we're like, bro, we need it again. Like, we need you to go ahead and run that same finesse you did in 2016, bro. We need you to just run that again.
Time obsessing over trans people and celebrities.
Without the warmongers in your cabinet. But it looks like he's getting that together too, though. So shout out Trump.
And you're not going to get most of your agenda done because you're going to be too busy fighting and taking dunks at liberals rather than getting things done for the working class.
Ernest, I'm worried. Ernest, I'm genuinely.
Bro, trust me, like I said, bro, it's all gonna stop around January 20th, okay? When he gets inaugurated, and we're talking about day one, and like I said, on day one, we'll be waiting for his announcement as dictator. Don't worry, we'll be waiting. And let's be real, that's when we'll stop. Maybe. Actually, we'll probably keep on dancing a little bit more and start bragging a little bit more when there's no tax on overtime come through. Then y'all really gonna be sick.
Worried, Ernest, about your blood pressure. Mike, very quickly, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I worried about
Look,
yours.
Pierce, I actually think you said something that was right, which is that Democrats do need to take a hard look in the mirror and talk about the way we're engaging with people, talk about the way we're talking about the economy and putting our policies together, talk about the way we're handling things like the border. We have serious issues that we need to address. We have to change the way that we campaign. We have to change the way that we talk to people. We have to change the way that we organize. And there's a lot of work that has to be done. So I think we need to sort of stare into the abyss. And I appreciate that all the conservatives on this call are having a good time. Enjoy the win. It feels good to win. I personally am going to get back to work and try to figure out what we need to fix in the Democratic Party, along with a lot of other people.
I mean, you should have did that. I mean, come on now. There was nothing you could do, G. After that whole finesse with the Kamala, with Biden and Harris, trust me, with the switch out, y'all was through right at that moment. Right at that very moment, y'all was done. Because nobody wanted Kamala to run. Nobody wanted that girl to run on the Democratic side, but he had to eat it up because Biden endorsed her. I have a pretty good video for that.
You guys on the ballot probably in a couple of months for some of these special elections. So
you know what? You know the guy I really want to meet is the guy who was running a secret Latino dudes for Trump. Because whoever that guy is had a fantastic election. Critical drinker, very quickly, are we going to see a sea change in Hollywood as they come to terms with the scale of its loss and realize the error of their ways? Are we going to see, for example, a reboot again of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and actually let dwarf actors appear as dwarf characters? Could this happen?
I'm still holding out for my dwarf actors in this. Yeah, I think award season is going to be the benchmark for this kind of thing. It's too early to tell at the moment, but I will say they are not in the commanding position that they were in 8 years ago when you had the extreme backlash against this sort of thing. They have had year after year of flop, financial disasters, franchises absolutely destroyed. I think the general public has made it clear to them they are done with this shit. And they do not want to hear Hollywood's political opinions anymore. So if they have an ounce of common sense, and that is a big if, they will shut up about this stuff and just get back to making good movies.
Hallelujah. Wouldn't that be great? And you know what?
Man, oh God, though. And that's one of the reasons why, too. Like, bro, we also said maybe if we vote for Trump, maybe all this left-leaning agenda is going to stop popping up in movies. Just maybe they'll stop fucking up movies with this feminism and this, I don't know what the hell you call, what is going to call it, liberalism, straight up. The feminism and the liberalism that y'all inject in movies these days are the reasons why they fail and they suck, man. They're gay. They're fucking gay now. It's like, God damn it, y'all effed up the movies, man. How y'all do that? How y'all F up movies? You F up the economy, you F up the border, and then y'all wonder why nobody voted for y'all? Okay, crazy.
The first thing they should do is say, you know, we've seen the mood of this election, and the next James Bond is going to be a big, strapping bloke who's going to go back to seducing women left, right, and centre. He's going to chain smoke. He's going to drink all sorts of great stuff, martinis, shaken, stirred, any way you like. He's going to kill every baddie that comes in his way, sometimes ruthlessly and heartlessly without a second thought. That's going to be the new James Bond, because that's the Bond we all loved. And Ernest, you're gonna grow to love it, mate. Trust me. Thank you all to my panel.
Oh God, y'all gonna grow to love Trump. I promise you. Not all of you, but most of you is gonna grow to love him. Like, you know what? I was talking mad shit, but now that I'm seeing it play out, damn, this man was a good choice. Just like we did in 2016. We was just like y'all. Well, I was just like y'all in 2016. Some of y'all been voted for Trump, but me, I was kind of against the man. And then when he got into office and he went through it, I was just like, you know what? This man did everything he said. I mean, everything he said, and the economy is doing better. And like, bro, nobody got put in chains. Like, everybody's still cool. It's like, so they pretty much lied to me about what this man was gonna do the whole time. For some reason, they told me he was a racist, sexist, all this wild stuff. Proved not to be, and a good president. I mean, hey man, sometimes you just gotta show me once. You just gotta show me once, especially when it's a position like being the president. It's like, come on now, let's go. And shout out Vladstein, man. He said, drain the swamp, fix the deficit, bring healthy back, man. On God, bro. Let's get these people fit again, man. Let's get women fit again. Let's get men fit again. Man, it's gonna be like the 60s again, except, nah, man, fuck it. Why not? Let's let it be like the 60s again with the fitness aspect of it. All right, man, let's talk about the biggest losers and winners of the 2024 election, man. Y'all should like this one. Shout out PBD. You're going to like it. Trust me. And make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner. I appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
Today we're going to talk about the biggest winners and losers of the 2024 election. If you give value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Number one winner is Trump. This guy made the greatest comeback story a year and a half ago. DeSantis. Oh, Trump doesn't stand a chance. He's got to step away from the game, and then all of a sudden, boom, comes in. Assassination attempt. Bobby, endorsement. Musk, endorsement. You got to be kidding me. And then election sweep on the 7 battleground states. Are you kidding me? Done. Number 2, Musk. First week after Trump becomes president, net worth goes up roughly $40 to $50 billion. Tesla's already worth around $1 trillion now. On top of that, Twitter became one of the biggest roles. The fact that this guy bought Twitter, if he doesn't buy Twitter, there's a very fair argument to be made that Trump probably is not the president today. And it's not even Kamala, it's even Biden, because you wouldn't be able to put all the stuff that you were putting on Twitter last 2 years due to Musk buying Twitter.
Facts though. Facts. Shoot, actually, I can even say that, man, even YouTube has kind of calmed down a little bit. Like, bro, there was things you couldn't talk about on YouTube that get your channel down, taken down like that. I mean, I remember first starting out, me and Key was on our 2nd strike. Medical misinformation. I'm like, damn, we just trying to inform the people. But I guess YouTube's like, nah, you better go with what the CDC say or don't say it at all.
Number 3, independent podcasters. Guess what? The road to the White House in 2028 is going to go through independent podcasters. And you know who did it in 2024? Donald Trump did. Who did he go through? Of course, Rogan was the last. More views than all the interviews combined for Kamala Harris. You got Theo Vaughn. You got Andrew Schultz. You got Nelk Boys. You got Logan Paul. You got Aiden Roth, Tucker Carlson. All of these places he went through, and the other side was not doing it. He became a very big part of President Trump winning 2024. Number 4, Josh Shapiro is a winner. Why? Everybody that right now is responsible. Well, the reason why Kamala Harris is because her VP choice wasn't a good VP choice. She should have chosen, somebody like Josh Shapiro, the Jewish vote, all this stuff that's going on. Why didn't she go with him? And a lot of people are saying this. Big mistake because of her not selecting Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro may be the number 1 draft pick or top 3 draft pick of 2028 election for presidential candidate for Democrats. Number 5, got to give him credit, J.D. Vance. When they first announced
I mean, bro, they made him rose his stock. I mean, from the debates, from the adversarial debates, he didn't overperform. J.D. Vance overperformed, or I guess outdone our expectations of him. He came out dry, and all of a sudden he started having character all of a sudden. Like somebody just injected this man an aura all of a sudden. He needs to start being himself. Bro, start being himself, start naturally, I guess, trying to relate to the people instead of just being this dry person who we know is a millionaire. And shout out, fellow Ohioan.
J.D. Vance as a VP. I'm like, wait, who? J.D. Vance? Yes. No way. Yeah. Out of all these people, yes. All of a sudden, you watch this guy perform. Unfreaking believable. J.D. Vance, top 5 biggest winners of 2024 election. Number 6, the citizens, not the political leaders, the citizens of Ukraine, Russia, Iran, Israel, Gaza are winners because most likely majority of these wars are going to stop. Number 7 is Hillary Clinton. You know what? You think she wants Kamala Harris to be the first female president. Are you freaking kidding me?
I'm weak. Hillary was like, bro, nah, not her. Not anybody but her. And make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video, man, or the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get the likes up.
It should have been me, Hillary, not Kamala. Who is Kamala? Imagine dinner. Nobody's around. It's just her and Bill. Whatever, in their pajamas. I would assume they're wearing pajamas. I don't want to visualize, but come back.
I can imagine the N-word flying out at that moment. Like, if they let that sand N-word in that White House and they couldn't get me in there, but they rig it for Joe Biden, but they couldn't rig it for me, Hillary Clinton. Like, I can see her, going off like that in the house alone.
Back to me. Whatever they're doing. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we was...
Oh, God, Ohio pride, Tim. That's why we kind of okay with Jake Paul winning. Like, I'm okay with it. All right, shout out.
She look at the way...
Don't mess with them Ohio boys, boy.
She answers, over me, Bill. Over me, Bill. I should have been it. I'm glad she didn't win. I am so sorry here, Kamala. We voted for you. These people are ridiculous. I feel like they did the same thing they did to you that they did in 2016 to me, and we should have won. Girl, I got your back. Thank God she didn't win.
That's kind of how I visualize happened at dinner with her and Bill Clinton. 8, you may or may not agree. I don't know. I just don't know if Joe Biden voted for Kamala Harris. And matter of fact, even when Jill Biden voted, she came out. You know when Democrats typically vote, what do they wear? They wear blue. Why would Jill Biden come out in a red dress? You know what happened today? Today we had Chris Cuomo on. And Chris Cuomo, I said, Chris, I know you didn't vote for Kamala for president. And I know you didn't vote for Trump for president. Who'd you vote for? He didn't want to answer. Well, I'll tell you for the first time who I voted for. Who'd you vote for? He said, I voted for Andrew Cuomo. I said, you didn't vote for him? No. And then he shows it to me. Andrew Cuomo. You think Biden's voted for Kamala? So part of me thinks they did not. And there's a part of me that Biden texted Obama saying, I told you should have kept me in. I told you so. Don't be surprised if Joe Biden and Jill wear a shirt walking around saying, told you so, told you so, told you so, told you so. You should have stuck with us. Even though he is 200 years old or whatever, 82 years old, he had a better chance of beating Trump than Kamala. Think about what I just said. He had a better chance of beating Trump than Kamala.
No way. Now, that one may be a bit pushing the PBD. I'm like, had a better chance than... I don't know. I don't think America was going to vote for the senile old man. I think that debate was it. I'm like, bro, even everybody in the Democrat Party was like, look, bro, you really try to push this man, Trump's going to blow him out. So I don't know. Like I said, they should have went to the primary and did it that way. But instead, you know, Biden kind of worked some magic with that one. He worked some magic by saying, oh, you going to kick me out? All right, say less then. I'm about to give you this BS ass VP you stuck me with, so you guys can get the black vote. All right, say less. You want to stick me with this person? I'm going to stick you with her too.
So yes, number 8 is Joe Biden. Number 9, kids, newborn babies, but mainly kids. Why? Think about how confused these kids are. Think about they're going to school. Our educational system sucks right now. Absolutely sucks. We're getting more and more and more employees, more and more principals, and our math score, everything is staying here. Investments going into how much we're paying these guys, administrators, not the kids. What the hell are we doing? Our educational system needs a massive disruption, and God willing, that is coming, and it's going to make it better for our kids so they're no longer confused. He, she, all the they, all this stuff. Think about how confused you and I would have been if we were going to school today and we're 6 years old. You can't say he, you can't say she, you can't say father, mom, dad. You can only say parents, dude.
That'd have threw me the hell off. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I mean, honestly, I'd have probably just stuck to what my parents said. I'm like, nope, I ain't hearing it. My mom said this, so is that. Daddy said this, so is that.
Stop gaslighting kids and confusing the shit out of them. Number 10, ridiculous policies lost. Common sense policies where you sat there.
I don't know, man. You disobey your parents, man. You try to come in with some different stuff around your parents. That got you an ass whooping sometimes. Sometimes.
Like, I'm a Democrat, but what the hell are these guys talking about? Babe, this just doesn't make any sense. I know, babe, but what are we going to do? Vote for the other guy? Babe, yep. Is this us? No, babe, that's not us. So why are we voting Democrat? I don't know. My dad was a John F. Kennedy Democrat. Babe, these guys don't sound like Democrats. These guys sound crazy. I know, babe, but if we decide to vote the other side, we can't tell anybody. No, I know. We're not going to tell it. Of course we're not going to tell anybody. We're going to say we voted for Kamala. We're going to vote for Trump. And that's what we're going to do, babe. All right, because that's what we're going to do. Hey, what'd you guys vote for? Oh, of course. Oh, my God. The other guy's crazy. Yeah, everybody, I'm so sorry. We're so upset. And you get in the car. Oh, my God. Can't believe it. They don't know, babe. Great job acting. Great job, babe. Common sense won. Number 11, Bitcoin, crypto. Holy moly, almost at 90,000.
We like fist bump the girl and like, hey, man, good job. Because ain't no way we was voting for that girl. But we can't let our friends and family know that, man. So, but fist bump. We'll pull out the MAGA hats when we're about 2 hours out from the family kickback. About 2 hours out.
Do you know what the 12-month low of Bitcoin was? 34,000. 90,000 almost under Trump. You know, the crypto guys are excited about it. And number 12, stock market, economy, Dow, S&P 500. It's like a weight's been lifted off their backs. Oh, we're going up again. We're excited about the future. IPOs. People want to start businesses. People want to reinvest into the economy. They want to put money into it. The market benefited from this victory. Number 13, Hunter Biden. You know why? Because he may get pardoned.
And shout out James Foley says, going to show my wife the young Mike Tyson tonight. Yeah, please. Because you have to, James, because we cannot let her think. We cannot let everybody think that this is Mike. We can't let them think that, oh, yeah, he must have been like this all the time. No, he used to be great. Man, fuck great. He was like marvelous. Like, the man was knocking people twice his size out. He was a short-ass heavyweight dude knocking dudes out that was 6'5", 6'6", giants among men, and he's just putting them to sleep, boy, and was a champion. Different breed. I'm very disappointed that man even went there to that Jake Paul fight, because in my eyes, it's stupid. It's like, bro, you don't need to really prove anything. You're Iron Mike for a reason. Okay? You out here trying to prove that what? You still got it at 60? Bro. Bro, who does have it at 60 still? Jeez, like the fact that you stood up in there is remarkable. I'm gonna give him that. But to win the fight is like, yeah, y'all was asking for too much. For him to step in the ring, that was enough for me to go ahead and clap it up for him. But to win the fight and to take it, and what happened? Did they take it to decision? If it took it to decision, even better. Y'all should just clap it up just for that. But let's go back to the old Mike Tyson where he was knocking people out cold. Boy, they said when Mike Tyson hit you, it felt like you hit your head against a sink.
So he's a winner. Number 14, Tony Hinchcliffe. You know why? Think about it. If they lost the election.
Weak. James Foley said, I'm going to be Mike Tyson. She's going to sleep. I'm weak as hell. Did Miss Man James Foley say he's on demon time tonight?
Storyline. Tony Hinchcliffe, comedian, destroyed Donald Trump's. Tony wouldn't be able to go to a UFC fight. Those guys would chase him down afterwards. You comedian, you. So Tony's sitting there saying, oh my God. Tony probably cried more than anybody else from celebration. 15, the entire Trump team. You got, Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Charlie Kirk, Laura Trump, Dana White, Susie Wiles, Susie, a.k.a. Summer. The entire team did an incredible job. And last but not least, you are a winner. How's it feel? Now you can go the next 4 years and light it up, not have to worry about your kids being confused when they're going different places. Now you don't have to worry about wars taking place. God.
Literally, yes. We don't got to worry no more. We could just light it up. Literally lighting it up as we speak, because thank God, man, it's Trump 2024 and we didn't got to worry about this liberal agenda taking over anymore. So great. Now men have a voice. Now everybody has a voice again. Now everybody have a voice and not just women and liberals.
Willing, things are going to settle down. Temperature's going to go a little bit lower. We're going to go back to winning again. Yes, you are also a winner for what just happened with the election. Before we go into the biggest losers, let me tell you who else is the biggest winner. You know who? Those who love to say Merry Christmas, because Kamala told us, why would you say Merry Christmas? Say Happy Holidays. If you are comfortable saying Merry Christmas.
Guys, it is almost about to be the holidays, so, make sure y'all go ahead and prepare for that Black Friday, prepare for, get your decorations together and all that good stuff. It's going to be a good Christmas. It's going to be a good year and next year. The next 4 years is going to be golden. That's all I'm going to say.
Who it is? Barack Obama. Do you know why? Because his voice doesn't carry weight anymore. He was out there begging, screaming, scolding, everything he did. He no longer carries that weight. Imagine Barack Obama every day he goes to sleep. He remembers that one dinner that he's talking shit to Trump, saying you'll never be president. When he did the angry tweets and all this stuff on Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon, and he reads the Trump tweet at him talking shit about him. He says, at least you'll never be a president, drops the mic. Obama has to eat his words for the rest of his life. It's gotta suck. The number one loser of 2024 election. I don't put anybody above him. Number 2, you ready? Who? Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, General Dynamics, the guys that make money based on a lot of war. They're like, dude, give me a break. We want more war. We need business, guys. What is this peace talk that we're having? We don't want no peace. Come on, let me sell some more weapons here. Missed opportunity. Guys, the next 4 years is going to be okay. We got to wait and make sure this guy gets out. And God forbid J.D. Vance or any of these guys that are not for war stay in the White House. That's not good for us. Number 3, this guy that was going up against Musk, his name is Mark Cuban. Man, he had a hard time. He had so many people going after him, so many arguments with tariffs. Oh, this guy's not going to win. So many things he said. Women, he doesn't have strong women about him. At the end of the day, Kamala Harris's campaign is like, listen, settle down. You're not representing us. And he had to delete some of his tweets, which he's done in the past before. But Mark Cuban is definitely one of the losers of the 2024 election. You know those places that they call universities, aka indoctrination camps? Trump's coming for them. All these guys with big endowments that are trying to teach woke ideology to kids and confusing the shit out of them. Oh, they are walking on eggshells right now, especially if he goes after their endowments. Imagine that. Number 5, everybody from the DOJ, the Letitia James, the Jack Smith, the AG, Garland, all these guys, they're going to be sitting there saying, holy moly, what if they find out everything that we did? What if they do a DOJ files, FBI files, CIA files? What if they find out everything that we were doing to destroy this guy's life? What if they find out all this stuff was fraud? Oh my God, what are we going to be doing? They're not happy about it right now. Number 6 is mainstream media that bought into the narrative. Oh my God, think about the level of credibility they lost. Imagine how much they hate Twitter. Imagine how much they hate independent podcasters. Can you imagine, like, these guys?
Like, bro, our polls are more accurate than theirs. Yes. Here at Rethinking Media, the polls that we ran that had at least 2,000 or 3,000 plus voters, bro, voted Trump 75%, 25, usually sometimes you get 70, 30 Kamala. And that's what we were seeing throughout the election period. And we was running these polls every day, and we're being broadcast around the world and all through America. So to get that type of result every time, and we weren't really believing it. We really thought, like, you know, hey, come on now. They call us a Trump channel, you know, Trump supporters. It'd be like that. But little did we know, we were also getting independents as well. And they were just like, all right, yeah, I'm going Trump. And that, when the second key media polls reflected better than mainstream media polls. And ain't that about a bitch? Sorry, guys. Sorry. Guess you shouldn't have been so damn biased. Sorry. Shout out James Foley, man, with the boys. Shout out Sergeant Castro, Dave, and Big G. Bob is asleep again. Cocaine can't keep this man awake. He is not from this world. I'm weak. James Foley. Hey, man, appreciate you, big dog.
Are horrible. Shut these mofos down, but they can't. And podcasters are not going away. So that's a nightmare for these guys. Number 7. Ooh, Zelensky is not happy. He is not happy with this. He's a loser. He's not happy because there's no more coming and getting that money and knocking on the door. There was even this image when him and Trump are right next to each other. He's standing like this. Next to Biden, he stands like this. Next to Kamala, he stands like this. Next to Trump, stands like this because he knows he can't go back for more money. He's like, we're going to figure this thing out. Yeah, hopefully we can figure something out together. He doesn't look too happy. Don't know why. I have some speculation.
Right. Yeah, we're going to figure I told him the same thing. Yeah, we're going to figure this out. Yeah, we are, without you getting any more money. And if you don't, then we're not going to give you no more money. We're going to leave you to Russia's mercy. And of course, it would be a threat, but they're going to do it. They're going to do what we say because, you know, at the end of the day, we're funding this. So if we just pull the money, then guess what? The war stops at the end of the day. And if we work with Putin, I'm pretty sure, you know, well, due to the fact that we kind of effed up in this war, we might not even Ukraine might not even get Crimea back. It might be done for that. The fact that we even let it get this far, Russia taking Crimea or taking parts of Ukraine, it might just be up for them on that point. Like, I don't even know what to tell y'all. It's a wrap.
But he doesn't look happy. He looks like he's one of the losers of the 2024 election. 8 political leaders of Ukraine, Iran, Hamas, China, any of these guys, Mexico, it's either this is over with, you ain't going to be playing around, or it's tariffs. Yeah. One of the two is coming your way. Number 9.
Yep, or it's going to cut your funding. Yeah. So what we looking at here? So it's tariffs or both. We can cut your funding and we can impose tariffs on you. Like how you want to play, G? But either way, you're going to stop this war.
Left-leaning ideas, they got destroyed. The American people are sitting there saying, you just don't make any sense. What are you doing? I'm not interested in what you have to say. Left-leaning ideas got exposed, not by a little bit, by a lot of bit. I mean, we're talking, they said, this guy's going to lose all 7, and he wins all 7. He's not going to win the popular. He won the popular and the House and the Senate. The American people are sick of the bullying that took place during the pandemic and COVID. And they're just saying, we gave you a shot with these ideas, but they don't work. You confuse the hell out of us. You pinned us against our families, and we're done with it. If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If you enjoyed the video, there's another one that we did, how China and Mexico are stealing money from the U.S. If you've never...
Ain't that crazy, though? Ain't that crazy? Always did say, bro, these, the winners and losers in this election is a bit funny because you do see who the real losers are and why they're crashing out. Yes, mainstream media is crashing out because they lost. They put all their eggs in one basket and it didn't pay off. It'd be like that. You just got to take that L gracefully, you know, like an adult. But hey, though, I guess y'all want to be childish. It figures. But and make sure, please make sure y'all double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner and go ahead and like the video, man. Go ahead and let's get to 100 likes. Yes, please, let's get us to 100 likes. So go ahead and double tap that screen for me, guys, and let's get right into it because this was actually pretty good. All right, let's go.
For all the David Pac-Man subscribers that want to watch a show that actually is informative and funny and interesting and dare I say irreverent, I would tune into the Rubin Report.
Well.
And shout out James Foley said, going to buy you an ounce one super chat at a time. I'm weak. Shout out James Foley said, don't worry, bro. Don't worry. We going to make the supply steady. Shout out. Appreciate you, James. Appreciate you, big dog.
Well, they're probably all watching Uncensored at the moment. Let me bring in Brian. Brian, sure. I thought it was very interesting, this meeting between Trump and Biden. They obviously can't stand each other. They've abused each other all year. But Biden did show him the respect of bringing him to the White House and shaking hands, and they talked about a smooth transition and stuff. I mean, that is good, isn't it? After the mayhem we saw 4 years ago, I mean, I like to see that. What I would hope is that Trump, in his inauguration speech, hits a much more unifying tone than he did in 2016.
Right. I mean, I guess we're 8 years into new tone for Trump. It's never going to happen. He is not that person. Biden afforded him every ounce of respect that he couldn't be bothered to show, and that he couldn't be bothered to show Joe Biden or any Democrat over the last 4 years. Well,
I mean, now let's be honest. They showed Donald Trump respect, or did they just call him a dictator and a sayer? Y'all pretty much try to say his wife don't respect him and all this crazy stuff. So y'all say all this crazy stuff about this man. He's just supposed to sit there and smile in y'all faces? Like, what? Like I said, bro, y'all liberals need to be real here. Understand what y'all said, how y'all said it, all the things you put this man through, and now you expect him to play nice? Well, y'all been playing dirty the whole time. Y'all been playing mean the whole time. Y'all expect him to play nice. Wow. Okay.
Oh, and that he couldn't be bothered to show Joe Biden or any
talk about you can dish it, but you can't take it. Crazy.
Democrat over the last 4 years, while he lied about some big lie, and all of these right-wing mouthpieces perpetuated this lie with zero evidence, and then they all just claimed that because Donald Trump was too small to admit that he lost, they all claimed that there must be some fraud, which magically disappeared as soon as 2024 rolled around.
All right,
so there was mass cheating that the Democrats figured out how to do when they didn't control government. But then when Democrats do control government, we just forgot to cheat this time around? The fact is that there is no acknowledgement.
No, it was too big to rig. Everybody had their eyes on it. We called you out about it last time to the point you can't do it this time. Because, bro, you had this man... Bro, you literally had Steven Crowder having his people outside of these election places, monitoring them all the way through, making sure no shady stuff happened. You had people going that far, literally too big to rig. Sorry, that's why y'all couldn't pull it again, because it was brought to our attention. We didn't even think it was possible until it was fully explained, and now we're just like, oh shit, I guess they can rig an election. All right then, well, we'll just make sure we have our eyes out this time. And we did, and y'all know we did. 75 million people voted for this man, so you know at least like 35 million of them had their eyes out.
Acknowledgement from the right that for the last 4 years, these Republican officials that are listening to Donald Trump, these Republican mouthpieces like the ones on this panel, all lied because it served their political interest, but now they won't acknowledge that he was lying once it doesn't serve their political interest anymore.
All right, Ben, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, let's go back to the question you asked. Is it good for America to see these two men shaking hands and talking? Yes. I actually think it's probably because Joe Biden experienced what Donald Trump experienced for 4 years, and that was people coming after you, trying to undermine you, and having a coup on you. And when the big five of the Democratic Party excommunicated Joe Biden and said, we're going to force you out, I think he was probably the happiest man in America the night that Kamala Harris lost, because it was revenge for them kicking him out. So I think there is a different Joe Biden sitting with a different Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is different now than he was in 2016. And I think these two men have experienced this level of persecution against them. And there probably is genuinely more respect now for the two of them than there has ever been in the last 8 years.
Hang on, Brian.
I've literally never heard such lazy commentary in my entire life.
Brian,
it's free.
Joe Biden was the
Bro, and this is what Pierce was talking about in the last episode. It does seem like the left and Lukey be one day interrupt. And not only do they interrupt, but they say disrespectful things. So it's just like, bro, what's wrong with y'all? What is literally wrong with y'all? The Republicans were respectful. We let y'all talk. We let you finish your ideas. As soon as we speak, you don't show us the same grace. But yet, y'all think that what? Y'all more educated than us? What? Y'all more respectful than us? Y'all more knowledgeable than us? But look how y'all act. Y'all act like fucking children with no self-control. It's like, what's going on here? Like, are you not adults? You 18 plus, you voted, right?
The happiest person in the world.
Let me ask you a question,
my dude.
Excuse me.
Some of these people 30 plus.
I run this panel at the moment. Ben, a question for you, Ben, because I put this forward on X and got a lot of blowback from MAGA Republicans. But I said, if Trump really wanted to set a different tone for the second administration, what about pardoning Hunter Biden? not because I think he's innocent of the crimes, but because it would go a long way, perhaps, to showing the left that Trump is a different person, that he is prepared to forgive and move on. What do you think of that?
I think it's a terrible idea. I think you have to be held accountable for your actions. And I think the abuse of power by Hunter Biden, by Joe Biden's brother, and by the Biden crime family, and the money they were receiving from Ukraine and from Russia and from China is egregious. Now, let me also say, I think the olive branch is, hey, I'm not going to weaponize the government to come after you. I'm going to let you go off into the sunset, but I'm not going to make it easy on you and do this pardon, which, by the way, if he did pardon him, I'm a realist. The two people in these boxes over here, I promise you, there's no way that would make them like Donald Trump. They would still hate him. They would still come after him. They would still say he's Hitler and we're all Nazis. And so I'm sorry, their elections have consequences.
Yeah, it is funny, though, because I also did say the same thing, though. Like, you know what? Trump can make this shit a whole lot better, undeniably better. I mean, even the liberals are making more money, undeniably better, and they'll still sit there and be like, he didn't do anything. He didn't get anything done. Yo, that was a waste of a vote, guys. And we're all sitting here more prosperous than ever, looking at them with our mouth dropping. I mean, like, huh? Like, are you for real? Y'all still pulling it? And I honestly, that's what I believe. This is the hill they're going to die on until they literally die. Like, they're going to hate Trump until you die. Like, there's nothing this man can do to prove y'all wrong. Nothing.
We kicked your ass. We're going to go in and do government.
Let me bring in Brianna.
And that's the way it's going to be.
Okay, let me bring in Brianna. Brianna, just on a big picture here. Sure. Brianna, as an American, Brianna, what would you like to hear Trump say on Inauguration Day?
I would like to see us find a way to move forward as a country. I've thought so much, Pierce, about what I'm going to do differently this time around, because Resistance 2.0 is not what the country needs right now. Don't get me wrong. I am a Democrat. I worked 16-hour days trying to get Kamala Harris elected. This election broke my heart. But at the same time, what is frustrating to me about this panel is I see my fellow Democrats and we're sliding into the same mistakes that brought us here. The American people do not care respectfully about your show viewer count. They don't care about this left versus right nonsense. They are looking for stuff that makes their lives better. So what I am committed to doing is Trump has done some stuff I think is good. I think he's taking a much harder stand on Israel. I like the people he's appointing to represent us and to bring our countries closer together after I think Biden and Kamala Harris have really spit in the Jewish community's face. And, you know, what I'm willing to do as an American, not as a Democrat, so when he does stuff like that, I agree with, I will stand with him. And, you know, Ben, you're wrong. If Trump were to come forward tomorrow and say, for the good of the country, I am pardoning Hunter Biden because these charges are just out of proportion to the issue at hand, that would mean a lot to me. But what I need for y'all to do is to give some of that goodwill back. We are not
personally. That's what okay. Now I hear what she's saying. It's like y'all need to give goodwill back. Like if he does something nice for y'all, like y'all still sit there and slander him and call him all types of names. So it's kind of like, bro, there's really nothing he can do to win y'all over. He can do something good for y'all today. He could damn near get y'all viewer count back today, and y'all will still call this man a piece of shit. So it's like, what's the point of listening to you guys when it's no matter what this man does? And that's why y'all lost subscribers. That's why you're losing viewership, because no matter what this man does, you will never change your opinion of him. And that's the thing. Like, you're supposed to be able to have the maturity to change your opinion. Let's say this. Let's say Kamala Harris did get elected and every one of her policies magically worked out. I mean, everything just worked out for the best. I would have to eat my words and be like, I ain't gonna lie, y'all had me on that one. Hey, Kamala was the better choice, but she wasn't. So it's kind of crazy how we know that Trump could go ahead and give y'all the best years, which he did last time, and y'all still came at him with the Nazi stuff, still came at him with the Trump derangement. It's like, that's why we can no longer listen to the mainstream media. That's why we no longer listen to pugnates like them, because no matter what this man does, no matter how successful he makes America, y'all will still sit there in our face and tell him he's the boogeyman, he's Hitler, he's a Nazi, he's this and that. It's like, come on now.
Going to move forward as a country. If everyone on this panel cannot stop hating each other at some point,
to let someone get away with abusing their power, that's not goodwill.
Pick something else.
When you abuse the power you're given,
that Trump should be sentenced?
Well, I actually personally, I think Joe Biden, before he goes out of office, I think he should pardon Trump for the ridiculous Stormy Daniels case. I honestly do.
Wait, can I ask a question here? Pierce, can I ask a question here? Yes. Ben, do you think that Donald Trump should go through with his sentencing then, because everybody should be held accountable for their crimes?
I don't know. I think the whole thing was a farce. I think the whole.
Do you think that
the whole
Donald
Stormy Daniels case? I think Joe Biden should pardon him and end the whole thing now.
Do you think that Donald Trump should be allowed to be continued being prosecuted for in the Washington D.C. case or the classified documents case or the Georgia RICO prosecution, since everybody has to be held accountable for their crimes?
No, because I think it's very clear that it says you cannot go after a sitting president, and I think we all know it's law here. And every time
that's not what I asked you.
I just answered the question. I just said no. The first thing came out of my mouth was the word no, and then I explained why. You need to listen.
So you said everybody should be held accountable for their crimes, but not Trump.
The American people just held Donald Trump accountable, and they said they thought it was crap, and they reelected him.
That's not how it works. I'm asking you.
Yes, it is.
It's exactly how it works. That everybody should be held accountable for their crimes.
That is exactly why they have said we're going to wind it all down. That's exactly why.
All right, listen, Dave Rubin has to leave in a couple of minutes. Dave,
that's another problem. When you answer a liberal's question, they say you didn't answer the question. You're just like, bro, wait, what? And then, or when you prove one of their points wrong, they move the goalposts. It's like, bro, it's almost impossible to talk to these people or to get through to them. But it does make great content, though. They do make great content to debate. I'll give them that.
Talked about predictions for elections. It would be remiss of me not to point out that about 9 days before the election, I said this on Fox News. Look, my gut feeling, and I had this in 2016, and when I was saying it and writing it in 2016, people were laughing at me. But I kept saying, I'm getting a feeling that the Trump train is steaming to victory. I get that feeling again now. I've been in LA, I've been in New York. I'm getting a lot of people who did not vote Trump last time, but who are prepared this time, even if they don't like him, they're prepared to vote for him this time to stop Kamala Harris becoming president. I'm going on my gut, and I'm feeling he could actually end up winning quite big. You know, the moral of that story, Dave Rubin, is always trust a British gut, is the moral of that story.
Yeah, well, the moral of the story, I think, for the progressives is stop being so authoritarian and hysterical and better than everybody, because what you've done is you've taken
all God says, like the condescending liberals, like y'all always come in with the condescendingness. Y'all always come in with the, oh, I'm holier than thou because I'm voting for this person. It's like, that's the problem. It's the ideological supremacy that y'all have. It's like just because you're a liberal and you think left, you think that you're better than the next person because they don't think as left as you. And the further left you think, the better you think you are.
All of the good liberals of America, of which there are many, and most of them are now Republicans, or at least voting for Republicans. And I would like to say to Brianna, who I've enjoyed watching a bit of her evolution here, is that what I think you're going to find over the next year or two is that consistently you are going to have some differences with people on the right, but they are going to welcome you. They are going to treat you with respect. They're going to agree to disagree, and you're going to have rich conversations and find an awful lot of agreement where you thought there would only be scorched earth. And on the other side of it, you're going to find exactly what you have found over the course of this panel. And I think very quickly that will change your party affiliation. But maybe I'm wrong, because I do get some predictions wrong. We'll see.
Well, thank you, Dave Rubin. Thank you. Sorry, who was that?
I just say,
yeah, Brianna, last word to you. Last word to Brianna.
I hear what you're saying, Dave, and respectfully, trans rights are under attack like I've never seen in my entire life. And I transitioned over 20 years ago. So I will not be moving to the other side like you, but I'm always open for a conversation. We got trans rights by policies right down the middle, and it's what this fringe left has completely thrown us under the bus on. So
yeah, and you know what, Brianna? I think it's such an important point. I absolutely and have always wanted fairness and equality for all trans people of the same kind that I enjoy, but not to the point where it starts to erode women's rights. Exactly. And that's the crucial debate that has to be properly had.
Pierce,
and that's the one Democrats have failed on.
Pierce, this whole thing changed 10 years ago. If I was writing a book on the history of trans rights and when it went wrong, it was on your show. 10 years ago, Janet Mock on CNN, you held an interview with her. We were not talking about trans stuff back then. Everyone in the community was thrilled about it. What did she do? She went on your program. She lectured you. She was beyond rude. She told you she was not interested in your opinion on anything. She just shut you down. It was this.
Well, worse than that, she said that.
But that's all leftists. That's all left. That's all y'all do. Y'all don't want to hear no other opinions but y'all own, especially when it comes to Trump, especially when people prove you wrong about Trump. Oh, you really ain't trying to hear that. So, yeah, it's like even somebody on the left, a trans woman is damn near as left as almost as left as you can get. It's like, let's be real. Even she's calling it out. Be like, yeah, y'all come in here with bad faith. And you don't think these people see this? You don't think they see the smug on y'all? You don't think they just sit there and be like, I don't align with their character. I don't align with the left's character. Like, shit, I'm good. I'm good. It's like y'all got bad character traits for real, and it's crazy because it's like what y'all let your ideology give you the permission to be an ass? Like, come on now.
I was very respectful to her. I gave her the platform of CNN primetime worldwide, and then because I said that she was born a boy and then transitioned to be a trans woman. She said that was transphobic and tried to basically destroy me. And right there was the start of this nonsense. Obviously, I wasn't being transphobic. Actually, I was being completely biologically, scientifically accurate. She was born a biological boy, and she transitioned and became a trans woman. And I have full respect for her for doing that. But don't then go after people who actually are allies. That's the irony.
But Pierce, this is the problem. I'm saying this to you respectfully, but I've seen your evolution over the last 10 years, and I understand why you have less patience from my side than you did 10 years ago. I get it. I deal with these freaks every day. But you've got to, our stories, people that understand that actually medically transition, our stories are not in the media. No one is talking to us. We're horrified by all this nonsense.
I agree.
So give us a shot.
Brianna, it's why you're such an important voice in this, because again, I have repeatedly said the people I feel most sorry for are people who have transitioned, who are just trying to get on with their lives and just be treated equally and fairly, and they're getting dragged into all these ludicrous headlines like 6'4" biological male who was crap at swimming in the men's game transitions and suddenly beats women by 50 seconds. It is
and
bullshit.
By the way, that's not at odds with anything. That's not.
Thank you. And y'all was getting down with that. And every time somebody called y'all on the BS, y'all called them transphobic. Just like every time somebody called you on the BS about the immigration problem, you called them racist. It's like no matter what we do to criticize y'all, y'all just have some name to call us. And at that point, people just got tired of it. It's like, all right, well, let's not just even have y'all in power. Y'all don't even want to debate. Y'all just want to start name calling. So let's not even have y'all in power at this point, and we'll just put in the people who actually have some common sense.
Not at odds with anything that the Trump administration is pushing right now. Remember, many years ago, when Trump was asked about trans bathrooms, he said, "Hey, I build hotels. You want to tell me I can have one bathroom? That's fine."
And by the way, when it comes to Trump and the LGBTQ community, can we just remind us? In fact, why don't we? Given it's been quite a contentious panel, Trump has been ending his rallies with the famous YMCA dance, right? Which is a gay anthem performed by a bunch of gay guys, right? And is now taken fire and has now become a trend around the world. Why don't we all come together as one big cis LGBT, whatever you want to call it, community, and have a little dance? Here we go.
Hey. I already know it's the YMCA song. They had to mute that. Come on now. They mad as hell. Oh, I'm weak as hell. Shout out Trump, though. Make sure y'all like the video, man. Double tap the screen, man, and like the video. Hey, yo, they that sick. They that sick. Even the liberal girl is dancing. They say, I can't do it. I can't do it. Not Trump, too.
Biggest wusses done.
I'm sorry. It's just funny though, because you know what song they were playing. You know what song it was.
Dancing. As the rest of us got fully into the groove. Anyway, young men and Brianna, lovely to have you all on the program. Thank you all very much indeed. Enjoyed the spirited debate. Long may it continue. Thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
Well, now the Democratic campaign has been labelled a $1 billion disaster by dissenting voices within the DNC amid reports of lavish spending on celebrities. Despite record-breaking fundraising, the campaign somehow appears to have ended up in debt. Joining me now is Lindy Lee, a Democratic donor and a member of the DNC's National Finance Committee. Well, welcome to you, Lindy. It seems quite extraordinary that Kamala Harris should get all this cash and then still get into debt. How has that happened?
You're right.
I mean... I know this is going to sound a bit racist, but nothing like an Asian to explain finances, ain't it? Nothing like an Asian.
This is as best as mine. So
shout out the Asian community, man. Come on, bro. We always tapping into y'all for the finances. And cheap labor.
Your guess is as best as mine. So thank you so much for having me. And it's just amazing how every single hour more reports come out to substantiate what I've been saying. Just in the last couple of hours, more reports are coming out about how even the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison, is shocked at the amount of debt that we're going to be saddled with in the years to come. We don't even know the extent of the full damage yet. And just last night, we learned that the Harris campaign paid Al Sharpton $500,000 just moments before an endorsement. We learned that the campaign paid Harper Productions. You know who's behind Harper Productions?
Oprah Winfrey.
Billionaire Oprah. Right. So I've raised millions for the campaign.
So these people aren't supporting you on their own dime. They're not going out there canceling some money and being like, look, I'm actually out here because I believe in Kamala. No, they're only out there because you got a check for them. So AKA, there was no real support behind Kamala's campaign. Nope, it was all fabricated with money, It's crazy what you can fabricate with money, you know. Like, I mean, crazy what you can fabricate with money. I mean, like, look, women can fabricate a body. Guys can do the same thing. And you ever heard of Bandman Kevo? Look what he did with money. You can fabricate a lot of things with money. Like, shit. And I guess also support.
A lot of that is through grassroots donors who gave $25 or even $10. It pains me that, you know, the money of these hardworking Americans are going to these billionaires.
Yeah, I mean, and the irony is that she kept saying, you know, I'm the woman for the middle class and working people, and I'm not into this elitist stuff. And there she is being completely elitist. Oprah Winfrey was doorstepped by TMZ and said this.
How do you think the election went?
Not talking about the election. Thank you very much.
Oh, is it true that they paid you $1 million for the endorsement for Kamala?
Well,
not true.
Not true. Okay.
Yeah, Cardi B said the same thing too, though. Like, oh, is it true that they paid you $1 million? And you know, Candace Owens asked her, and she said no. And I'm just like, bro, why would they tell you? Why would they be honest and tell you? Let's keep it a buck. Like, I'm pretty sure somewhere in the contract of accepting that money, it would be like damn near like defamation, self-defamation on the Kamala campaign to admit that, yeah, we had to pay Meg Thee Stallion, we had to pay Beyonce and Oprah to support us because Lord knows they don't really support us. Nor do they give a damn.
I was paid nothing ever.
No, I mean, technically that might be true, but FEC filings show the Harris campaign paid two $500,000 payments.
No reparations. It's unconstitutional.
To Oprah's production company, Harpo Productions. Our spokesman for Harpo has now just said in the last few hours, the campaign paid for the production costs of Unite for America, a live streaming event that took place September 19th outside Detroit, Michigan. Oprah Winfrey was at no point during the campaign paid a personal fee, nor did she receive a fee from Harpo. But the bottom line is, that's $1 million to her production company, and then Oprah's out there giving the big endorsement and putting her arm around Kamala.
That's what I'm saying. It's like dishonest as hell. We know the money went to your production company. What are you talking about? You ain't take no bread. Like, come on now. Or maybe you took a one for the low, because I ain't gonna lie. Getting Oprah Winfrey for like anything, I don't know, less than maybe 50 mil is probably a deal. I ain't gonna lie, it's a deal considering the lady's worth billions. So to get anywhere, to get her time for about $1 million, hey, that's a deal. And I give it to him for that. But the fact that they're gonna sit there and not admit it, it makes sense. It makes sense. It's probably in the contract. And shout out Noah Joyner, man. That joke is how we could all get along as long as you can say that and they get to say stuff like that back. Nobody takes offense. Racism ends. Sorry, too high to type. You're good. No, I already know where you're going with it. Like, as long as we can say offensive things and I can take it back, we should be good. If I'm able to say racist jokes about Asians, black people, white people, and all that, you should be able to make the same direct jokes towards me, and I should be able to sit there and be like, God damn it, that's offensive but funny. God damn, you funny, bro. But you may be a bit racist, but I like you because you're funny.
I mean, it's all blending into one thing, isn't it?
Right. And something that's left unsaid, and I'm someone who ran for office myself, who has a deep understanding of FEC regulations. You know what? She didn't have to accept $1 million. She could have made an in-kind contribution. It was her choice to take the payment. So I don't buy the semantics here, because she's really just, really just trying to wiggle her way out of this. She owns a production company. The production company got paid. Transitive Property, she got paid.
Right.
There is no other way around this.
No, I completely agree. It's paper shuffling, excuse me. On the bigger picture of celebrity endorsements, it's been very interesting that Kamala Harris, rather like Hillary Clinton, got all the biggest stars in the world seemingly to endorse her. Taylor Swift, to Harrison Ford, to George Clooney, to Oprah Winfrey, and none of that worked. And in fact, my gut feeling is that it actually drove a lot of Americans to go and vote Trump.
Exactly. So the question was, think of it from a voter's point of view. They're living paycheck to paycheck. They work, 9 to 5 jobs or even more. The choice is whether to go to a star-studded concert or to use the same money to grab an Uber to vote. Which one do you think people are going to pick?
Yeah.
So the huge amounts of crowd, the massive amounts of people who went to these concerts, they weren't going for Kamala Harris. They were going for a free concert. They were going to see Lady Gaga or Ricky Martin or whoever it is.
And in Beyonce's case, they didn't even get a concert.
Right. And that's why, unfortunately.
In Usher's case, too. The only time they got a concert would make the Stallion. That makes sense because that's the cheapest one. That's the cheapest one. I'll be real with you. Because get a performance out of Usher is going to cost you some bread. Get a performance out of Beyonce. I mean, bro, if you don't got at least 50 mil, you tripping. That's what I'm saying. To get these people to come out, they got a deal. I ain't gonna lie. Beyonce cut them a deal. It's like, you can't pay me 50 mil to sing, so I'll go ahead and I'll talk for 10. That makes sense. Considering Beyonce is worth, what, 300 million plus?
Vice President Harris got booed at her own concert because everyone was under the delusion that Beyonce was going to perform. And the worst part of it, that was the second time we failed to deliver Beyonce. I don't remember, Pierce, but at the DNC, it was the same rumor.
It's interesting. It reminds me.
Beyonce didn't come. Everyone was let down. And they did it again.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a millennial. This is my generation. So we're kind of like a Beyonce generation. It's just such an unforced error.
The other thing is, I don't think you can. It's wrong to say you can't buy an election. If you had, unlimited funding, you probably could. But the interesting message, I think, from this win and from Trump's win in 2016 is that actually you've got to have a message that resonates. You can spend all the money you want, but if the message you're promoting with all this money through big advertising campaigns is just not landing with the electorate, it doesn't matter how much you spend.
True.
That's absolutely right. And you know what? And people in the Democratic Party is still blind to the truth. People not only on network TV, but in the rank and file, they are still blaming so-called misogynists and racists. They are attacking our entire country as bigots because Kamala Harris didn't win. It doesn't work like that. You can't alienate the voters and expect to win. There were more fundamental issues than just the usual excuses. People are so angry that cumulative price hikes are still very much an issue. People are angry about about immigration and the border. And I'm speaking as a naturalized immigrant. Okay, I'm from Sheffield, England, by the way. My family applied to come to the United States. We waited in line. We did things the right way. We came through JFK Airport. I did not storm the southern border. That is the way it should be. And I should not get attacked for saying this as a Democrat. We lost this election because we are unwilling to say what I'm saying right now, that border security, we should have a very secure border. We should have billions of dollars more in border security in an orderly process. No,
Sweetheart, you sounding more like a conservative right now. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, come on, bro. Where's your MAGA hat, baby girl? Where's the MAGA hat? Come on. Because you sound a little too conservative to be a Democrat right now. You're making too much sense. You feel me? Too much sense.
Not everyone has the right to just be American. It's a privilege to be American.
You know what? It's really true. The number of Americans I spoke to who were legal immigrants to America in the last 20, 30 years who all said the same thing, that they had gone through a long and quite difficult process to get legal citizenship of the United States of America. And they were angrier about what's happening on the border than anyone who was born in America because of the extra effort they had to make to get into the country. And that's what the Democrats just didn't seem to have realized.
Totally right.
Yeah, and who was the border czar under Joe Biden? Kamala Harris. I think it's honestly as simple as that. Inflation and woke madness. You put it all together, you have a cocktail for electoral landslide defeat, and that's what happened. Lindy Lee, thank you very much indeed.
Yep, almost every liberal I called was drowning their misery in alcohol. It was okay. It wasn't misery. It was just they took an L. They felt like the L was, hinging on their life, and it really isn't. Like, come on now. Trump is not going to do anything bad to you guys. You will be okay. Okay, I promise. We're talking about people inside of America. I can't really tell you too much about the outside, but I can tell you about the inside of America. We're looking good. We're good. Now, for Palestine and them, can we just focus on America, please? Can we just focus on America? Because that's a problem with some of y'all. It got to be America first, and then we'll focus on other people. People of Palestine, they could wait. We need to get things straight here first.
So, guys, my friend Link Loren put it best in a TikTok.
Respectfully, because like I said, everybody know my stance is on the whole Israel-Hamas thing. Everybody know my stance.
So guys, my friend Link Loren put it best in a TikTok that he posted last night, but Donald Trump is rolling out these cabinet picks like he is right back on The Apprentice. The drama, the mystique, the theatrics, I love every single part of it, and I would just kill to know what is going on behind closed doors. Like, how do people know they're being picked? How do you even know that you're in the running? Like, what's that phone call like? Are they filming it? Like, one day I want to have a documentary released about this entire thing. Like, is he leaking fake information to journalists to see who's a rat? That's been a theory that's circulating around X. Like, there is just so much good tea. But guys, what is even better than all the Trump theatrics are the people that he is choosing to surround himself with. And these are 4 of my favorites. Before we dive into this though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the cover episodes. All right, so in my personal opinion, it almost seems like with these appointments, Trump is kind of going by issue of importance, like based on what the voters were prioritizing and most concerned with. So in the first round of this draft, if we want to call it that, Trump turned his eyes to the border and he appointed the iconic Tom Homan to be his border czar. And not to get ahead.
The savage. He's a savage. God damn it. I love that man. I don't even know him, but I like him already. It's like, oh yeah, you're a savage. And you know what you're talking about. Like, let's go.
Of myself, but I think that Homan will actually secure the border and not just let millions in like our last border czar did. Now, if you think that name sounds familiar, it's because Homan, who is a former police officer and former Border Patrol agent, also worked under Obama. He also worked in Trump's first term, and he managed major deportations and crackdowns for both presidents. So just remember that whenever Obama is saying he's going to deport everyone, Obama, you deported people. Anyway, that is an episode for another day. And if you want to get a taste of who we are getting as our border czar, just take a look at this old iconic photo of Homan as a border agent. I mean, it looks like it's straight out of Dukes of Hazzard. It is absolutely fantastic. Such a Chad. Like, this guy has been working on the border, at the border.
Hey, bro was chatted up back in the day. Like, bro was a whole Chad back in the day. I'm weak.
Longer than most of us have been alive. Somebody commented and said, Tom's Homan journey from being a young Border Patrol agent to a leading figure.
Like, that man, I ain't even gonna lie. Yeah, he done locked up some people in his day. He definitely done locked up some people, and you were not outrunning that man. This man, you was not outrunning.
Such a Chad. Like, this guy has been working on the border, at the border, for longer than most of us have been alive. Somebody commented and said, Tom's Homan journey from being a young Border Patrol agent to a leading figure in U.S. border security and immigration enforcement is impressive. His career reflects a deep commitment to border protection and immigration policies, a testament to his dedication and his expertise, which I completely agree on. Now, even though Homan has an impressive track record and a great resume, you all probably know his face from this recent viral clip.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Ooh. Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
I mean, oh my goodness, hold on.
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
My man, that's my guy, bro. I swear to God. And shout out Noah Joyner, man. Appreciate the support, guys. Hopefully she shows him the debate AOC. It's great, bro. I seen that debate, bro. I could pull that up again if y'all want to see it. If y'all want to see it, let me know. We could pull that one up again. But oh my goodness, when I seen this 60-minute, I was like, oh, he's a savage. Yes, he's what we need. He's like, yeah, you can get deported together. I don't care about that child separation shit. You can miss me with that. We are cold hard savages over here.
A year.
For American safety. For American safety, of course.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Ooh.
Oh, God. I mean, what price do you put on national security? Because it's funny when they say, oh, it's going to cost us $88 billion a year. And I'm damn near like thinking like, bro, y'all disrespectful as hell. How y'all going to cause a problem, then complain about how much it's going to cost to fix that problem that you caused? Like, the audacity. It's a bit wild. And make sure to like and subscribe, man. We appreciate the support. We got 500 plus y'all in here. Make sure to double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Oh, right there. That is literally the greatest mic drop moment I have ever seen. Like, agree with him or not, you cannot deny the absolute fire in his eyes.
The savagery is like, yeah, like, I don't care, bro. It's like, bro, you could go ahead and say all you want to me about child separation, how it's inhumane. It's like, all right, cool. Well, they can all be deported. But he was born American soil. well, he's not American enough. It's like, damn, okay then, let's go.
Badassery in that clip. That is like American patriotism, like flooding through my veins when I hear that. Somebody commented and said, I think it's safe to say that he will not require a meeting with Kamala to be brought up to speed. Yeah, no, I think he'll pass on that, just like Melania passed on talking with Jill. I also loved this comment. Jackie says, he scares me, which is probably a good thing. You want somebody in charge of the border who is an actual deterrent. Exactly. And Kamala, with her cackling laughter, was not a deterrent in the slightest. And guess what?
Bro, it's like, bro, that's a guy you wouldn't even want to disappoint as like a supervisor or something. He pulls you into the office, sits you down your dinner, like, shit, man, I done fucked up now. Damn it, man.
Who else he scares? Congress, which I just love. Listen to this exchange with AOC.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their...
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father from his family.
Mr. Holman, with all due respect...
I mean, that's a solid point. That's a solid point. I mean, yeah, when you arrest somebody in front of a kid, aren't you separating them from your family? We do it to American citizens. Why can't we do it to these immigrants? Oh, so what? Is immigrants better than American citizens that we don't need to treat them the same as we do American citizens? Like, if you're a criminal, we'll separate you from your child, like it or not. Like, who gives a damn? You're a criminal. So if your parent is an illegal immigrant, yeah, we will separate them from their parent. And if you have a problem with that, we'll send the kid with them. There you go. Plain, simple.
Legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
Legal asylum.
Bruh.
Okay. So we're calling all illegal immigrants legal asylees. That is how they manipulate this entire situation because they go, no, they're not illegal. We gave them papers. Well, they came in illegally. It doesn't change the status of their residency in the slightest. And you can see it in AOC's face. She's like, I don't know how to respond to this. I'm just going to resort to emotional tactics because that's the only thing they have going for them. But I will let Tom continue.
When you're in the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum, you go through the port of entry, do it the legal way.
Thank you.
The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay.
Shush, liberal. Shush. Common sense is talking.
Mr. Chair, the memo is submitted to the record for review.
Ruffle papers.
Inspector General Costello.
And she just moves on completely. But guys, it gets better because just a few minutes later, they tried to stop him again. They started banging that gavel just like Matt Walsh, and his response was epic. I mean, just bullish. Just get ready.
Please respect the chair's authority. The
I respect the chair's authority, but the chair...
Mr. Holman!
You work for me. I'm a taxpayer.
You work for me.
Do you hear that?
I'm a taxpayer. You work for me.
Hey, yo, let's go.
The witness.
Let's go. Oh, yeah, we need him. He's a savage. He's official. He's stamped, bro. He's stamped. This man is stamped. He just said that. Like, bro, you pay me. Who the hell are you waving that javelin? I pay your salary. Cut it out.
It's bullish. Just get ready.
Please respect the chair's authority.
I respect the chair's authority, but the chair...
Mr. Holman!
You work for me. I'm a taxpayer.
Do you hear that?
I'm a taxpayer. You work for me.
What?
The witness will suspend.
I mean, it's just perfect. Like, that is the attitude that we should have with our government. You work for us. Literally, you are elected by us to represent us. We pay your bills. But sadly, I think most Americans have forgotten that because we have spent decades working our asses off to line their pockets and give them power. Not anymore, though, because you know what? In one of Trump's next appointments, Trump officially created the Department of Government Efficiency. And yes, he tapped Elon and Vivek to lead it. 2 billionaire businessmen who have run and scaled their empires. They are going to be trimming this fat. They are going to be draining the swamp, greasing the wheels.
He brought in more businessmen. It's a wrap. He brought in more businessmen, not just the regular business. He's the most successful businessmen, billionaires with a B. Yes, Vivek's a billionaire. Elon Musk, obviously, we know with him for being a billionaire pretty much. But Vivek, he's a billionaire that you didn't even know about. Yeah, I think he made it in the pharmaceutical industry. Ironic, huh? But it is pretty funny that he got these 2 businessmen who are keen on turning profit. And to turn a profit, you do have to be pretty damn efficient. Or, how to be efficient with your production and all that good stuff. Or how you just, make your profit. Man. I can only imagine what they're going to do. And I can only imagine some of these departments that just might disappear.
And I could not be more excited. This was the announcement that Trump's team put out. They said, I am pleased to announce that the great Elon Musk, working in conjunction with American patriot Vivek Ramaswamy, will lead the Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE, which, by the way, is just It is so perfect that Elon Musk is leading Doge. Together, these two wonderful Americans will pave the way for my administration to dismantle government bureaucracy.
Oh, man. I would do say our government does have a sense of humor. Like, it can be twisted sometimes, but then it can be spot on.
Slash excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies essential to the Save America movement. Quote, this will send shockwaves through the system and anyone involved in government waste, which is a lot of people, said Mr. Musk. And then at the end, he says, I look forward to Elon and Vivek making changes to federal bureaucracy with an eye on efficiency and at the same time, making life better for all Americans. Importantly, we will drive out the massive waste and fraud which exists throughout our annual $6.5 trillion of government spending. I just have to say, I think the founding fathers would be so proud of this. Like, I'm not sure that this is exactly how they envisioned it happening, like Rocket Man, who was like ranked number 19 in Diablo running Doge, but I just know that they would love this premise. Like, this is exactly why they fought for America's existence in the first place, to escape tyranny, to escape bureaucracy, and almost 250 years later.
And the people, all the merits, go all the spoils. Like, bro, they're billionaires. Why shouldn't they be running this? Bro, America's a company. Why shouldn't it be ran by a businessman, a successful businessman at that, who knows how to negotiate? Wrote a book on the damn thing.
We are doing it again. Charlie Kirk brought this up in a tweet and he said, the creation of Doge will be the first federal program whose goal is to eliminate itself. It exists to shrink the government, not grow it. This is a profound, historic step back to the founders' vision for America, and I completely agree. I mean, this is America getting back to our roots, just like Rough Greens helps your dogs get back to the way they should be eating.
Weak. Well, we do love our pets out here, don't we? But all right, man, let's keep it going because, hey, y'all did say y'all wanted a video for the lineup, and I found a good one.
Making funny. Ashley St. Clair said, if the simulation isn't programmed for peak entertainment, then explain how we just shitposted our way into getting a department dedicated to firing half of the government named Doge and led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy under a Trump presidency. Like, it's just incredible. And guys, it is going to get even better. Elon tweeted about their plan saying, all actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency.
And we got 400 plus of y'all in here. Can I go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video? The 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Anytime the public thinks that we are cutting something important or not cutting something wasteful, just let us know. We will also have a leaderboard for the most insanely dumb spending of your tax dollars. This will be both extremely tragic and extremely entertaining. Like transparency from the American government. Imagine that. This is so revolutionary, so crazy. And guys, he's completely right about the tragic comedic nature of this entire thing, because that's really the only way to sum up the state of our country and its spending. I mean, just listen. Colin Roog tweeted this out last night. He said, in honor of Elon and Vivek being picked as the heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, here are some of the dumbest uses of your tax dollars. Number 5, $20,000 to drag shows in Ecuador. $30,000 to study the secret language of butchers in Paris. That's so important to the American people. $750,000 for the New York Metropolitan Opera fire alarm.
Hold on. $30K to study the secret language of butchers in Paris? I mean, what? Are we trying to get a certain cut of meat the right way? Like, man, what they doing down there in Paris? I damn near want to know now. You're putting $30K towards it. So, hey, how y'all cutting y'all meat down in Paris, bro? Like, come on now. Give up the sauce so our government can stop paying for it.
$350,000 to develop AI smart toilets. I guess we're all too dumb to use the toilet. $660,000 to study the impact that COVID had on Russian women. But guys, that's not all. Here's a completely different list that Ashley St. Clair posted. Here is some absurd garbage that your taxes paid for. $1.5 million studying the effects of yoga on goats. I thought that goat yoga was just a thing that rich LA women did with their green juices, but apparently the U.S. government has been funding it. $1.7 billion for maintaining empty buildings.
What the fuck are we doing with goats? Like, so hold on, bro. Like, this seems like I could lead into some satanic stuff here. Goat yoga? Goats. Yoga. What the fuck is y'all trying to... Hold on, wait, what? What is... all right. 1.5 million went towards it, so apparently it must have some type of importance. They were trying to get something out of that, and I don't think it was anything good.
$5 million on a campaign to promote an alternative music scene to get hipsters to stop smoking. $2 million to create an internship program that resulted in the hiring of one full-time employee at the Department of Agriculture. In 2021 alone, the government managed to misplace $281 billion in payments, $1 million in studying the effects of music on dairy cows, $1.7 million to study the effects of alcohol on fish. And that's not all, because every year Rand Paul publishes an entire report listing all of this. And every year I flip through it. I'm like, how are we paying for all? That is our money. Those are our hard-earned dollars that they are stealing from us every single month to fund Department of Agriculture's internship program to study music on dairy. I can go to my mom's farm, turn on some music, I'll study it my freaking self. I mean, it's insane. And millions of Americans are completely...
Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I kind of want to see what they're doing with the money. I mean, I'm hearing what they're using it for. And at this point, I kind of want to pull it and be like, all right, what y'all doing here? What the hell, bro? Goat yoga? Show me. Show me what you're doing with goat yoga. Please, just show me. It's like, bro, there got to be some type of money laundering going on here.
In the dark. I mean, they truly believe that their tax dollars are going to, help the homeless and single mothers, or that it's helping take care of senior citizens. Nope. The majority of it gets sent overseas or burned in front of us, and we never know. And that's why what Elon and Vivek are about to do is just so revolutionary and so incredible. Now, speaking of a lack of transparency, there's also a lack of transparency when it comes to our military, foreign affairs, and what is happening to our soldiers. And Trump's new pick to lead the Department of Defense is going to change that. Everyone, you need to meet our new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Now, you might know Pete from Fox News, where he is currently one of the hosts of Fox and Friends. And if you were just a chronic headline reader and you didn't have X, you would probably be stunned and possibly concerned that a, slick Fox News political commentator is suddenly going to be overseeing our military, much like Elizabeth Warren, who seems hell-bent on misleading Americans. Last night, she tweeted, "A Fox and Friends weekend co-host is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense. I led the Senate military personnel panel. All 3 of my brothers served in uniform. I respect every one of our service members. Donald Trump's pick will make us less safe and must be rejected." So Liz, our powerful powwow tribal leader, you think that you are better suited to be Secretary of Defense because you led a Senate panel and you have veterans in your family, compared to a man with a bachelor's from Princeton, a master's from Harvard, which, by the way, sent it back to them because he's so disappointed and disgusted in what they've become. A man who served 20 years in our military, who was awarded 2 Bronze Stars, who went on to lead a veterans organization and advocate for veterans at the government level. But apparently, he's not qualified because he took a 7-figure job at Fox News after he retired. Liz,
let's go back, because this man the GOAT right now. Hold on. He's like, well, what you mean? Bro got a degree from Harvard and sent it back and said, bro, this degree is bullshit. I don't care for it.
Pointed and disgusted in what they've become. A man who served...
I don't want that Soros-funded education. I'm good.
Served 20 years in our military, who was awarded 2 Bronze Stars, who went on to lead a veterans organization and advocate for veterans at the government level. But apparently, he's not qualified because he took a 7-figure job at Fox News after he retired. Liz, you are full of crap. So many of you are just full of crap. I mean, go home and leave the military to this guy. All right, by the way, before we get into this, I hope you know how iconic it is that we are about to have a Secretary of Defense who has "We the People" tattooed on his... That is badass. That is so sick. Okay, sorry. I'll let him talk.
In the past X number of years, 10, 12, 15, the Pentagon has a perfect record in all of its war games against China. We lose every time inside the Pentagon war games. We know what our real capability. You see, we didn't even get to this part of the war on warriors. I mean, the military-industrial complex, the way we procure weapon systems. We're always the way our system works, the way our bureaucratic system works, where the speed of weapons procurement works. We're always a decade behind in fighting the last war. China's building an army specifically dedicated to defeating the United States of America. That is their strategic outset. Take hypersonic missiles. So if our whole power projection platform is aircraft carriers and the ability to project power that way strategically around the globe. And yeah, we have a nuclear triad and all of that, but a big part of it. And if, 15 hypersonic missiles can take out our 10 aircraft carriers in the first 20 minutes of a conflict, what does that look like?
Done.
I mean, and when they're, if they've...
It would damn near be almost instantaneous when they shoot it at you. Like hypersonic is damn near hitting you. Like when they shoot it, 5 seconds it lands. Like what time do you have to evade, maneuver? Hypersonic speed of sound. That mug hitting you as soon as they hit it. It's just fire, boom, explosion.
Already got us by the balls economically, which you pointed out very well with our grid. Culturally, there's plenty of elite capture going on around the globe. I mean, and then microchips and everything. Why do they want Taiwan? They want to corner the market completely.
The man is brilliant.
They do.
He is so tapped in. Like, I don't even understand half of the things that he said in that Sean Ryan interview. But what I do understand is that he's an expert. Like, he knows what he's doing. I love that he's talking circles around me and he knows what he's doing. He understands the threats that we're facing. He sees the corruption. He can pinpoint it. He's concerned about DEI and wokeness. And my favorite part is that he is not bought out by the military-industrial complex. The fact that he is leaving a 7-figure Fox News deal to take a lower paying, I think it's like $250,000 government job to try to get our country back on track. That tells me everything I need to know. And guys, the icing on top of this beautiful cake, the cherry on top, is that the defense lobbyists are openly saying that they don't know who the F he is. Who the F is this guy? Said a defense industry lobbyist. Good. Excellent. I don't want him to know you. I don't want you.
We don't need you to know him because you're a lobbyist and you're trying to get him to lobby for you. You're trying to put some bucks in his pocket so they go in your direction. And the fact you don't know who he is makes it even better.
To know him because I'm tired of you being able to profit from soldiers' death, from the endless wars, from American weakness. We are done with the BS. And that is what every one of these Trump appointments screams. And I am so here for it. Buckle up, guys, because Trump is just getting started. What we're hearing is that obviously there is more to come and they might be even better, which is, I mean, the bar's pretty high starting here. I hope you guys enjoyed that episode of the comment section and maybe even learned something new. Make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and if you want some, hopefully more uplifting content, you can follow me on Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. See you guys next time.
That was a banger. Shout out, Brett. All right, though, but let's get into this Candace Owens. Did Key even play this for y'all? I wonder. Well, let's go. Because apparently black men are, this black guy is going to show us how useless an education can truly be sometimes. Sometimes. Well, in his case at least, right? In his case. All right, let's go, guys. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Make sure we got like 400 of y'all in here. Make sure to double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support. And if you want to have any questions or comments, just super chat in, $1 and up. We'll go ahead and read it out for y'all. And go.
Actress that's playing Snow White, Rachel Zelger, has offered up an apology after wishing harm to all Trump supporters. And it's pretty clear that her apology is being forced by Disney to save the film, which is supposed to be released in March. Plus, the left is in panic mode about RFK Jr.'s appointment. I mean, truly freaking out. People are threatening to quit the FDA. Who wants to tell them that that's exactly what we want to happen? We'd like you all to quit your jobs and for the FDA to be shuttered, if we're being frank. But first, former CNN pundit Mark Lamont Hill and I clashed again. We've been actually clashing a lot over the years, a long history of clashing, particularly over the topic of transgenderism. So let's get started. Welcome back to Candace. Let's start with an Elon Musk tweet. Elon Musk tweeted this. First thing this morning, he wrote, "The political party closest to the views of the moderates will win. That party is currently the Republicans." And you know what? I think he's absolutely right. He is on point. I think the single biggest issue that moved moderate voters to the Republican side was the issue of transgenderism. Years ago, because I was way ahead of the curve when everybody was hating me, back in 2020, I had former CNN pundit Mark Lamont Hill on my show, which was then on PragerU. I want you to keep in mind when I show you this clip that at this point in time, Mark Lamont Hill was a professor at Temple University. Damn. So he was qualified to teach students. You send your kid to university, and they could have encountered Mark Lamont Hill at Temple University campus. He was an educator, assumption that he was quite educated. I asked him some very basic biological questions about the differences between males and females, and he seemed to get a little bit tripped up. Here is how he responded. It has now come to a point where if you say that only women can give birth, you are called a bigot. That is crazy. That's nuts. So if you say, like J.K. Rowling did when she got canceled by the Harry Potter cast, that only women can menstruate, okay? Can men get their period? Can you help my audience? Can men get their period?
Some can.
Okay.
Yeah, trans men. There's some trans men who can. And again, I think it's okay to ask interesting questions. I think it's okay to have intellectual debates. But I don't think that we ever want to enter a space where we deny the humanity. And I'm not saying you are, but to deny the humanity or the experiences of other people.
You could see he just honestly, I was rendered into silence, just very much clearly stated that he believed that men could get their period. And I was just aghast at the fact that I was sitting across from a university professor who said that unflinchingly. And his point there is all about compassion. So that is really the debate. Have we been, and when I say we, I mean conservatives, have we been denying humanity? Or have others been denying reality? Well, I can tell you that social media companies took his side in that debate over the years. They began mandating compassion, really. Compassion, I'm putting that in air quotations because that's always the excuse. It's about being compassionate and understanding. And on YouTube, as just one example, you could and still can receive strikes and lose your entire platform if you misgender someone like.
Yeah, that's why you always hear me say he, she, it. Because I kind of want to confuse YouTube because I'm not trying to misgender anybody because they will put you down for hate speech easily.
Dylan Mulvaney, as just one example. If you do not, Sam Brinton, yeah.
I could pop off racist slurs before I could say anything bad about these people right here.
Nuclear waste official, remember this individual, Sam Brinton? Yeah, well, the message from social media companies was quite clear. Their lifestyles are not problematic. Our interpretations of their lifestyles are what is actually problematic. So you fast forward 4 years to now, and Donald Trump beats Kamala Harris handily, and suddenly the topic of transgenderism is again being debated. People are wondering, did such speech mandates ultimately help or hurt Kamala's cause? Because there were a ton of them. Fact checkers, the police, the moral police, the feelings police. Did supporting transgendered athletes and women...
And shout out Noah Joyner. Playback. I'm pretty sure she says trans men do when she asks that. Really? Let's go.
Of their lifestyles are what is actually... Yeah, well, the message from social media companies was quite clear. Their lifestyles are not problematic. Our interpretations of their lifestyles are what is actually problematic. So you fast forward 4 years to now, and Donald Trump beats Kamala...
AKA biological woman. Pretty much, yeah. Trans man is a biological woman. That is facts.
Kamala Harris handily, and suddenly...
He is a biological woman. To be YouTube friendly, but y'all know what I really mean.
Topic of transgenderism is again being debated. People are wondering, did such speech mandates ultimately help or hurt Kamala's cause? Because there were a ton of them. Fact checkers, the police, the moral police, the feelings police.
Appreciate you, Noah Joyner, man. Shout out, man. Shout out Noah Joyner, man. Holding it down on the show. And appreciate the rest of y'all. Make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen, man. And you know what? Also, join the membership as well, man. We opened up the Discord, man. It's going to be fun. We're going to have exclusive, viewings in the Discord that you can't do on YouTube. So, shout out the supporters like Noah, and shout out Discord.
Supporting transgendered athletes.
Members only, so make sure you can join for, $3, $5. Make sure, come on, man, get in and join the family.
Athletes and women losing out to biological men in sports competitions actually work to bring people over to the Democratic Party. Well, in the immediate wake of the election results, I offered that transgenderism may have been a bridge too far for many moderates, like my sisters, who voted Republican for the very first time. But again, Mark Lamont Hill and I, when we were matched up on Piers Morgan, we just could not find common ground on this assessment. Take a listen. My sisters were on the left, and this is the first election that they voted for Trump. They're from Connecticut, dyed-in-the-wool Democrats, I guess you could say, and they moved away. And the trans issue was the number one reason that they did. Yeah. What they said was happening in the school system made them fearful. They have sons. They thought it was completely crazy and bizarre that they're insisting upon trying to make toddlers. My sisters have toddlers believe that they can be anything that they want and that they're non-binary. They truly believe the left has gone crazy. Yeah. And they say, I didn't leave the left left me. And that is an accurate statement to make because they cannot just see things that are just so plainly obvious. They're trying.
And shout out Seth, man. Women on TikTok lives are wanting death to men. Of course they are. Mainly white men. It's kind of funny because their own men, and it's how white women are feeling right now because it's funny because they also voted predominantly for Trump. And now they're also getting mad at the white men who also voted predominantly for Trump. And black women, man, y'all better not get mad. Most of us voted for Kamala. I'm the 20% who didn't. But most of us voted for Kamala. So I don't even want to hear nothing about us. Y'all should keep that out your mouth.
Trying to criminalize the idea that a woman is a woman and you can't just become a woman because you feel a certain way on the inside. And the right, like I'm doing right now, I will just say it as it is, right? You are not a woman. I am sorry that you are suffering from a mental disorder. If you were suffering from any other mental disorder, I would treat you the same way. I want you to get better. But because you are suffering from a mental disorder does not mean that I have to pretend that I have a mental disorder and that I see things differently. I don't.
There was a New York Times report today that said that one of the most effective Trump ads during the presidential race towards the end was the one where he had Kamala Harris saying, she'll call you they, them, I'll call you you, or whatever it was. And that turned out to be, to the Trump campaign team's surprise, one of their most effective ads of the whole race, apparently, which suggests it is a much bigger issue than some Democrats clearly want people to think.
I'm not sure anyone. And again, I need to see the data to speak to this, just as we all should. I don't think anyone is voting for the president based on this issue. It could be an issue that tips the scale, but I think most people aren't voting for president based on this issue. I just don't think it's the priority issue.
Yeah, it is. Protecting my kids from the liberal ideology of telling them that they can be whatever gender they want. Gender is only an identity. Yeah. I'm gonna vote to keep that out of my kid's head. I'm gonna vote to keep that out of other kids' head, because it leads them down a spiraling downward projection of misery, because they can never achieve what they set out to. Well, I guess what you convince them to set out for. Because trust me, no matter how hard a man tries, he will never be a complete woman. No matter how hard a woman tries, she will never be a complete man. And it will depress them because you told them they could do it and they find out that they can't. And then they end up unaliving themselves.
Of most people.
Mothers are.
I don't like to talk about that, though.
Again, they may be. I'd like to see the evidence of that. I can't say definitively one way or the other, but it's never happened before in any election, so this would be the first time. So if it's true, just show me the evidence, and I'm happy to learn from it.
I'll be right back, chat.
Well, we are happy to teach you from it. We got the data, we got the evidence that Mark was looking for, and it turns out that I was correct. Exit polling proved that transmania moved moderates over to the Republican side. I'm going to show you this chart, which was done by Blueprint. Blueprint is a new public opinion research initiative that's designed to take a sober, detailed look at what Democrats need to do to win in 2024. And so they were actually polling people, and what you can see, and we're going to get closer here, is that they are just asking questions to voters, all voters, swing voters, black voters, swing voters that chose Trump, and Latino voters, about the topics that they cared the most about. So what you're seeing in that chart that's dark green means that this was the most important thing to all voters. And number 3, you look at that column, number 3, you see Kamala Harris is focused more on cultural issues like transgendered issues rather than helping the middle class. So yes, this was a very important issue to people that were moderate, to people that were on the left, and it brought them over. The Dems caring more about social causes than worrying about reality, gas prices, groceries. And by the way, in case you missed it, here is the Trump campaign ad that proved to be the single most effective ad of the entire Trump campaign. Take a look.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Shout out.
Kamala is for they, them. President.
But all right, if you want to go join our membership, go to our community tab, and it's going to be on our first post. So it's the Trump has better coverage than Verizon post. That's the post it's going to be under. So go to our community tab and get a good laugh and join the membership. Shout out.
Trump is for you. That worked. Bottom line, lessons learned. People care deeply about this issue. People don't like their children being indoctrinated. They also don't like being called names for not wanting their children to be indoctrinated. So these people, like my sisters, are now seeking out independent media voices that reflect their ideas rather than shame them. making them think that there's something wrong or backwards about what they view to be just common sense. And by the way, that is what sets them upon the slippery slope, my friends, because then while they're listening to those independent voices, maybe about just one topic like transgenderism, they then learn about other topics that they didn't even realize they may have been indoctrinated about. And I'll give you a perfect example. So this morning, I always talk to my sisters on the phone when I go for a walk. I'm talking to my little sister on the phone, and we're speaking about this, and I'm not kidding when I say that I broke her brain when I started speaking to her about the truth regarding the Laramie Project, the Matthew Shepard story. Now, I'm just going to riff on this in case you guys are not familiar with who Matt Shepard was or what the Laramie Project was. I don't know if this was just Northeastern indoctrination, but essentially when I was in high school, we were all made to learn the story in our classrooms about a gay kid named Matthew Laramie, a gay guy named Matthew Laramie, who was killed back in 1998. In fact, the drama students rather, put on a play called the Laramie Project. There was even a day where students were supposed to be silent all day. Like it was supposed to be this like silent, we are all recognizing this hate crime that happened to a gay man, and you were supposed to wear a certain color and be quiet to sort of honor this horrific thing that happened to Matthew Shepard. I am talking focused indoctrination in the classroom. And anybody that didn't participate in it was like, what's wrong with you? Do you hate gay people? Like, why aren't you choosing to be silent today and participating in this? Don't you know what happened to Matthew Shepard? Then you all have to go watch the play, the Laramie Project, to learn about what happened. And here's a story that we were told, okay? So back in 1998, this took place in Laramie, Wyoming. Allegedly, the worst anti-gay hate crime took place in American history. There was this young man named Matthew Shepard who was homosexual, and he was beaten by two assailants. I'm showing you them right now, Aaron McKinney and Russell Henderson. They pistol whipped him with a gun, then they tied him to a fence in freezing conditions, and they set fire to him before leaving him to die, all because he was gay. Except, apparently, that is not the entire truth. Check out this headline in The Guardian, because it's quite shocking to read this headline and to read what they chose to put under it. The truth behind America's most famous gay hate murder. And then they write, Matthew Shepard's horrific death at the hands of redneck homophobes shocked America and changed its laws. Now, a different truth is emerging. But does it matter? I love that. Julie Binn was like, okay, so now we're learning the truth, but does it even matter? We got laws changed, plays are being done, we have kids being indoctrinated. Does it actually matter what the truth is?
Like, who matters? It doesn't matter what the truth is because they got what they wanted. I mean, like, how savage can you be? You get what you want, so you don't care about anything else. Like, hey, yo, I got what I wanted. I don't care if the truth comes out because it doesn't matter. I'm still have what I got.
Well, I'm going to tell you what the truth is, because I realized my sister didn't know it. So there might be tons of people who are first-time listeners to the Candace Owens Show, and maybe they don't know it. But
we got 700 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to like the video. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the three dots up there in the corner. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. The lie was actually exposed by a gay journalist. His name is Stephen Jimenez, and he investigated the Matthew Laramie case for 13 years, Matthew Shepard case, pardon me, for 13 years, interviewed more than 100 people that were connected to the case. And then he published his findings in a book entitled The Book of Matt. And boy, he did not expect the hate that he received, not just from Guardian writers, but from left-wing writers. How could you do this as a gay man? How could you publish this? How could you publish the truth? Well, what did he discover? Well, this is directly from that Guardian article. Jimenez found that Matthew Shepard was addicted to and dealing crystal meth and had dabbled in heroin. He also took significant sexual risks and was being pimped alongside Aaron McKinney, one of his killers, with whom he had had occasional sexual encounters with. He was HIV positive at the time of his death. Matthew's drug abuse and the fact that he knew one of his killers prior to the attack was never explored in court. Neither was the rumor that the killers knew that he, Matthew Shepard, had access to a shipment of crystal meth with a street value of $10,000, which they wanted to steal. Jimenez, the journalist, told other journalists this regarding his book. He said, quote, "The view was that homophobic rednecks walked into a bar and saw an obviously gay man with money and targeted him and beat him to death for that reason. But that isn't what happened. Nothing in this book takes away from the iniquity and brutality of the crime or the culpability of his murderers, but we owe Matthew and other young men like him the truth. And what is the truth? The truth is that Aaron, the murderer, and Matthew, the victim, had a friendship. They had been involved sexually. Whoa. They bought and sold drugs from each other. Oh. That complicates the original story of two strangers walking into a bar and targeting Matthew, someone that they did not know because he was gay. Are you comprehending what I am saying here to you guys? They got laws passed. They blame this, of course, as always, on redneck.
And shout out Noah Joyner, man, for, well, joining the starter fan pack, man. Appreciate the support, man. Truly do. And like I said, man, like, joining the membership is your way of just donating to the channel on a monthly basis, help us keep things going, and enjoy some of the perks of the membership program. Because it's only going to get better, guys. It's only going to get better.
Ex-conservatives, they walked into this bar, they saw a gay guy, and they decided to kill him and chain him to a fence just because he was gay. We're going to leave out the part that actually the killer knew him, and that actually the killer himself was also a homosexual who was sleeping with him, and who knew that he had crystal meth on him because he was also dealing. But the police officer who found Matthew Shepard's shoes, his truck, and his wallet, and wound up arresting one of his killers was a man named Officer Flint Waters. There's a photo of him right here. Waters praised the book, saying this, quote, I spoke to Waters, this is what the journalist said, I spoke to Waters, who has since retired from the police, having seen him praise the book on Matt on social media. He said this, I believe to this day that McKinney and Henderson were trying to find Matthew's house so they could steal his drugs. It was fairly well known in the Laramie community that McKinney wouldn't be the one that was striking out of a sense of homophobia. Some of the officers I worked with had caught him in a sexual act with another man, so it didn't fit. None of that ever made any sense. How crazy is that to think what the world was like before social media? We're talking about 19.
It got a little too drug addict-y and gay. Yes. Yep, that's what it got. A little bit too much drugs and a little too gay.
1998. The fact that they were able to perpetuate this hoax on the public in order to actually fulfill their initiatives of wanting to get hate crime laws passed. This horrific murder, and like I said, no question, the journalist is correct, this was a horrific murder. But this murder happened by a gay man and a person that he had been having a homosexual relationship with, who he shared drugs with and sold drugs with from time to time. Wow. It's sickening to look back and to realize that we too were indoctrinated. My sister coming undone about this, going like, I thought it was just them that were being indoctrinated about the trans stuff, and that's why I moved over to the conservative side. Once you start with one issue and you work your way backward, you realize that our mainstream media...
It's a wild rabbit hole. Like, once you go into one lie, then you work your way into the next one, and you just unravel the whole thing. You're just like, hey, yo, y'all are some manipulators, gaslighters, con artists. I mean, bro, what aren't y'all doing? I mean, hey, bro, manipulation through propaganda in the best way. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. You know what? The only thing that's probably better is the one that Kim Jong-un uses.
Has always been dishonest with us, with the explicit aim of just trying to jam through policies, to jam through candidates. There's always a big lie that is established, and anybody that questions that lie, they come for. But guess what?
Yo, how's my sound, guys? Sound looking good? Oh, yeah, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
It's a different time. It's a different day. People are waking up. Okay. I'm so happy that I get to play a small part in that. You know, I'm so happy that people are beginning to question this and going, okay, what really is going on with this community? Who is behind this that's pushing this upon our children? And if it takes us getting into trouble for telling the truth, as we have been this entire year, I'm happy to do that, because I think in the end, truth wins. All right, guys, before we get into Rachel Zelger, I have so much to say about that. I just want to remind you guys about preborn, because in many ways this past election brought abortion to the forefront. There are many states who have radicalized abortion, and tragically thousands of babies will continue to lose their lives, which is why preborn, the nation's largest pro-life...
I mean, you got to make sure to save the babies. But all right, though, hold on, guys. Let me go ahead and fix things up on my end.
Scherzinger, let's actually start with Rachel, because I really was just on one last night with this. So in case you missed yesterday's episode, essentially, there has been this problematic star named Rachel Zelger. She's 23 years old. She's very young, obviously, and she has a huge platform because she was sort of made famous by Steven Spielberg. I think he cast her for the West Side Story. She's talented. People like her. And of course, they get a platform and they just start talking-ish, especially to conservatives. So she published this in the wake, and by the way, it was a 4-part series, vitriolic series that was aimed at Trump supporters, and she published this, which I just want to show you. I find myself speechless in the midst of this, yada, yada, yada. This sentence here is quite shocking now in the retrospect. I didn't catch this yesterday. She wrote, leading us towards a world that will be hard to raise my daughter in. Leading us towards a world that will force her to have a baby that she doesn't want. Leading us towards a world that is fearful. So just to hit pause on that part before we get to the bottom, people brought to my attention the fact that she doesn't have a daughter, okay? So her whole bit, she's so angry about this idea that her daughter can't have abortion.
How am I sounding, guys? You guys
She's
hear me
speaking
a bit
about her
better?
future daughter, her someday daughter. Like, she is distraught and coming undone because the daughter that she doesn't have, if she chooses life, because obviously she's so pro-abortion, maybe she's just going to abort her own offspring. She is creating this message and having a meltdown because her daughter that doesn't exist might come of age, might have unprotected sex, and might therefore get pregnant and not want that pregnancy and then won't be able to abort that child. The layers of privilege here, you just got to peel them back like an onion. The layers of privilege to arrive at a person that is coming mentally undone by this utterly implausible situation that she has laid before our feet. Like, she doesn't even have a daughter. I was so shocked. I assumed reading this, because she was so angry, that she must have actually had a daughter. I was like, well, and I said yesterday on the show, I was like, what is her daughter? Like 3 years old? I mean, if she's 23, how old could her daughter be? 6 maybe? No. Her daughter doesn't exist. This is what we're dealing with in Hollywood. They just come up with stories in their head and then victimize themselves from those stories. Her poor, non-existent daughter is what led her to post this. So anyways, then she goes on to essentially say that she hopes that Trump and his supporters never have any peace. And it's just an ever-going disturbance in all of our lives, because God...
How much can you hate like, damn, you hate Trump so much that you hate his supporters is crazy work to me. Like, I don't understand. How could you hate a group of people, honestly, who've done nothing to you, but have different, I guess, political views, which don't hurt you in the slightest, and you have this vitriol, this disdain, you don't wish, peace on us? Well, we wish peace on you. We wish peace so much that we hope you stop these liberal tears that we're enjoying so much. Yes, please stop refilling my cup of liberal tears that I just enjoy on a daily basis because y'all just crying on the internet.
Forbid we don't understand this predicament of her imaginary child. You monsters. All of you are monsters watching this show that you did not, when you went to the polls, consider Rachel Zegler's non-existent child. Like, I think I'm done. I'm done with Trump supporters too. You angry, awful, backwards people. Consider the imaginary people. Okay. So obviously this caused an absolute firestorm because she went on and on. It was super nasty in these posts. And Disney came down on her. And I want to let you know why people are especially upset about this, because I also forgot about this. I mentioned it at the end of the show yesterday, but I do want to draw to your attention more closely that Gina Carano got fired from Disney. So the same company that is paying Rachel Zegler to be Snow White fired Gina Carano the first time around when things were happening with COVID and they were kind of treating the unvaxxed like, I don't know, like we were all crazy and should be second-class citizens. This is what Gina Carano posted that got her fired from Disney, okay? She wrote, Jews were beaten in the streets, not by Nazi soldiers, but by their neighbors, even by children. Sad face. Because history is edited. This is a quote, by the way, it's not coming from her. Because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? End quotation. So her point here is that we're becoming so hateful about political views that we're starting to hate our neighbors, and that's not good. History tells us that's not good. Disney saw this and they said, you're fired. Okay, Rachel is now explicitly calling for Trump supporters to be harmed, to experience disturbances throughout their entire life, and it's crickets. And so obviously they then put pressure on her to apologize. And here's what she offered up on Instagram last night, which really set me off. She wrote, "Hi, everyone. I would like to sincerely apologize for the election post I shared on my Instagram last week. I let my emotions get the best of me. Hatred and anger have caused us to move further and further away from peace and understanding, and I am sorry that I contributed to negative discourse. This week has been emotional for so many of us, but I firmly believe that everyone has the right to their opinion, even when it differs from my own. I am committed to..."
Yeah, I know, right? I think you should have been thought that. Somebody shouldn't have to come to you and be like, yo, what the hell was that? Like, yo, you need to go ahead and, like, you not understand that this man won? You know, the people who are going to be coming to see your movie, right? It's going to be a good amount of them might be Trump supporters. So the fact that you just said this wild ass shit, you might have just tanked the movie, sweetheart. You might have just tanked the movie.
Contributing positively toward a better tomorrow. Now, let's be very clear. The only reason she's offering up this apology, it's been a week, okay? So she wasn't like she flew into a rage and woke up next morning calm, okay? She meant what she said. She said what she said, did not care, did not expect conservatives to dig this up and start calling for a boycott of Disney. And once they started saying boycott Disney's Snow White, she then went, uh-oh, because some executive called her and basically said, hey, have you noticed the map? Everybody in this country votes red. And you're on the side of people that are aborting their kids. They're on the side of people that have the kids who are watching Disney movies and are likely to come watch the film because they're watching Snow White. So the family side is a conservative side. We're making this movie likely because it's a pitch to families. And so maybe you posting that you wished all of those families harm for keeping their children wasn't the best idea. It's a weak apology. She doesn't mean it. And I do not think, therefore, that we should formally accept it. I really don't. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't find it in our hearts to forgive her. Of course we should. So many of us, myself, we're Christians. Okay, we forgive you, but we also know that you're not actually apologetic, because if you were, you would give us a little more action on this. I think that when they do stuff like this, it's not enough for them to say, hey, we want your dollars, because that's what this is. He's basically saying, I actually do hate you. I do think you're backwards, but I also need your money to sustain my career. I personally will now never watch a film that she is in at all until she does some meaningful work, actually goes and meets people that drive trucks, the farmers, the ranchers, the people that make it so her life is so privileged. I mean, this girl probably doesn't even know how her Amazon packages arrive, right? She's probably just up in Beverly Hills buying whatever she wants online, and she resents the people that make her life possible. She calls someone when the toilet's broken. She resents the plumber. She resents the electrician. She resents the people that work with their hands.
I know, because she resents them because she realized that she's useless compared to them. She realized she's just a face on the screen, and if everything was to just go upside down, she'd be one of the most useless human beings around. Yeah. That's what the true, like, I guess, hatred for these people are, is that they're more useful than you and you need them, but you hate them. It's like, oh, you hate the plumber that you got to call because you can't do it yourself. You hate the roofers you got to call because you can't fix your roof yourself. You hate them, but they give you service. It's like, it's wild. And they're good people.
Because she's never had to think about their lives.
All because you're insecure because you can't use your hands to defend yourself, help yourself, or feed yourself.
She's never had to think about what it means to not be able to afford groceries. She's never had to think about what it means when you buy a couple of items, it's $100 and you've got tons of kids and you're being told to just accept that because your money has to go overseas. And so I just don't accept this. And I'm so happy that we are starting to see culturally things are changing. And the only reason it is changing, by the way, is because we have to say that this is our bottom line. We have to hold the line. We are not going to see Snow White. We are off the Snow White chain. I've been off the Disney chain in general, but like we are fully now boycotting this movie. And like I said, until she means what she says, with a little bit of action, until she says, I met this individual down in Tennessee, Texas, Kentucky, and Oklahoma, and I realized that I'm an ass. Because that's what she is. And I hate to say it, but that's exactly what she is. She has no experience with real life. Hollywood is a bubble. But I am so happy to say, ladies and gentlemen, that it's a bubble that is being popped. People do not like or listen to these out-of-touch individuals anymore.
It's hard to.
So the left, the Democrats, they're going to have to think of a new card.
Because how do you listen to these people when you just know they're just oh so spoiled? It's like they don't do nothing for themselves. They don't go out there and hunt food. They don't go out there and fix their own stuff. It's like they're just the most spoiled of people. And that's why you can kind of respect conservatives because, bro, they're because some conservatives that do everything for themselves. I mean, like, bro, look up what Thomas Massey's done with his whole house. The man lives off the grid effectively. Everything, heating, electricity, like he has all that off the grid because he built it. Like, that's the type of stuff that people respect, but also people resent because they can't do it themselves.
When we start saying no to Disney, Beyonce, and truthfully, I do believe that Justice for Gina Carano would mean that this Rachel girl was fired. When we're saying no to Taylor Swift, it means that they've got nothing left in the arsenal. That was their entire arsenal. Celebrities, Hollywood films, and now we're saying, you know what, we don't need it. We just prefer cheap groceries. It's amazing. By the way, another celebrity that offered an apology, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous, Nicole Scherzinger. If you're not familiar with Nicole Scherzinger, she's a singer. She was in the group, the Pussycat Dolls. They were very big. I think in the 2000s, they were very big. And she apparently follows Russell Brand, which isn't shocking because Russell Brand, first and foremost, spent the majority of his career being on the left, and he is also was in Hollywood, was in tons of movies. So yeah, he's got a pretty big audience and probably has tons of friends in Hollywood. And Russell Brand posted this on Instagram. He wrote, "Make Jesus first again," which makes sense because Russell Brand obviously was recently baptized.
Ooh, make America healthy again and all that good stuff. But really though, we're on that Make America Great Again. Shout out Trump 2024. All right, man, we got 500 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to like the video. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support.
He's using his platform to speak about Jesus Christ, to speak about what brought him to his faith. He's praying the rosary every single day. This, of course, is a completely non-controversial post unless you're a leftist and your mind just goes crazy when you see a red hat, period. You don't even read what it says. The hat could say anything. It could be a hat for a sports team, but these people just have an emotional breakdown and they go crazy and they go, oh, what about my imaginary children they won't be able to abort their imaginary children? Like, this is how their brains work. I'm telling you, they're not right in the head. So I mean,
the fact that people make that argument about, oh, well, why? That mean my kid can't get an abortion. I'm like, why would you want your kid to get an abortion? Why wouldn't you want your kid to do it the right way? I mean, like, why are you assuming that your kid is just gonna go out there and make terrible decisions to the point where they gotta make a girl, if you're a boy, or if you're a girl, have an abortion yourself? Like, let's be real. Like I said, usually abortions happen because of bad decision making skills. Not, incest, rape, or, man, what's that last one? Oh, detriment to the mother's life. Nope. It's mainly because of irresponsibility.
Left had a meltdown because Nicole Scherzinger saw that hat.
You would hope you to keep your kids away from.
A hat about putting Jesus Christ first, these demonic individuals. And she wrote this under it. She wrote, "Where do I get this hat? Prayer hands and a heart." Oh my gosh. Oh my, what? Cancel Nicole Scherzinger. What? Is she team, like, bring Jesus back? Like, what is she, like, team Easter here? What's going on here? How dare she? She's in Hollywood. We worship the devil. We worship ourselves. We're a pagan faith here in Hollywood. How dare this pussycat doll? Does she want to lose everything? Does she want to lose every contact that she has? You do not get on here and start talking about putting Jesus first, especially when it's put on a red hat. We all know what the red hat really means. And I'm sad to report that she actually bucked under pressure. And it really upsets me, obviously, because, I mean,
let's be real. Like, the fact that anybody from Hollywood is talking about religion be wild to me. Because I'm like, what you mean? Y'all disrespect religion the most. If anything, you disrespect Christianity and the whole image of Jesus and the Holy Trinity. Like, come on now. Y'all disrespected the most. And I ain't even a Christian like that. I couldn't even call myself a Christian for real. But y'all disrespected the most. I at least respect the Christian faith. Y'all can care less about it. And if y'all watch every movie that's been coming out so far, you can tell.
You guys know where I stand on the Christ is King bit. Not 1 inch, not one apology, not one. I don't care what backwards flips you're doing. You're doing a limbo. You're like this, playing all sorts of weird games, trying to get me to see your view about how maybe sometimes it's not the right time. Shut up. Shut up. We're saying Christ is King. We're saying Merry Christmas. If you don't like it, shut up and step aside. I'm being serious. Not 1 inch on the Jesus Christ. Okay? Not 1 inch. But she obviously folded because she's in Hollywood and she therefore has different masters that she has to serve. And that's sad to say that because there is above Jesus Christ. No, you're bugging, Nicole. She posted this apology on Instagram. Sure, I deeply apologize for the hurt caused by my recent engagement with some social media posts. When I commented on these posts, I made the mistake of not realizing that they could be easily interpreted as being politically related. And I apologize to anyone who understandably reached that conclusion. Then she goes on, many presumptions are being drawn which do not reflect who I am, what I stand for, or who I voted for. Many of the marginalized communities feeling hurt and concerned by the results of the presidential election are people that I care about most.
And they'll be okay.
I stand with them I always have throughout my life and career. If you know me, you know that. Like so many others, in times of adversity and uncertainty, I turned to my faith. I believed that the posts I engaged with were about encouraging people to choose love and faith, putting Jesus Christ first. For me, Christ embodies peace.
Hey, you gotta love people, man. Hey, you gotta love celebrities, especially when they have political views. Because as soon as it don't go well, they're gonna backtrack the hell out of it. I mean, shoot, Cardi B and Oprah refusing to admit that the Kamala Harris campaign paid them, which sounds about right. Because I wouldn't want them to admit that if they supported me and I had to pay them for it, that means they didn't really support me.
Passion, hope, and above all, unconditional love, especially for those who may feel it the least right now. I come from a place of love, and I will always support values that bring us closer together. It's so important we come together with compassion and love one another more now than ever, Nicole. Yeah, you can say that. You can say that for the Lord, man. I don't know what to tell you. I just, there to me, people that will buck on their faith in this way so easily because of a peer pressure campaign, like your cross to bear is you just have to just say nothing when people freak out over a hat that says to put Christ first. Any person reacting in that way is possessed by a demon. Don't care who it is. Don't care if they're purporting to be a conservative and they're trying to spin it. It's like, no, you're just possessed by a demon. So I was not happy to see that. Two, as I said, fake apologies. She's just more concerned with getting invited to the right parties. And I think it's the wrong perspective to have. But I'll leave you guys to it and see what you guys have to say in the chat. I'm going to take a quick minute here to talk to you about our store over at Sticker Mule. It's packed with awesome Candace Owens merch, including stickers, t-shirts, keychains, buttons, and more. You can even buy a Candace temporary tattoo.
All right, guys, and we got 400 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, man. We appreciate the support. All right, let's get into the next part of this. And all right, man. And like I said, if y'all help us complete the goal, we'll go ahead and we can pop off the conspiracy hour. And I'll stay in here for an extra 45 minutes with y'all. Because, you know, hey, come on now. You got to help out here, man. You got to help out just a little bit, and we can go ahead and get this conspiracy hour popping. But if not, don't worry. It's going to be tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and pop it off for you tomorrow, if not tonight.
Donated RFK Jr. to the HHS, pardon me. And obviously and predictably, the left is having an absolute meltdown about a person that actually wants to make America healthy again. Check out this clip from CNN. It's incredible.
To steer clear of politics, but this really isn't about politics because this is somebody who has been, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has been pushing quackery, who has been pushing lies, who has been pushing conspiracy theories.
He's pushing quackery because he's telling y'all niggas to get healthy. That's crazy. I mean, how are you pushing, I guess, misinformation or crazy talk for telling people that I ain't gonna lie, that corn syrup is poisonous, not just unhealthy. Canola oil is poisonous, not just unhealthy. Like, there's a lot of things we know is unhealthy, but it's also poisonous, and that is slowly destroying us, slowly, every day that you eat it.
Been talking to experts in the health community, the medical community, preparing for him, RFK Jr., to be given some sort of role in health. What have they said to you?
Well, you know, it's not often that the entire medical and public health community is going to be in lockstep on something, but they're pretty close on this in terms of their significant concerns, horror even. Somebody said to me today, I can't think of any single individual who'd be more damaging to public health than RFK. Keep in mind, I think if the reporting's correct and the job is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, that comprises the...
So, hold on. Now, if y'all don't know, our current health and human services secretary role belongs to a fat transgender woman. Okay? A fat transgender woman is our Secretary of Health. Understand that. So what's wrong with having an in-shape white man if we can have a white woman that's a transgender and overweight as a health secretary? I mean, hey, sounds like an upgrade. It sounds like we're going in the right direction. It sounds like we're trying to make America great again instead of make America fat asses.
CDC, we just got through this pandemic, comprises the FDA, comprises the NIH. He's talked about wanting to basically strip funding for infectious diseases overall. Again, just coming out of this pandemic with concerns about other viruses and things out there. The challenge, I think, is that at the same time, there is this whole idea that we're not a very healthy country. We spend $4.5 trillion on healthcare, and we have some of the worst outcomes in the developed world. in our food supply and other things are partly to blame, things that he's talked about. So there's these kernels of agreement with regard to the medical establishment and the public health establishment in particular. But then there's these other things like Caitlin was just talking about that they're not alternative views, they are false views. People often say, well, these are alternative views. They're not. People say, well, look, I think maybe vaccines could be linked to autism. Fair enough. That was an issue that came up, and it was studied in these large studies, global studies involving hundreds of thousands of kids who were followed for over a decade to see if there was in fact a link. Some of the studies actually showed that you were more likely to have autism if you were not vaccinated. But the point being that issues are raised, issues are studied, and yet they still keep coming up. And I think that's one of the big concerns. That's a metaphor, I think, for other things that people are concerned about with him.
Cry harder. I just love it because now.
I mean, let's be real. Even I looked over that vaccine study and it was pretty damn on point. It's like, damn. So, all right, he's right. We start pushing certain vaccines and there was a rise in autism in children. I mean, we start adding certain preservatives in food and our children are getting fatter. They're dying sooner. People are dying sooner and it's more unhealthy. We're more unhealthy than we were back in the day. Like, how the hell do we achieve that? Back in, I'd say, what, the 50s and 60s, actually, before all this damn technology and the processing and the poisoning of our food, we was in pretty good shape as a people. But then once all that starts, here we are today. Fat and eating poisonous food. It's like, come on now. And if you don't believe me, all right, if you're probably eating a snack, go ahead and turn around that snack and tell me if you could pronounce everything on there and tell me if you know what it is. And if you don't know what it is, Google it. Look up the side effects it has on the human body, and you'll be surprised of what they'll put in your food and let you eat it. And shout out to the FDA because they're the one who approves it. And they're supposed to be for the safety of who? You. And you.
Now that I am so awake to Big Pharma, and I have been for years, I've been on my journey now for more than 10 years. So hearing their buzzwords, these CIA words, conspiracy theorist, quack, a quack doctor. I mean, they sat down and studied this and they wanted to figure out how to remove health from the industry because, like he said, it's a medical establishment and it's making people sick. It's making people sick. We know this just from the time that we were kids to now. We look at the stuff that's in our food, the stuff that we ate, and we go, what the heck? Who okayed this? Who okayed Monsanto? So who okayed corn syrup, bro? Who okayed Red 40? Who okayed all these dyes in our food that causes, like, I don't know, inflammation in your body? Who said this shit was cool, bro? Oh, the FDA, because they've been lobbied through, and these companies, these food companies are paying them to let these preservative or these poisons be let in your food. Oh, yes, that's what's happening. So, yeah, that's why we need these departments like DOJ that Trump put in place so we can get stuff like this in order. Who have lost respect. People don't believe the medical establishment anymore. So what are they trying to do? Fight and keep people that we actually have faith in out of the office. And so, yes, suddenly all these people who work at the FDA said that they were going to quit. Please do. We want you gone. There has never been a decade where they told the truth, you guys. And that is why I loved doing my Shot in the Dark series, which I told you we're going to bring back next year. We put the first 2 episodes for free on our locals page. But I loved doing this series so much because I get to go back and show you how many times when he says, oh, there have been studies and there's global agreement. Yeah, there was studies and global agreement that cigarettes were good for you. You had doctors on advertisements encouraging patients to smoke cigarettes while they were pregnant. Yes, pregnant. It's good.
What you mean? Nestle in Africa was convincing African women to, instead of feeding their children breast milk, to feed them that Nestle, that powdered milk, and end up killing their children. They're like, oh, okay, well, that didn't work. Well, let's go somewhere else. Oh, guess we can't promote it to pregnant women. I'm like, bro, but you have to test it on African women? Is wild.
Good for you. Mom, have a cigarette. They were smoking cigarettes in the hospital while they were giving birth. The studies show. There was universal agreement. How could you doubt it? What about DDT poisoning? Also known as the polio crisis of the 1940s, which was making people temporarily paralytic. No fleas on me, DDT advertising. Studies show. Doctors agree. Global studies. I mean, it's every single decade when you learn about syphilis, when they were giving people syphilis, allowing people to die from syphilis. Black Americans know this best. There is no reason to trust these people. They have always been lying. They have always been wrong. They cannot present to you even one decade when money and corruption and advertisement and lies was not synonymous with the FDA. So yes, we are cool. We are so cool with you guys all quitting, okay? I hope you get abolished. I hope the CDC and the FDA get abolished. I was saying, like, I'm so crunchy. I like when things are not FDA approved. I like being able to rely on myself and being able to rely on people and going locally and going organically. I mean, they're spraying our crops with stuff that is banned.
At this point, I ain't gonna lie. At this point, if you're smart, we gotta start going to the market. We can no longer trust the supermarket no more to provide us with, well, say fruits and vegetables anymore. Or it's just honestly altogether, we just need to go ahead and drop all these processed foods. We need to go ahead and protest these people because guess what? In other countries, they don't do this. Oh, yes. In England and the Arab countries, these chip companies and all these food companies, they don't pull that shit over there because it's banned. Yes, there are 10,000 banned substances in our foods that are banned in other places. Crazy, ain't it?
And in Europe, it's banned in Europe. They don't even have the same fast food as us in Europe. And this is one of the things about marrying a person from the UK. My husband's obviously British. Going over there and traveling so much, and then you really get to see just how corrupt America is, just how sick mentally and physically we are, the things that they are not allowed to put in their food, the certain countries, like, for an example, Japan, which won't give the MMR vaccine because they kept saying that kids were getting sick and there was tons of proof. But over here, he says, no, we looked into it. There's no links to autism. I don't know why Japan's doing that. Japan's lying. You are no longer going to be capable of gaslighting the public, and your problem, the way that you got here, is you just kept lying and getting caught. So you're flapping around and you're desperate, and you think that if you just keep calling people quacks and conspiracy theorists, that somehow we're going to turn around and go, yes, please, let me roll up my sleeve. Give me all 78 vaccines, sir, and I'll take a flu shot every year, sir. It's a pass for me and my supporters and people that are waking up to just the establishment.
I'll like to go ahead and throw my hat in the ring. Yeah, I'll pass as well.
In general, the fact that you call it a medical establishment, like we're just the authority on these things. We lie all the time, but we're just the authority. Goodbye. Sorry, you guys, you really are. We are just seeing the end of an entire era, and it is just so beautiful to see. It makes me so happy. I am like giddy, cannot wait for these people to get into office. And then we know they're going to try to block them. They're going to try to block this. But let me tell you something. When we get to these Senate confirmations, we are going to know who is who in the Republican Party. Like, okay, we are going to know who is blackmailed, who is financially controlled, what lobbying groups control them. Because let me tell you, Big Pharma has more lobbyists in D.C. than we have congressmen. The absolute most money that is spent in D.C. is spent by Big Pharma lobbyists. That's the number one lobbying group is Big Pharma, followed by AIPAC, okay? Makes sense. So when we get to these Senate confirmation hearings and we start seeing which one of these senators starts trying to say, oh, no, let's not have him there, we're going to exactly know who we need to get out of office. We will be paying and covering this. We will be paying paying close attention. I also want to show you guys this because apparently wanting to tackle the health problem is in the Kennedy blood, right? Here is JFK, apparently. President JFK.
And we got 500 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. We appreciate the support here at S.E.T Media or the 3 dots up there. And make sure to join our membership programs, a way to help the show out on a monthly basis. Just $3 to $5 a month. And you get special perks, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
Junior talking about fat kids. Take a listen.
There is nothing, I think, more unfortunate than to have soft, chubby, fat-looking children who go to watch their school play basketball every Saturday and regard that as their week's exercise. I hope that all of you will join, and everybody in the United States, to make sure that our children participate fully in a vigorous and adventurous life, which is possible for them in this very rich country of ours.
Soft, chubby, fat children, beware.
Hey. Secretary of Health, bro probably about to start putting weight limits on flights. Like, yeah, you can't weigh over 300 pounds as a woman and hop on this flight, or as a man, both ways. Yep, you got to ride around in your truck from now on and pay more money. Yep, well, yeah, we're gonna make it cost for you to be fat, so you'll slim down by necessity. I'm just playing, but hey, that's what I do.
Okay, beware. We got a Kennedy in there, or we should have him confirmed in there, and you have been put on notice. Okay, I got to show you this random story that has nothing to do.
Fat people, you've been put on notice. It's happening.
With anything, but it is just amazing, and it will make you laugh on this Friday before I get into your comments, because it's just incredible. So listen, times are hard. I think we can all agree times are hard. People are looking for new ways to make money. And a group of people have been arrested. I will tell you that. It starts with that. A group of people, 4 people have been arrested, and they have been charged for insurance fraud. And the way that they committed this act of insurance fraud is unlike anything I have seen before. I'm just going to let you guys listen to the news clip. Take a listen.
Their cars were damaged and bear attacks are now in jail. NBC4's Kristen Cosner is live in Lake Arrowhead with more on what investigators are calling Operation Bear Claw. Christian.
That's right. The details in this case are very interesting because we have someone that dressed up in a bear costume and staged a fake bear attack. As a result, 4 people have been arrested for scamming several insurance companies. And today, I have to tell you, several neighbors are speaking out about what happened. Watch carefully as a California insurance claim reported a bear entered their 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost and destroyed it. The California Department of Insurance released
the Ghost. Come on, bro. Not the Rolls Royce, bro. You gonna hop at the Rolls Royce and fuck it up for what, dog? Come on now. Now you just hating. And what can I say? I like nice cars. So when a nice car gets effed up, man, my heart hurts. My heart hurts just a little bit.
Seen the surveillance video captured on Bishorn Drive the evening of January 28, 2024.
There's a bear breaking into cars. Why haven't we heard about this?
Devin Skaskofsky lives on this quiet Lake Arrowhead street and was taken back about the attack.
We're all connected. The neighbors sharing their ring footage. If there is
it'll literally been me with the most disappointed face I could muster. You probably see one tear drop down my face, like, not the ghost, not the ghost.
Bear spotted or mountain lion or deer or coyotes or anything. And so we're always on top of it.
The state investigating the claim after 2 similar but separate claims were filed to other insurance companies, including a 2015 and a 2022 Mercedes. Each claim stating a bear attack and video.
I haven't actually ever heard of a bear attack up here, but I have seen coyotes. It just sounds unusual. But again, there is wildlife here, so.
Investigators say a biologist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife confirmed the bear was fake. They say the alleged animal didn't.
And shout out to Ohio because only in there's a couple other places, but in Ohio you can hunt coyote year around nonstop. I mean, you can literally go out there and hunt coyote till their extinction and nobody will be mad at you. Ain't that crazy?
Leave a trace like saliva, urine, or hair, and the scratches didn't match the animal's claw. 4 people from LA County were arrested according to the state after a search warrant revealed this bear costume was found inside their home, which they believe was used in the scam.
No, that shit look nice. I ain't even gonna lie. That's a pretty impressive bear costume. I'm not gonna lie. Like, hold on. Do you see what they're working with here? They are, like, who gave this to them?
Which they believe was used in the scam.
I am sorry, but I have to respect that hustle, okay? I got to pour some out for our fallen homies. If they're in prison for this is elaborate. They only messed up because they had to obviously contact a bear expert, and they just didn't get the, they should have left some bear urine, okay, and some bear hair, and I do think that in the future they'll be able to get that insurance scam down. So I'm sorry, times are tough. Times are tough. I got to pour some out for our fallen homies. All right, guys, before I get into your comments, we
can all appreciate a good scam sometimes. It's like, yo, they almost had it. Almost had it.
Dropped interest rates, so you need to call my friends at American Financing. Now is the perfect time to consolidate debt and reduce your monthly expenses. A lot of us have been forced to use credit cards because of the ridiculous prices at the grocery store, power, and even childcare. The debt can really get expensive with credit card rates being so high, but with mortgage rates finally dropping, now is the time to wipe that debt out. American Financing is helping homeowners just like you save over $800 a month on average. They're even closing some in as fast as 10 days. If you start today, you may delay 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees to find.
All right, now that was funny. That was funny. They effed up the bear scam. I'm weak. I mean, can they try to f up the Rolls Royce? I guess bro can afford that Rolls Royce, huh?
I did want to show you this because the liberals have lost their minds. Look at this. Somebody actually got this tattoo. It's been posted onto Instagram. She tattooed onto her body, "Trump is not my effing president."
You tattoo Trump's name on your body just to say he's not your effing president? You stupid. You stupid. I'm sorry, you're just stupid at that point. I don't even know. Your intelligence is obviously below 100 IQ points. Actually, room temperature IQ activities alert. Room temperature IQ activities. Because ain't no way. You obviously didn't think this all the way through. You hate the man so much you put his... What? You hate the man so much you put his name on you. Okay.
Yeah, way to own us. Way to own us. Yeah, he's not your president. He bet he is. And now he is a piece of you forever. You have tattooed him onto your body like he is your husband. You just cannot make up this sort of lunacy. Anyways, you guys, getting into more of your comments, I wanted to pull this Minect comment because it was crazy. I've heard this now several times. You know how you hear...
Hey, man, nothing says female ownership like her name tattooed on you. Nothing says female dedication like her name tattooed on you. Yeah, dedication.
About people, first and foremost, getting divorced over weird issues. But look at what this woman wrote to me. Do you have that up, Skylar, from Minect? She wrote, "Hi, Candace. I hope this message finds you and yours well. How do I start this? Okay, so I grew up going to Catholic church, but in my early 20s, I stopped attending Mass. I've been on a spiritual journey recently, and I'm feeling called back to the Catholic church. I was going to attend Mass tomorrow. I told my husband and he got kind of upset. He said that he is not going to be married to a Catholic. He said that his mother wouldn't allow it and that being Catholic would be blasphemy. I didn't know how to respond to him, so I just said, fine, I won't go. I tend to stay quiet in disagreements because I'm always the bad guy in the end. I was looking forward to attending Mass. Now I don't know what to do. I feel so lost and heartbroken. He has agreed to go to church, but it can't be Catholic. It has to be one that he agrees to. What would you do in a situation like this, or how would you respond?" So I was able to respond to her. By the way, that's the Minect app where you can pay to send me a text and I just answer you on a voice note. But I do want to say at the same time, I had somebody in my life who was saying that similarly her husband wanted to divorce her for voting for Trump. She really was voting for RFK, believed in health stuff, but her husband wanted to divorce her for this. And in both situations, you kind of have to break off the part about what you're arguing about and actually get to the root of what the problem is here. The problem here is that any person that...
All right, we got 500 plus y'all in here, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me and like the video, or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support, guys. It's been a good stream. And we got over 100K views on this one, so appreciate the support, man. Y'all been showing out this one.
Using divorce when you have a disagreement as well, I want to break up, or I'm not going to be married to you because of this, or I don't want to, I don't want to be with you because of this one thing. That in and of itself is just the most unhealthy form of communication, that you actually have to get back to realizing that you guys don't know how to communicate, right? You can't have a lingering threat of divorce every time an issue comes up in your marriage, whether or not it's an issue.
That's a lot of women, though. I mean, let's be real. Any girl that try to always throw that, oh, I'm gonna break up with you, or if you don't do what I say, it's over. Bro, just let it be over. I mean, don't be such a bitch to where you're bending the knee to a woman who's constantly throwing threats at you. I mean, at this point, she's a terrorist. And if you're a true American, we don't negotiate with terrorists, goddammit, no matter the gender.
Issue regarding faith, which hopefully would be a conversation that you would have before you got married and would establish what you believed in. And also you grow and you change, and you have to be able to communicate with your spouse about these topics without them threatening divorce. And then when you add in elements like politics, you add in elements like this, and you hear people just hitting that button so quickly, it really is a sign of the times. And so I just wanted to bring that to people's attention, is that too often I think people run and don't know how to communicate and don't know and instantly want to talk about breaking up. And if you are a Christian, and it sounds like your husband is saying, that he is a Christian, it's very unusual that you would run to thinking that you would end your marriage before allowing your wife to go partake in Mass. So very interesting. All right, some of your live comments that are coming in right now. Let me scroll and find you. We have L.I. Tar, who writes, "I was so sad last week because I didn't get to watch Candace while on vacation, but it was okay. Now I get to binge Candace." Yes, you can just play catch up. Sarah writes, "They are censoring anything that is true." Yes, that has been their strategy, but the strategy has failed. And the issue of transgenderism proves that, because they censored hard on that. Also, the issue of health has proven that because they censored hard on that. And it shows that censorship does not actually work. What it actually creates is a silent majority. And now they don't know what to do about this silent majority because now that silent majority has power.
When only feminists and liberals can talk or have the loudest voice, well, only one side honestly gets picked up. And that's going to be the liberal side. You literally have to dig deep to find anything conservative, like for real. And honestly, conservatism kind of got its peak, and a lot of people don't like to admit it, but through this whole red pill, manosphere, dating thing, yeah, conservatism kind of got its jump from that. And I would like to say, shout out people like Kevin Samuels in the group of them. They kind of put it on. Like guys want to be a little bit more tougher, want to grab their nuts and, or drop their nuts and finally show some balls around women and to the government. Hallelujah.
Power. It has the House, it has the Senate, and it has the Oval Office. Mark writes, cook them, Candace. I will, Mark. Rules as follows, writes, that hat has for love it. Oh yeah, so many comments in the chat about this hat. I told you guys, we've been selling these on our website, head to clubcandace.com. I think we're only selling them until the end of next week before they're going to be discontinued. So you might want to head today. It might actually be earlier. It might be Wednesday. So you might want to head today if you have not yet been able to snag you one. Oh yes, look, and there's also a beanie. Here, I'll try this on live. Is my hair all crazy? Let me try it on. I haven't actually tried on this beanie. Oh, my head is a little tight. Oh, it's so cute. Look at this Christmas beanie. We also have it in beanie form. There we go. Oh, wrong way. And okay, my producer says we actually only have these until Tuesday, so you're going to have to buy these. Absolutely, you're going to have to do this now. Head to clubcandace.com if you want to buy that, as well as these mugs that I'm holding here, which say 47, and then have our celebrity tiers. Don't worry, it won't have my lipstick on it when you buy yours. But we've got LeBron James, and we've got J-Lo, and we have got Cardi B on these mugs. I love when you guys tag me when you unbox them. I love a good unboxing, so be sure to tag me. This person writes, Candace, will you cover fluoride on a shot in the dark? Absolutely. Boy. Everything that you've heard about fluoride is not conspiracy. It is true.
I can also go ahead and do a health segment too. I got some pretty good content on, these chemicals that are in our food and all that. We can go through them bit by bit and y'all gonna learn something new. I guarantee you. You're gonna learn something new. I might just do it as a daytime live. Something y'all can catch in the daytime if you get the notification, or you catch on the back end. But I definitely would do a health dedicated live called, I'm literally going to call it Make America Healthy Again. So look out for it.
Ash writes, Candace, what is your favorite conspiracy theory? Definitively the moon landing. I do not believe in the moon landings. And here's the thing. You will get there very quickly if you keep watching my show. Once you start to realize about Freemasonry, the history of the Apollo program, the literal satanic history of the Apollo program, you can go back and watch that episode on NASA Origins. I think it's got to be within the first 10 episodes of this show. Go back and listen to that. And I think that was all about just trying to conduct a huge science scam to withhold technology from us in the future, but also create NASA. It's just got to be the most successful money laundering program of all time because nobody knows what the hell they do. But they get billions every year. I wonder, really, we should look that up next week, Skylar, how much money we have given to NASA. It's like, well, we went to the moon in 1969, so don't ask any questions about what NASA does. Yeah, I'm not a...
And shout out Gerard, man, for the $5 super chat. He says, great content, man. Appreciate the support, Gerard. Appreciate the support.
Big believer in the moon landing. I'm not a believer in the moon landing at all. Scad Kui writes, I got no questions today, just sending love. Can we get a love you back in a Kamala accent? I love you back, always. And also, Scad writes, joined locals today to support your journey. Looking forward for the exclusive content. And you guys, here is the link if you would like to support us on locals. I actually really like this beanie. Wow, right? It is really serving. I think I'm going to wear this. It's getting cold. Buy yourself a made Kamala Indian Again beanie. Support the show on locals because we remain demonetized on YouTube, but it's okay because we are having fun and we love you. All right, guys, we'll see you next week.
And all right, guys, I'm going to give you a little bit more time because if we can reach our goal, we can go ahead and pop off the conspiracy hour, and I got y'all on that one. But let's get into some liberal hive mind because that, man, is funny. Let's go. Because they're shutting down, guys. They're shutting down. I always just say, like I said, they put themselves in a ditch with this whole election. Every media source should have just maintained some type of neutrality and everything would have been good.
9 guns.
But they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't help themselves. They just had to run off with the race, had to run off with transgenderism. They had to call divisiveness and start calling people Nazis and maggots and all this good stuff. And look where it got them. Now they're over here self-destructing all on television. And the problem is, they could walk it back. They could have walked it back. But nope, they just doubling down on mistakes. Doubling down on mistakes. Like, I ain't never seen nothing like this. I ain't never seen nothing like this. I mean, it's like continuously fucking up at work, and then you pull up to make sure you do better at fucking up at work. It's like, okay, all right, I see where you're at here. And shout out King Wisenoak, man, the $5 support, bro. We appreciate you, man. He said, keep up the good work, and don't worry, man. Every day, live every day.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Now, I don't want to get your hopes up, so take it all with a grain of salt, but it is actually quite possible that we are seeing the beginning of the end of the leftist lamestream media. Folks, the lying left and their corrupt left-wing network cabal might be facing utter collapse. You know, I'm sure it's been a fun run for them and they've enjoyed the power while it lasted, but ultimately, what's the power source? Where does that power come from? You guys are probably taking the word right out of my mouth. Money. The great American dollar. Well, it seems like the bucks are drying up and drying up fast as these leftist networks are cratering into almost non-existence. Nobody's watching anymore. And so what we might be seeing here is a great sell-off or a total reimagining of these networks in a desperate attempt to rehabilitate their image. And that right there might spell the end of the fake news leftist media. And so, of course, if we're talking about fake news leftist media, where do we start? Well, of course, right at MSNBC. And well, get this, friends. MSNBC's parent company, Comcast, is now apparently looking for a buyer for the network. Yep, like I told you guys, it's total, utter collapse. Let's talk about it. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, friends, so take a look at the headline right over here. It's over for Democrats. Comcast to sell MSNBC and Oprah's Oxygen network. Comcast, the media powerhouse behind...
Now Comcast running off like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all played yourselves during this. People never look at you the same, so we're just gonna have to sell you. And if we can't sell you, then who knows what they might do. This is Comcast we're talking about. I mean, they own a lot.
And NBC Universal is stirring up major buzz in the entertainment industry. The company recently announced that it's considering a significant move, separating from several of its top cable networks, including MSNBC, CNBC, Bravo, and Oprah Winfrey's Oxygen. The surprising revelation came from Comcast president Mike Cavanaugh during the company's third quarter earnings call, and it has left media analysts and TV enthusiasts.
Oh yeah, we got 400 plus y'all in here, man. Make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. We appreciate the support. Let's go.
Asking a ton of questions about the future of these beloved channels. Beloved channels. Oh, that's the funniest thing I've read all day. So pretty much you get it. The reports are coming out that Comcast, the parent company of MSNBC, is considering selling the network or separating the networks. And so it seems like it's finally time. You know, the time is here. The left-wing media machine that once seemed invincible is now staring down the barrel of a sale. And why? Well, obviously it's no great mystery that requires deep investigation. It's probably due to the fact that they've been hemorrhaging viewers over the last couple of election cycles, and it's got significantly worse. Following Trump's incredible, decisive 2024 election victory.
I mean, bro, it's like this. So let's just say, let's just look at the election, right? 75 million people plus voted for Trump, and that's pretty much 75 million people that they lost in viewership alone. Now they got people on their side, 70 million people voted for Kamala that y'all lied to about the election, that y'all told were going to be a blowout. And now they no longer trust you. How much of that 70 million you honestly think left the Democratic Party now or left mainstream media? Because you already know the people that voted for Trump are no longer with you. They're no longer watching y'all. So what about the ones that are, you know, that kind of voted because of y'all, that voted because of y'all influence? What do you think they're going to do?
And so I think Comcast sees the writing on the wall. The ratings for these fake news networks has cratered so hard that even the most loyal MSNBC devotees aren't even tuning in anymore. It's absolute panic mode over at 30 Rock. And you know what? Let's take a second here to unpack how we got here. Over the past decade, MSNBC has gone from being a network that at least tried to cloak some of their biases to becoming an outright propaganda arm of the radical left. They've spent years peddling narratives that were not just slanted, but viciously divisive. We're not just talking slight favor to the DNC, we're talking non-stop, 24/7 Trump bashing, baseless Russia conspiracies, wall-to-wall January 6th hysteria, all while ignoring actual scandals and actual issues that affected American citizens. It's no wonder why they're in freefall now. This network has pushed one lie after another throughout the Trump years and of course throughout the Biden years. Remember the way they covered the Hunter Biden laptop story? Yeah, you probably don't remember because, well, they didn't really cover it at all, now did they? And during the little time that they did cover or acknowledge the laptop, they claimed it was Russian disinformation. Then throughout the 4 years of Joe Biden's administration, they painted him as the savior of democracy, while obviously sweeping his glaring failures and clear...
I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, America was really about to vote for a senile old man tripping upstairs, fumbling his words, not being able to make a coherent sentence without repeating himself. So, come on now. I mean, people are surprised, like, we voted for Trump. I mean, like, I'm surprised y'all voted for Kamala. I'm surprised you voted for Kamala after the fact that she hid, well, Joe Biden's mental decline. She hid it. She stood right beside it. Shoot, she also stood right beside Biden while he fucked up with the border. Even the point of the borders are, and they still effed it up. And the Inflation Reductionary Act. Well, how did that work? Did we not have high inflation? Yes, we did. So everything they put forth was a fail, sadly. Because if they'd have did well, maybe they'd have got some votes. But because they failed so much, that's why they got blown out in the election. That's why it's Trump 2024 through 2028. And now y'all got to deal with it because y'all just wanted to harp on abortion and transgenderism, huh? How'd that work for y'all?
Cognitive decline under the rug. And don't even get me started how they tried to prop up Kamala Harris during the 2024 election as if she was some sort of political genius, going on and on and on throughout the last couple of months, suggesting this was going to be a real close race and Kamala Harris, wow, what a grassroots campaign she's running. And how did that work out? Oh right, she got obliterated at the polls. Even the Democrat Party doesn't want to go anywhere near Kamala Harris. So no wonder it's all falling apart. They're now facing the consequences of their actions. Viewers are tuning them out because they've realized that they're a bunch of liars, and that essentially they've been feeding a slow drip of hopium, copium, and fake news, and it's now backfiring big time. And of course, instead of taking accountability for the lies that they've spread, the clear election propaganda that they were engaged in, what are they doing? Well, they're certainly not taking accountability, that's for sure. No, instead, what have we seen coming out of the mainstream left? Finger pointing at all the so-called disinformation from independent journalists and alternative media networks that were actually reporting the facts. It's the same old song and dance. If you don't like the message, blame the messenger. MSNBC got it wrong. They lied. They lied about everything. They misrepresented what was actually happening. And when it all backfired, they just had all their hosts go on a bunch of horrible racist tirades targeting the white working class, white real conversation.
Bro, like racist as hell. Like, oh yeah, these Hispanic men are racist. White men are racist. White women failed us. Oh, just blaming everybody but themselves. It's kind of crazy. This lack accountability. It's like, it's no wonder they're crying on camera like children. Huh.
Not this nonsense.
Right now, you see it there on your screen. In that place is particularly chilling because in 1939, more than 20,000 supporters of a different fascist leader, Adolf Hitler.
As important as Trump's.
And make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me or the 3 dots up there in the corner. We got 400 plus y'all in here, man. Let's get us to 200 likes. Appreciate the support, guys.
Fascism is the lead story every day. His cozying up to dictators. But this is what voters know right now, that he is killing us. I'm talking about us women. He's killing us.
For a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason.
No, sweetheart. You got to lay into that a little bit more. How is he killing y'all? Please explain. What is he doing to kill y'all? You got to double down on that. Because if I said somebody's trying to kill us, I'm going to double down. I'm not just going to say it blatantly. It's like it's damn near disingenuous.
And
it is disingenuous. It's like, no. Explain to it step by step. How is Donald Trump trying to kill women? Please explain. And they never back it up. They just say random things. I wouldn't say random. They just say parroted things they heard from CNN and MSNBC, and they just preach it to you. And just hopefully you don't, ask them any questions like, okay, but how?
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one.
And so the big bucks behind a lot of these networks, I think, have made that realization, and they're going the path of Elon Musk. Maybe not to the same extent. I don't think they have the same ethical credibility, let's call it, but it seems like there's a market shift. There is no more demand for fake news. They have been fully exposed. They have exposed themselves. You know, at the end of the day, it feels like this is a reckoning for the corporate media. They bet everything on pushing a radical agenda, and now they're paying the price. You know, following the Obama years, socialism was certainly in. Ooh, look at me, I'm such a fancy, posh leftist. But viewers are waking up, and people are turning to alternative sources these days because they're tired of being lied to. And as we know, real change is always downstream from culture, and so it seems like the culture has changed, and that's rendering these old leftist beacons of fake news essentially into outdated fossils that can no longer compete. You know, maybe it's time for a real change. You know, maybe it's time for Elon Musk to buy MSNBC.
Oh God, man. Shout out BG. He's like, come on, we got 500 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to tap this screen. Let's get to 200 likes. We're at 193. I need 7 more of y'all. Go ahead and tap that screen. 3 dots up there to like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. If you have any question, comment, or joke, man, just go ahead and send in a $1+ super chat, or go ahead and read it out loud. Appreciate you.
It certainly could happen. I doubt it, but it could happen. But whether or not something that crazy happens, at the end of the day, doesn't really matter. The importance is that it feels at least as though something's happening. You know, almost like the universe is healing or something. The fake news leftist propaganda era might actually be behind us, and we might be in for an era of mainstream media and journalism reform. The simple fact is these networks cannot continue. They're running their networks into the ground. It's all coming to a crashing ending, and that means change is coming. Sure. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video.
You know, platforms like me are just in the back laughing maniacally as they do it. It's like, bro, do you know what you're doing? You're literally sending more people to us. I mean, God bless you, but you're literally destroying yourself and sending more people to our platform. They can't trust you no more. You're too damn biased. You can't even hold your candidate accountable. If Donald Trump was to not deliver on any one of his promises, we're going to be the first ones to be like, I don't know, man. He ain't did this. He ain't did that. We're going to be honest. But that's the problem with the left. Y'all not honest about none of the mistakes your candidate made. You still can't even admit that the Hunter Biden laptop existed. Like, come on now. But like I said, it is what it is with y'all. All right. Play this real quick.
But this has been a huge failure from a border security standpoint, and America's needs to be removed. We need to put people in that are more aggressive.
There was a Texas judge recently who said that a plan that the Biden-Harris administration put into place to essentially grant legal status to the spouses and stepchildren who are illegal, but they're connected to Americans, they wiped that out and said you can't just automatically give these people status just because they are here. And I thought that was kind of great.
I love this this headline from the Daily Beast, though. We're not going to read the story because it's locked, but Trump borders are to undocumented immigrants. We are coming for you.
That's I mean, there's literally
Homan said that.
Literally a mandate.
I know, but like,
yeah.
The American
You're
people,
here illegally. What?
The American people, it's something like 70%, 75% of the American people have said we believe that, or we want to see deportations. Yeah. Not like, oh, we just want to, control the border. Straight up, we're comfortable with the things that are going to happen when you start deporting people. Well, if 70% of the American people believe that, it doesn't matter how uncomfortable the talking heads on the internet or the talking heads on TV are with it. That's what the American people want. That's part of why Donald Trump was elected.
And I'll say this too. So immigration, it's kind of a catch-22, right? If you enforce it, people look at you as a family wrecker, evil, etc. But if you don't do it, obviously you look at you're not doing your job. And it's kind of like a political hot potato. And I could say this because I've worked under both Obama, Trump, and Biden on 3 different presidents. And
that's why we got that man Homan, because the problem is you can't sway that man with tears. You can't sway that man with the family separation. All right, cool. We'll deport them with them. Yes, the kids will go with their parents back to their country. Yes, deported together as a family, as God intended, right?
What we'll tell you is when there's a Democrat in office, ICE enforcement removal operations, who is responsible for the domestic location and apprehension of illegal aliens that are in the country, they are significantly neutered when there's a Democrat in office. Everyone knows this, right? That's on the job, that they're not going to go out and pick up aliens like they normally do. Unless it's like a violent criminal alien, they're typically not going to do their job like they're supposed to. They're just hanging around when the Democrat's in. So, but when Trump came in, everyone was getting deported. They were going out. They were doing raids. ICE was actually doing their job on the ERO side. So it's a very it's an agency that's contingent upon who's in office.
Yeah, there
unfortunately
was one of the big stories that we had seen during the Trump administration was that there were a bunch of meat processing plants. They raided, they arrested, I think, 800 individuals. And then this is what I love to hate about the corporate press. The corporate press shows up to a job fair after the fact, and they see Americans, white Americans, and we're aghast. There was like a white guy walking up to the job fair, and they were like, "Sir, what are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm here for a job." And they were like, "Why would you want to work this low-skilled job? These are jobs Americans hate." And he goes, "It pays more than the gas station."
Yeah.
Like, these are jobs Americans wanted.
Yeah.
And they were giving them to non-citizens.
I find that to be
That's what I'm saying. It's almost like you don't know the real world if you're really thinking, oh, what you mean Americans don't work these jobs? You mean the Americans don't work the factory, the manufacturing jobs? You think Americans don't work on that? That's the problem. You don't know nothing about America. You don't know nothing about the people who depend on those jobs that they give to immigrants. Because if you did, you would damn near you'd be on our side. Like, yeah, low-key, we need to get them out of here because they're making it even worse for the people that the liberal party say they're for, but the low-key working against.
Really shocking as well, and this is something you repeatedly hear from Democrats, is that Americans don't want to take these jobs. I have not met an American who's like, oh, there's a job or I could suck money off the government. I think I'll just suck money off the government. Like, that's not an American ethos. It's not what any of us are raised to really think. You know, we're raised to say, like, we want to take care of ourselves. We want to provide for our families. We don't want to be a burden to the government. And we certainly don't want the government to be that closely involved in our lives. And these are jobs that Americans are perfectly happy to take. Chuck Schumer thinks that Americans don't want jobs, and I think that's totally bogus. And I'm really stoked to see, you know, Trump call that out repeatedly. It's to the point where he showed up and you know, worked the fryer.
That was great. And I loved Bill Burr's bit on SNL. He was getting ragged on by a lot of people, but no, what he was said when Donald Trump stood behind that counter is when he was like, you could tell he was truly happy. He was like, wow, this is where they do the French fries. I agree. Like, Trump was so excited to be there. That's not a bad thing. That was great. Trump was really excited to make the French fries, and he was like, I
mean, yeah, as a rich man, like, let's be real. He's like, damn, hold on. I actually get to see how they do this shit. Oh, say less. It's like, oh, yeah, I get it. I can get that.
Extra fries, and he's like, someone's going to be really happy when they... Yes, that's all true. Trump was super excited to give people food.
Yeah.
I thought that was amazing.
And I do want to say, because you mentioned worksite enforcement, what you mentioned when they raided the thing, that's something called worksite enforcement. HSI does those a lot.
If you have any question, comments, or jokes you want to share, $1 and up super chat, I'll go ahead and I'll engage with it or read it out loud. Appreciate the support, guys.
The times.
It happened just here. Like,
if not, just engage with people in the chat and like the video. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate y'all.
A week ago. Or 3 days ago.
So worksite enforcement
Not here at Timcast.
Under Democrats. Worksite enforcement under Democrats almost always is much harder to pull off, because the thing is that you're not going to do a worksite enforcement case and go after the company and the people that employ the illegal aliens unless it's like egregious whenever you have Democrats in, right? We're talking about hundreds of illegal aliens, deplorable work conditions, etc. But under Trump or whatever, hey, look, he's got this many guys employed. This is a problem, etc. Especially in this area, it was way easier to get worksite enforcement cases done.
So some of the people who work here are
Under
mentioning that there's a bunch of IHOPs in the area, and they all got raided, and people are getting taken out and stuff, like putting cars. Let's jump to this story. We got big news. This was rather shocking from the Post-Millennial. Trump names Pete Hegseth to lead Department of Defense. Quote, I am honored to announce that I have nominated Pete Hegseth to serve in my cabinet as a Secretary of Defense. I was actually shocked.
I am shocked as well.
But I'm
very young guy.
I'm excited. He's a young guy, and
he's a vet, which is cool.
He's a vet. He's got real experience. Trump was just saying, take Liz Cheney and put her on the battlefield and see how quickly she regrets voting for these wars. So I'm excited to see this, and a lot of people are really excited. I want to give a shout out to this tweet here. This is great. This is from Bochi Red State, who said, I mean, sure, Pete Hegseth is an Ivy Leaguer with multiple tours who spent over 20 years in the military service before becoming a veterans advocate, but he didn't work for Raytheon and hire drag queens for recruitment, so is he really qualified?
Well, I guess not.
I'm seeing, shout out to our friends, the Krasensteins, our go-to liberals. They're like, Pete Hegseth is not smart enough to defend this nation. I can't believe it.
There's already, I didn't save it, but I saw a tweet by Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, and I hear rumors or whatever that Pete Hegseth will probably face resistance in the Senate.
That's too bad.
Get to the Senate? Like, is he even going to get to the Senate? Like, Trump has been very pushing about this recess appointment.
Yes, I would love to see.
Each of the 3 guys who are on the secret ballot for Senate Majority Leader tomorrow have said, "Oh, sure, we'll do recess appointments, no problemo."
I would love to see.
How does that work?
Recess appointments is so so the Senate will say we're going to take a break for 5 to 7 days, and the president has the right to appoint whoever he wants while the Senate is on a break, and then that person doesn't have to go through confirmation hearings.
Yeah. And then also, my understanding is if they don't appoint him, he can appoint an acting Secretary of Defense.
That's right.
So he can just basically
loopholes.
Yeah,
that's why during his first administration you had acting, like Rick Grinnell was the acting. Whatever his job was. He had a lot of people who were acting such and such instead of actually having gone through the confirmation process because he decided he didn't want to have to push everything through you know what it is? It's not instant gratification enough for Trump. He wants his people.
I would love to see recess appointments because just because to get the results that Trump is looking to get, he's got 18 months. Mm-hmm. He's got to have everything ready to go on January 20th. He's got to have as much in place as possible. There's a lot of people that are complaining.
Yeah, because I reacted to the Pierce Morgan, just like that the black liberal was saying. He was like, "Oh, what is he gonna do? He's not gonna do anything. He's not gonna do anything." I mean, it's kind of funny when he's already doing things now. He's already appointing people already. So, but let's be real. Yeah, he got to prove some people wrong. The liberals that are talking about, "Oh, get off y'all high horse. He's not gonna do anything anyway." Well, when he hits the ground doing stuff, y'all gonna sit there once again with salt in your mouth. You're gonna sit there once again with the but he didn't get. As soon as y'all gonna move the goalposts. So y'all gonna move the goalposts. He gonna lower the corporate tax to 15? You'd be like, "Oh, well, why didn't he get it to 10 then if he's so great?" It's like, there's nothing he can do to honestly satisfy y'all. He can do everything he says, and y'all be mad that he couldn't have done it better. It's like, come on now.
Complaining about the people that have been, floated for appointments. There are a lot of complaints about Marco Rubio. There's complaints about Kristi Noem and stuff. And I understand why they're complaining. That doesn't mean that I necessarily agree, but I understand why they're complaining. But one of the problems that Trump ran into in his first term was he was putting in people that weren't experienced, people that didn't have experience in government, people that didn't know how the government
worked. People that didn't like him either or snakes as well.
Exactly. And so I think that the people that he's got that he's talking about putting in place, I'm not saying that I can predict the future, but they're likely to be more
loyal,
to be more loyal, and they're more likely to follow through with what Trump wants. He's got a very clear, very conservative, very Republican narrative plan. He wants to shrink the government. He wants to make serious cuts. This is what Republicans run on all the time. These people will face significant problems in their own elections if they don't follow through when they had the chance to help Trump. And I think that most of the people that are going to be appointed, I think that they're aware that the American people, they all saw the elections. They saw that everything moved right. Even though it wasn't a massive swing, the fact that everything moved right, the fact that they picked up the House when they didn't think they were going to pick up the House. They picked up the Senate clearly. Trump won. They see I believe they will.
And all right, man, we're going to go ahead and drop it off on this one because I still got to go ahead and get sleep. And we still got to go ahead and possibly do the call-in show tomorrow or Sunday, man. We'll let you know. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do that Make America Healthy Again video for y'all tomorrow. Look out for that one, man. It's going to be on the early side, man. This is Set with Set and King Media. And I'm going to read out the supporters first, man. If you have anything else you want to say, I can go ahead and get that going for you. If not, Well, let me go ahead and read out the fans first. And if you still want me to do the conspiracy hour, shoot, all you got to do is just send in about 10 more and we'll get that popping. If not, let me just close the show off and I'll go ahead and end the night. Ain't no problem. Because we'll do it tomorrow. I got you on the conspiracy hour tomorrow. So no worries. We got you regardless. And shout out King Wisenoak, man. Appreciate the support. Shout out Gerard, man, tuning in for the final hours, man. Appreciate you for that one and for the support. Shout out Noah Joyner for not only supporting but joining the Set and Key Media family. Shout out Seth Troutman. Oh, yes. Member, supporter. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Shout out James Foley, man. Appreciate you, James. Shout out Maya. Appreciate you, Maya. Let's see here. Shout out Vlad Steen, man. Always good to see you. Shout out Daniel Welch, man. Hopefully you out there safe on the patrol, man. Shout out, man. Shout out Alabama. Let's see here. Hey, man. Shout out Vlad Steen and Maya. Shout out Guest Dude, man. Ah, damn. I'm upset that I missed you, Guest Dude. I'm upset that I missed you. And shout out Big Wave Dave for starting it off. I sent you a short, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Dang, I miss Big Wave Dave too. Tough. If you like that. But anyway, though, I'm glad I caught the rest of y'all, though, on the way out, man. This is Set with Set and Comedian, and I'll catch y'all on the next one, guys, man. Y'all stay safe. Catch y'all tomorrow. And love y'all, man. Make sure y'all have a good night and have a great weekend.